Women's European Cricket Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream 11, Paramatch, HCL Software, and La Junta de Andalucía, and the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
2 days into the ECCW and the English 11, they have been impressive so far. First up, we'll get the Dutch against the host Spain. That should be a good game. In fact, 4 of them are coming your way. Only 4 days to go in the season. Only 4 days until we find out who lifts the trophy. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the Women's European Cricket Championship, and it starts right now.
Ven conmigo a cruzar su calle, a vivir su ambiente. Ven conmigo a vivir la vida intensamente.
Good morning to you, buenos dias, wherever you're watching from around the world. Welcome to another huge day in European cricket. It is day 3 here in the ECCW, and some great entertainment coming your way. We're going to start the day with match number 9. It's the Netherlands taking on Spain. Let's see what happens at the coin toss. Ian Ramage has the 2 captains.
Netherlands, you are the home team, you will toss the coin. Spain, you're the away team, you will call. Okay, there's the coin.
Thank you. Tails.
Tails has been called. It has come down tail, so you've won the toss.
We'll have a bowl first.
Okay, toss has been won by Spain, and they're going to bowl first.
So it is Spain that wins the toss, and their captain, Elspeth Fowler, has elected to field first. Not sure I would have done the same, but I suppose she just wants to know exactly what she's dealing with in the second half of this game. Got to say, that means we'll probably see Iris Zwilling, the Dutch skipper, first up, opening the batting. She became the first ever ECCW Centurion yesterday. What a knock that was. Didn't find it as easy, I suppose, in the last game last night, but I'm sure she wants to go in for a big innings. A couple of changes there. Annemine Thompson out of the side, and I think that means we'll probably see Robin Riker at the top of the order. Lisa Vermeijden comes in for her first game as well, so looking forward to see what she offers the side. As far as the Netherlands go, like I said, it's a day where they will just try and get things back on track, and they do on paper look a lot stronger than this Spanish side. Having said that, Spain, they do have some pretty good talent in there. We always talk about Naomi Hillman-Bermejo and the responsibility she'll have with the bat. I think it's just a matter of finding out who to partner her with. I think that Mirza did a pretty good job behind the stump, so watch out for her as well. She is an emerging player for Team España. Let's talk weather. Well, I don't know what the weather's like in Santa's workshop, but it might be pretty similar to here at the moment, though the sun's coming out now. That's nice. But when we came here this morning, it's pretty frosty, pretty difficult conditions, I think, for catching. That's why I'm not so sure I would have fielded first. But obviously, Spain have a plan, and that's what they're going to do. Currently, it's about 4 degrees to start the day, although we are hopeful to get up to something like 16 or 17 later on. Rico Full has been outstanding so far as well. I can tell you it will be the Dutch batting first as we get ready for the start of match number 9. Rico, over to you. Let's get ready for the start of day 3.
Muy buenos días and muchas gracias to Vinny Sandu. And what you can see out there is a little bit of activity. Santa's helpers are out there because, let me tell you this, you might have heard there from Vinny, a lot of frost this morning. And though some of that frost has actually been sort of worked away, a lot of moisture. So a lot of effort being put in just to dry things up a little bit more. So we're going to have around about a 10-minute delay. But as you heard there from Vinny, Spain did win the toss, elected to bat first. So Netherlands, bowl first, beg your pardon. Netherlands will be batting. But you can see the players just waiting just a little bit. So efforts can be made just to dry things up a little bit. And, well, try anything that they can to keep warm. This is the teams that we can see on the fantasy dashboard. And probably a good time to welcome back into the Santa's workshop here, because it's a little bit chilly. Watch your steps, because it's a bit icy up here as well. Vinny Sandu comes in and joins me.
Yeah, thanks. Good morning. And yeah, that was a very late decision, I think, when the player's almost literally about to go out in the field, but there's still ice on the field. And so they have decided to delay the start by 10 minutes. I don't think that means that we'll have any sort of reduction in the game. I think it is just a common sense decision with the bowlers run-ups being icy, which is pretty unusual. And yeah, it was especially frosty this morning.
Good morning.
Yeah, good morning to everyone. So I think what we might do is we'll just give everyone a few more minutes to prepare. We'll be back in around about 7 minutes then to take you in. We're 10 minutes away from the first ball. But stay tuned, plenty of action to come. But we'll have a slight delay to match one. We'll see you shortly right here on ECN for day 3 to start here in the ECCW.
Women's European Cricket Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream 11, Paramatch, HCL Software, and La Junta de Andalucía, and the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Hola, muy buenos dias, hello, and welcome back to day 3 of the Euros of women's cricket here in Spain. Andalusia, we're at the Carnama Oval. Once again, apologies for the slightly delayed start, but it's a rare one here in Spain. I've been out here 23 years, and this is probably only the second time that I've experienced frost. Yeah, that's right. And anyway, remind me of some very cold mornings back in the UK. But we think we got things sorted here. Oh, good work there from all of the ground staff. Welcome. It's going to be another cracking day. Spain are taking on the Netherlands. Spain winning the toss and putting the Netherlands in. I'm here. Oh, Mr. Maximo is here as well.
I'm
and
here.
It's cold.
It is cold. Let's be honest about that. Well, good news is it was 4, now it's 5. So it's not really how temperature works, but you could say that's a 25% increase in the amount of degrees above zero. But yeah, Spain winning the toss, electing the field. I've got to say I was a little bit surprised about that. But anyway, we're going to get going. It's Naomi Hillman-Bromeko to bowl the first ball, day 3. And it's going to get hit and hit well. That's going to be 4. Iris Filling gets off the mark off the very first ball of the day.
Yeah, the Centurion of yesterday wants to go back to scoring big runs. Scored that century, of course, 102. Historic day, the first ever century that we've seen of women's cricket on the European Cricket Network. And what a knock it was.
It's quite dramatic. Yeah, I was going to say, with the weather, it's quite dramatic, though, because it does warm up quite quickly. You know, in an hour or two, it'll be really pleasant. But start of the day, it's very cold. Hit and run here. Yeah, so when we got here, and I got here a little bit before you this morning, Rico, and the field was just white. It was covered in frost, and slowly that's melted. But then also they've had the kind of mower going around, but then then it just reformed, didn't it? It was almost like you could pick it up and throw little snowflakes.
Yeah, it was like the old, you see people make the mistake when it is really cold and icy, and they throw hot water down. Hopefully it will do the trick, and it turns back twice. It's a bit like that. It just didn't want to go away. The sun will help, of course. And, I think once things start to warm up, it's not going to be a bad day. It's going to be a highs of about 18 degrees today. So we'll take that this time of year. It's lofted up. It's going to be a challenge here for the fielder, and couldn't quite get a stop on there. That's Amy Brown Carrera. I think she really needed to get down, but didn't want frostbite.
I actually think she overruns it. It's one of these ones where the ball actually slows down a bit when it hits the surface. And yeah, Amy, she just went too far. That's the thing. It actually goes behind her. Look, you see, couldn't slow down quick enough. But still well struck, and it is Riker at the top of the order. I kind of thought that's who they'd go for. No Annamine Thompson in the lineup today. Karana also sitting out. Lisa Vermeire comes in. That's a good ball.
Yeah, good comeback there from Naomi. Hey, what about that? I know we had a slight delay, but the girls just want to have fun. They were dancing away there.
They were
having a good time.
Best on ground goes to Caroline van Koldewijk. She was doing all sorts of things. She needs her own camera on her all the time.
She was grooving. And this one is going to be 4 runs. It's a really good shot. It just rocks back, gets a little bit of width, and it's a fine shot to play in the power play. And good, strong hit that. And it's cuatro más. So Spain are probably wondering here as the captain. Ball goes back to Elspeth Fowler. Is probably thinking what you can do with the field here. I mean, at the moment, it's got to make a change and make a thought, because you can't have 3 out here at the moment. It looks like she will bring the player on the offside back into the circle.
Last ball, the first over.
Floated up, and this time down the ground. Tremendous shot. Well, we're seeing a little bit of class here in the morning from Roike. First of all, she's played down the leg side, plays a lovely cut shot, and then this, a beautiful off drive for 4 more. So plenty off the first over. It's a good start for the Netherlands. Remember, they did beat Spain back on day 1, and it was a healthy victory, wasn't it? 130 to 56, and well, they'll be looking to get the same sort of score again. Hey, how about this? 69 days to go to the Champions League of cricket.
Bigger and better than ever as well when you think that we started in 2019 with 8 teams. Now there's 33 nations, 35 clubs, so the 33 countries plus the reigning winners and runners-up also will be involved in that tournament. And days off will be a thing of the past. It will be 4 weeks of flat chat cricket. And we know that format was pioneered this year, wasn't it? In both the ECL and the ECC, the 3-day groups. Just makes it super exciting. It never stops moving. All right, here we go with the second over. And it was with Saeed, who, she's an interesting bowler because she bowls a stock ball as a wrong-un. And, a little bit of a fumble out there. Mirza doesn't have the gloves this morning. And the Dutch pretty quick to get back for a couple.
So, yeah, Saeed does when she gives it a bit of flight, so she's one of those that likes to challenge the batters. Does get movement, genuine movement. So I think batters have to bat with confidence and assertiveness against her. If you change your mind, then you could get into trouble. But no changing of mind there. A little bit short from Saeed, and that gets played away. And so Zwelin plays a lovely shot. I got to say, Vinny, this is wholeheartedly, truthfully, if somebody said to me, you want to play cricket, and I got here this morning, I'd say, nah, I'm not playing. I would not. This is too cold for cricket.
Yeah,
this is too... I'm talking about this in Spain. I mean, other people around Europe will be saying, Eureka, what are you talking about? It was 3 degrees. It was 3 and frost.
Rico. I've played cricket on ice in -8.
That's different. You prepare for that.
I was wearing more layers than you're wearing right now.
Down the ground, this could be the first Maximo off the day. It will be as Joe Foster puts them up in the air in the sunshine. They're starting to break through now. Well, even his arms took a while to get up. They're frozen, but he puts them up. There's a good shot, isn't it?
These two are pure, really, with technically very good hitters. They've got good eyes. I'm a big fan of Riker. I like her up the top of the order. We saw Annamine Thompson just kind of go a little bit off the ball yesterday. I do think we'll see her back in the side and probably opening again. Riker kind of has been floating around at 3 most of the time, but she gets a chance at the top in this game.
It's a bit too wide this time, and it's a genuine leave from Zwelin.
The thing with Saeed, I really like her as a bowler, but once you know that's what's coming, it might surprise you at first, but once you know, then you can pretty much play it like an off spinner. She's not super quick through the air. Zwelling's been willing to use her feet this week.
Does this one nip back? No, it's going to be another wide. So, got the right thing in mind. Doesn't want to put it in that swing arc of the powerful Dutch captain.
First
just going a little bit too wide. Yeah, first of many.
Shoelace of the day.
Hey,
Joe's around there as well. He's a shoelace specialist. We saw that yesterday.
I just want to say a big shout out to all the players because it's not easy this morning to get here in the morning, seeing frost, and of course they've got to try and warm up, which they were by the time we got here because they were probably here as early as you were. This one's a bit of a miscue, but we'll still be safe as it drops before Tasabia Mirza.
Oh, ouch, copped it on the leg when it came back in. Now, this is why I realise strategically Spain obviously had their reasons for wanting to bowl first, but I would have batted. I just think it's going to be easier to catch and field in the second half of this game. Even an hour is going to make all the difference, I think.
Yeah, see there, the other thing I noticed here, I mean, just seeing there, that's at Saeed, just trying to dry the ball on her trousers, but you've got, there is a rag out there. I think Elspeth have got it. So take the time to get the ball nice and dry if you have to. This is going to be another spicy one to try and stop.
Tell you what, Elizabeth Saeed needs a medal for a couple of throws that's come into her that she has gotten behind. I mean, they're tough as nails, these players. Yeah. They are tough as nails.
Well, that's what I wanted to say. You know, this morning they were out there training in these frosty conditions, catching the ball and fielding and whatever, trying to keep warm. That one is going to go all the way. Well, I'll tell you who is warmed up is Zwelling, but she's hitting the ball as well as she did yesterday when she made that century. That 6 more is going to be an expensive over from Saeed. It will go magical. 22 off that one. And the score races to 39 off the first 2. Yeah, good hit. But yeah, big shout out to all the girls. Not easy conditions. It will warm up and it'll be very lovely and pleasant. But this first match is always going to be a challenge. It will always be cold. I mean, on a day like today, going to be frosty. It was 3 degrees. The ball is always going to be wet. I mean, as the frost, of course, thaws out, and all the efforts made by the ground staff, amazing efforts as well, but it's still going to be damp. The outfit's going to be damp. There's going to be dewy. So the first innings will always be difficult. And like you said, yeah, I think ideally, if it was a 50-50 match between the two teams, I think you do bat first, without doubt. But I think Spain realised that, to make more of a contest of it, to make sure they get something out of this match, they really had to field
And they're
first.
here to play, I suppose, when it comes down to it. And now you kind of guarantee that you field the 10 overs, you can bowl who you want to bowl.
Yeah.
I guess we'll have to see how everything pans out. And here's a player that I've really enjoyed watching this week, Andrea Davidson-Soler, to bowl the third over.
Not a bad start. Good areas. It'll be a single. Aiko thinks of coming back. She will. It's a nice strong throw. But the batters complete that without any issues at all. Let's say good morning to people on the chat.
Yeah,
Who we got with
do
us
that.
this morning?
We've got Terry, who's watching from Estonia, who said it's quite warm there compared to some of the temperatures he's been experiencing over the last couple of weeks. Hello to Wayne, who is watching from Australia. Helix likewise. Iggy Mitchell is working from home, and he's liberally used the inverted commas to say, well, he's working from home. But I have a feeling that he's lurking while working.
One bounce and picked up by the fielder.
While I'm here, I
Herrera.
don't think I've said hello to Ivan, and also Kevin, to Julian, to Rob, who's watching from New Zealand. And it's nice to just keep an eye on what's going on in the tents as well this morning. And that's one thing that I've really enjoyed as well, the kind of support that these players are giving each other as well. We saw that when Zwilling reached 100 yesterday, the milestone. And everyone was just thrilled for her, going crazy. And even little highlights like Chillingear's catch yesterday for Spain. That got a big reception from the home crowd. So it's all about moments, I think. It's a collection of moments. And yes, wins and losses, they're what you basically judged on sometimes in sport. And you look at table here, you do have kind of the top two and the rest at the moment. But I still think, the three other sides have a lot to play for, to try and play themselves into a position to try and make the final four. I think that's a goal that all of those other three teams, Austria, Italy and Spain, will have. And then hopefully on any given day, maybe a big player can click and you can cause an upset.
Yeah. Andreas, not bowling badly. She's trying to, once again, I think obviously the plan is to try and keep the ball outside the off stump, to try and make the batters play on the off, as opposed to drop it too short. So just going a little bit wide at the moment. That one's better. And that one, I think if she sees it early enough, definitely a catching chance, and maybe a run out chance there as well. Nice pick up and throw there from Maria Zamorano.
Yeah, the thing there, Andrea, obviously she's following through to the left, and the ball hung, didn't it, just to her right, so she couldn't really change direction quick enough. But there's a certain professionalism to these two, with their running, with their stroke play, and just bossing it basically so far.
Oh, this is another one that is just out of reach. I mean, I don't blame Andrea for maybe not going after this full-heartedly, because this one, I think your hand will be stinging all day long, because that was hit pretty well.
Yeah,
and in these conditions, yeah, that's going to sting.
I mean, just the dimensions of her body, the arm span wasn't quite there to try and get a finger on that in the end. Again, pretty good shot. I mean, it's not a bad ball, though. I mean, this is where, as a bowler, you just want to make the Netherlands earn their runs. If they get them with good shots, to good balls, well, that's the way it is. You can handle that.
Great stop. Wow, that's a fantastic bit of fielding. And these can do, let's just remind everybody, it's about, 4 or 5 degrees. When that ball's been cracked like that, that's going to sting. That is a really brave stop from the captain. Well, leading by example, Elspeth Fowler.
She's a gun fielder, Elspeth, no doubt about it.
One thing I want to see today, though, from Elspeth, I want to see a bat.
Yeah, I think
I want to see her at the top of the
She's
order.
too unselfish, I think, sometimes when she's setting the order. All right, 50 partnership up in the third over. Last ball of the power play.
Overpitched, whipped away. It's going to take some stopping, and it's too far away from the fielder. So कोशिश की थी नोमी ने पर बहुत अच्छा शॉट मारा अच्छा शॉट आसी मिर्जा सी लगे पर फर नहीं होया चौका लग गया lovely hit lovely shot end of the over and like you said the 50 did come up it's 54 on the board with no loss. It's a very good partnership and both batters demonstrating some good hitting ability.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm talking about. That last ball, Andrea will be a bit disappointed with the ball, and it gets hit for 4. The other ones, okay, hit down the ground of balls that were kind of on the stumps or just outside the off stump. You can deal with that. You know, you just got to really control what you can control. Control the controllables, as they say in the classics. As we get into the middle overs now, a bit easier for Spain to protect the boundaries now. 5 outfielders allowed, and looks like it'll be Azmat to bowl the next over. Anisa Azmat. In Spain, I mean, yeah, they'll just be hoping they can break this partnership.
Yeah.
And obviously, the sooner the better, but you know, create something positive out of this innings.
Yeah, it's a difficult one here now for the bowler Anisa Azmat because she probably will try and target outside the off, but all the field is set for the leg side, so she's got no protection out there at all.
Yeah, true.
And I just wonder here whether you see how she starts first. If you just keep that good offside line, then you stick to like an offside field. Obviously, that's what she's trying to do. And this one should be stopped. The batters think about too, and they take on the arm of the fielder.
Ooh. Hey, that's actually a really good throw, but that's just maybe a bit of an inexperience from Azmat, who didn't get behind the stumps. Because I think if you look at this when it comes back in, that Zwilling's pretty short of the second run, but we'll never know would this have hit the stumps or not.
Yeah, you see there, she's behind it. Yeah, get behind the stumps. There's some of the basics there. Get bowling, get behind the stumps, and you get an opportunity like that. This one does get dragged to the leg side. So at the moment, the field seems to be working.
I don't mind this field, to be honest, because you know it's pretty hard to hit sixes square of the wicket on the offside with bowling of this pace. Azmat, it's medium pace at a push. So they're just trying to protect the power zone, and they've got the long off as the only offside outfielder.
Oh, this one is probably going to be a 7-up. Yeah, it will be. You can't be bowling that. And I think that's the conditions more than anything else. It slips out the hand of Anisa Azmat. And, Zwilling, he sends it big. And that's going to be a 7-up.
Yeah, no choice but to call that one. And this is the thing. You're obviously trying to get 6 balls out of 6 that go the way you want. And I suppose the level is with some of these players not getting a lot of match practice in Spain, for example, Italy, and probably throw Austria into that as well. It's just achieving that consistency under pressure. This is another one slightly ill-directed, so it kind of needs to get back to where she was a little bit earlier in the over, outside the off stump, and trying to get the players playing on that offside.
Yeah, getting an opportunity, and yeah, it's got to be a little bit nervous. Of course you are. I can see that she's just rushing a little bit maybe. And this one again, they'll just take the wide, so that free hit stays in place. Yeah, you see when she gets the ball here, she sort of runs back to a mark. I'd just like to see, maybe just Elspeth just go over to her and just have a little chat and say, okay, calm down, you're all right.
Yeah.
It's going well, take your time.
Still free hit here, by the way.
Yeah.
But, let's see if Azmat can get the direction back.
No, this is going to be, that'd be another no ball. One thing I'm noticing here as I said, Anisa Azmat, she gets the ball, she runs back, but that ball is wet, right? There's no doubt about it. There's no way that ball's not wet. But they've got one rag. Elspeth Flower, the captain's got the rag, and they've got to be taking time. There we go. That's better. She's probably said the ball's wet, and
I think it's also just
so she's got to be, the ball's got to be thrown to Elspeth. She dries it, hands it back to the bowler. You can't dry that ball on your trousers.
I also think that's good captaincy. Just having a word, just giving her a moment, saying, look, I think the problem with that last one, she kind of just put it there. It wasn't as natural. Said, look, back yourself, back your skills, and just like the training, see if you can get it right.
Well, does go for this one. The chase is on. Will they get there? No, the ball beats the fielder to the boundary. So the free hit gets put away. It's going to be 4 more.
That's it. Good shot, hey. But it's a better ball. I just think
But this is what I'm saying. If you look at all the balls that she's bowled, all right, there's been some wide, no ball, etc. They've all been outside the off.
Yeah.
She hasn't got the field. So I don't think she needs 4. I think have your long one a bit wider. I think square leg can come up, have another one out on the offside on the boundary. Well bowled. Well done.
Yeah.
Bravo, bravo. Muy bien. Así, así. Me gusta. Adelante, adelante, adelante. Así, así. Muy bien. That's more like good delivery. Just getting a bit of confidence. And you're right. That's what I was calling for. Just, dry the ball. Go over there, have a little chat with her and say, yeah, well bowled, go again.
That was a brilliant ball. In fact, it's exactly where you want to be. Very good length. He wasn't sure whether to go forward or back. There's Villing. Can Azmat control and bowl that one again? This one's a bit too short and it will be a no ball. Second bounce for the crease. So, yeah, that's the thing. And it's really showing what we're talking about. The consistency is the issue when you don't get to play enough matches. I think it's not as natural, but certainly a lot to work with here for Azmat. Free hit coming up. So it's these ones where I think she's kind of tightened up is what I'd call it. Just kind of tightened up at the crease. And look, it's just one of those things, I suppose. But also Villings handled it pretty well as far as her decision making, what to leave, forcing Azmat to bowl at her. Free hit coming up.
That one's going to be clobbered away, and it will go all the way. Bolle, 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 kinna zona. Shaka, luck, yeah. Better ball, though. It's fuller. This time it's just the line. And, of course, don't forget, she's also bowling to an extraordinary batter as well. It has moved into the 40s, now 45. She's one big hit away from another half century, so that doesn't make it any easier. A lot of good signs. She's doing a lot of things right. Maybe one thing she needs to work on, just when she gets to the bowling crease, she doesn't get a big stride in. So because there's not a big stride, she hasn't got the momentum to propel that ball a little bit further. So just get a stride in.
That's a confidence thing as well, yeah.
It'll come. But a lot of things that are right just takes time. Like that one there is all right. That's going to, well, yeah, I was going to say, I think the umpire, because of the laws of the game, will have to call it. It will be another no ball because it doesn't reach the crease before bouncing the second time. But still, it's a better line. The line's good. And again, it's a strength thing as well.
To be honest, I actually don't even like that law. It was better the way it was. It used to be that would be fine. It's only if it bounced the third time. There's nothing particularly unfair about a double bounce.
I think if it doesn't bounce, it rolls. Yeah, call it.
It's always been.
If it bounces, don't worry about it.
So still want to go on this over. Yeah, I kind of agree with the field because, okay, take the deep square leg, for example. I mean, if it's short, it's probably going to go over that fielder anyway. So maybe you could protect the bounder a little bit better. Anyway, Thrilling on 47, last ball of the fourth over. And that'll be her 50, and she brings it up in style.
Yeah, well, it's another one that's down the leg side and is absolutely crunched. It's out of here. The over will come to an end. And it's going to be the first supersonic over that we'll see. And it's a Super BN one as well for Iris Zwilling, who gets another half century to her name. Now remember, scored the century yesterday, then just scored the one because the match against England didn't go to plan. She was expensive with the ball, only scored the 1 run. But you know what they say about good players. You never knock them down because they always come back fighting. And who knows where she's going to end up here because that's a quick half century as well, just of 18 deliveries.
Yeah, she's hit the ball really well. And again, it's not just the boundaries, it's also the hustle between the wickets. I think, just a very experienced player and coming up through the Dutch system. And there are those structures there in Dutch cricket for girls to play the game, to play organised cricket, get used to hard ball cricket and to be playing consistently at a good level. Here's Amy Brown Carrera in over number 5.
That's a great shot. It really is. It's a superb shot. I mean, not a bad delivery at all from Carrera. Talking about Carreras, that's 6 Carreras because it's been absolutely belted. Not a bad delivery, Vinny. It's straight, it's not down the leg side. The only thing, a little bit short. That's a quality hit.
Yeah, brilliant shot. And it wasn't even that short. Riker, told you I'm a huge fan of her. And she, I think, is eyeing off a big score as well. But Amy Brown Carrera, again, I like her bowling. A player we saw in the ECIW earlier in the year on this ground. She impressed me then. She still does. comeback ball by Amy.
This time out on the offside, and with no protection out there, this is always going to be a boundary. So I think that's the it's got to be very difficult, of course, for any captain, especially for a captain of a side that is new, that is learning, that is developing. So I think the idea here would be you're saying to your bowler, right, yeah, okay, keep that line outside the off. I'll put a third back there. I'll put a backward point. I'll give you a sweeper on the offside. But I think Fowler at the moment knows if she puts that field in place, the chances are the consistency from the bowler might not be there, and they might leak some runs on the leg side. Good ball, good comeback.
The next ball's the only one that matters. You know, that's the thing. And Amy Brown-Carrera does get a dot this time. So you just got to try and find a small victory somewhere. Maybe you can stack up a few small victories here. I know it's difficult. That was a good ball. Respected by Robin Riker.
Oh, this one goes all the way through. That's going to be disappointment for the keeper. I think Julia Zumanaro was probably thinking that's going to hit the stumps and doesn't get ready to take it, and it's going to be 4 byes.
Yeah, it's a tough position wicket keeping. Anyone that's had the gloves on will know that. There's a few things. And probably one of the skills is putting the batter and the bat and the stumps out of your mind. Just pretend it's you and the bowler. And you can see she was kind of expecting that to clean up the stumps. Pretty good ball, though, by Amy Brown-Carrera. Unfortunately, for Spain, it's 4 more against them. Once again, ball angled in. They take this on, and that'll be a leg by. I think 100's come up, and the 100 partnership. And, well, it has been the year of the 200-plus score. We've had 15 of them in 2023. And that's the kind of pace they're on at the moment. In fact, we had a world record 257 in Barcelona. Could we have our first ever 200 in a women's game?
It's a good leave. Intelligent cricket as well. I mean, she's seen the ball really well, hitting it well, but still, she doesn't want to spoil a wide and says, no, I think I'll have this one again. I can do better with a ball in a different position. Not bad bowling, though, from Amy. She's got a bit of pace behind her as well. So that, again, it's a good delivery, and you're keeping a very good player quiet. So just 11 off the over. Couple of wides, but some good dot balls in there as well. That's a good comeback from Amy and from Espana. As we welcome you back into... I'm not stripping off yet. I'm keeping this on.
That's fine. I've got my ECN
very
scarf.
Very festive. You could say it's very festive today. Certainly, that view that we saw the Cardamom over this morning with the ground frost, whatever, that would make a nice Christmas card.
It certainly would. I mean, obviously, the Dutch have come out hot on a fairly cold morning, but it's great to have your company, Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, Rico Full, no matter where you're watching from around the world. Great to have over half a dozen international broadcast partners as well for this ECCW. And look, you know, the development factor is super important. I mean, we're seeing 5 teams getting the opportunity at this ECCW. We've also seen several other women's internationals during the year, countries that aren't here. Obviously, we're hoping that it will expand beyond the 5 teams even next year.
Captain Fowler makes another good stop. If he gets through, it's 4, no doubt about it. So well done. She's made 2 extremely important stops there already on both occasions, saving what would definitely have been 4 runs. So Saeed coming back, passionate player, very proud to be wearing the Spanish shirt. It's got the face paint on as well. Good length, good area. Gets played away. Should be, well, they'll go for 2, won't they? They'll take the arm on, and it's a good arm as well. Oh, well, direct hit, definitely out. A difficult one for the keeper, I think, because I don't think it's one that she can take cleanly. If she could, maybe a chance even if it was in the gloves of the keeper.
And you've got backup fielders already. So, I mean, that's one thing I suppose the keeper still, stay at the stumps and see if you can be close enough when you catch the ball to get to the stumps quickly. Anyway, Riker faces up again.
Strags this one down the leg. So I was looking to hit straight down the ground, but just plays it maybe a tad late.
Yeah, a few things coming in the chat. Got Jeff watching, and yeah, Jeff, no need to apologise. He said he'd love to be here, but a few things came up, and well, Jeff, you're here in spirit. You're here watching us anyway, and we've been really thankful to Grizzly Bear Sports and to Jeff for their support of European cricket all year.
Goes for it, slight miscue, but gets lucky, gets it in that gap between Fowler and the fielder. That's on the boundary. Another good throw, this time Bowler is in the right position, but just can't get there. And, well, this partnership just keeps on growing.
Saeed seems to have been under attack with every throw coming back. It is a day to bounce it into the bowler. I mean, that's pretty clear, but some of the bounces she's had have been pretty tough to deal with. 2 more to the total.
And this one is one-handed. Watch the bounce. And, well, I called it beforehand. I had the feeling that this was going to spin away from the fielders. And that's exactly what happens. That's Naseeb out there. But it's a one-handed hit. And watch the spin on this. It beats Naseeb. It's a bit of an effort there from Riz as well. But they couldn't stop it.
It actually had more side spin because of the way that Zwilling hit that one hand coming off. It was like, yeah, it kind of had a bit of leg spin on it, is what it felt like. Anyway, 4 more to the total.
Upish just dropping short of Fowler, who makes the stop and whizzes it in. Nicely taken there by Julia Zamanaro. We got, well, a sister affair as well, because, of course, we've got Julia Zamanaro, who is behind the stumps. We've got Maria out there as well.
Yeah, Zamarano sisters, 117 without loss after 6. And yeah, credit to Saeed. I think she competes in the contest, and maybe the figures don't tell the whole story there. Hello to Anna Villalobos, who is tuning in. Saying it's great to watch a lot of girls playing cricket in this level. Congratulations, girls. Well, I'm just thrilled that it's on the calendar now. And like I said, I'd like to see it go in kind of lots of 5. You know, I think next year we're planning to expand it to 10 teams and to have kind of like a top division and a second division. I think that'd be great, with maybe one team going up, one team going down. But I think that's the thing. You want to be, I mean, you're going to get the most out of it, I suppose, when you are playing teams around your level. You know, slightly more, slightly less. So there's a bit of a juggling act about how to achieve that. But obviously, you know, having your shares of success and failure, I think, is really important in improving and taking your game to the next level. Riker faces up on 39.
Andrea. Good pace again from Andrea, but just a little bit too wide. Like it. That's better from Elspeth. She goes, she wants the ball, gets it, gives it a little try, gets it back to the bowler. Lovely to see the camera in the fan zone as well, capturing the players and some of the fans that are watching.
Yeah, it's a great addition today. Davidson Soler still searching for the first wicket for her country.
Hit down the ground and needs to get the body behind it, and does. Takes one for the side there. And it gets a good throw in as well. Good bit of fielding there. Well, that's Maria. We know that her sister Julia is behind the stumps. Maria, well done. Well fielded.
That was an excellent stop. Yeah, that's the thing. Got everything behind it. Good running, though. The Dutch, they pitched 2. It was burglary in the first degree. Riker gets the strike back, moves into the 40s. Yeah, good to see the fan zone filling up as well. Of course, the home team in action first up today.
This Lewis does a lot of good work in Madrid. This one's an opportunity. What a catch! Ay, 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 que bueno, que bueno. Ay, eso sensational. Que guay from Amy Brown Carrera. What a catch this is. Well, that will warm up a lot of the Spanish supporters. Así me gusta. Brilliant catch, Vinny.
And it is. I mean, it looks easy, but the conditions today are not easy at all. And the Spanish fans went up in unison there. Amy Brown Carrera is a very good pair of hands in the outfield. Riker, you know, you can't really fault the shot. And she put together a nice little knock there, 41 of 21. But she holds out. And so wicket for Andrea Davidson Soler. She is the bowler that gets the breakthrough. It's 121 for 1.
Yeah, well done. Lovely moment there. Great moment for Andrea. I think she deserves this wicket. She's bowled well, bowled with a bit of fire. And what a catch there. Riker will go for 41 because it is Carrera that says no more Carreras for you. A good ball first up. Yeah, nice, good. Liking this. Doesn't waste the delivery. New batter right in the block hole.
Yeah, it's good. That's what I said. You're just going to try and win the next ball. Try and stack up a few victories, a few little victories. And okay, the game is probably not going to be that's in reach of Spain, but certainly some highlights are.
Okay, this one could be another. Can Centurion get there? Nah, he's in that vacant area. Now the chase is on. The batters should come back and complete 2. They will. But, yeah, good. Liking this. Creating chances, creating opportunities. And that's what it's all about. So, very, very good bit of bowling this from Andrea Davison-Solera.
Yeah, fans on their feet. Why not? Declan off the mark with a couple.
Good stop. Very good stop. No protection behind there. So, Juliet gets a hand on it and says, okay, it might be a wide, but you're only getting the one.
Yeah, just one that gets away, but most of the time she's been one side of the wicket. Andrea Davison-Solera. There's that youthful exuberance in her step.
Okay, toe end of the bat, but will drop short off the fielder. Otherwise, I think Carrera, as she is, would have loved to have picked up another. So that will be the end of the over, and the score at the end of 725 for 1.
Yeah, so 3 overs go in this one. We did reveal the planned calendar for 2024 in the European Cricket Series. You know, we had over 1,100 games in the European Cricket Series alone in 2023. So I had a few questions about this. I think Terry's watching from Estonia. I'm really happy to see Estonia on the calendar there. There's some places we go a couple of times. There's a lot of things that go into that calendar. There's some places we'd probably like to go, but maybe just the dates don't line up, or there might not be ground availability at that time of the year. So you can see that is what we're doing kind of day to day on the network in 2024. And you can see those breaks in there, the ECL break in February and March, and then the ECC break in September, October. Of course, finishing with the ECCW. I don't think Maria fancied the footing there, and we'll just try and get that run up right again. Maria Zamorano coming in for over number 8.
Yeah, good luck to Zamorano. And, well, that'd be nice, wouldn't it? If Zamorano bowling and also Zamorano taking the catch behind the stumps. And, well, this time Zamorano, as in the wicketkeeper Zamorano, is just going to have to try and stop it, get the foot onto it, but that's going to be 2 wides.
Decent pace there, actually, but just a fraction too short and too wide. Helix is asking me, is it a hand warmer's day? You better believe my hands have been in my pockets grasping these hand warmers. The jackets that we got, the ECN heavy jackets, are probably the employee of the year, but my hand warmers are runner-up, I think.
Bold. Very good delivery. Well done. I'm liking that. Well bowled indeed. Maria, that'll give us some confidence. Gets it in the slot. And even the player who is on 61 as well, even she can't do anything but watch this one go by. Back to a mark. Good second half so far, this from Spain. A little bit short. Gets hit well, should be stopped, and will be. No mistakes there from Uswa Saeed, who, well, it's a little bit of Rambo about Uswa Saeed, isn't it? With the headband and the sort of Spanish war paint, the Spanish Rambo.
She looks the same every day, and she must have some sort of template. She looks fantastic. I've got to say, Zamorano, a lot to work with. I like her bowling. She's got a real kind of slingy, load up and delivery, and generates a fair bit of pace. This one's just slightly down the leg side, though, and it's probably going to roll away for 4 as Declan gets her first boundary. But, yeah, it's nice to see Spain throwing the ball around to a few different bowling options in this innings. Just the one wicket to show for it so far, but Zamorano, one of the things is, I suppose, bowling full pitch here, so you got to try and pitch it up, probably release it a fraction earlier. Give yourself the best chance.
This is the 5th match that Netherlands are playing, right? Let's see this delivery. And once again, he draws the batter out, big wild swing. Let's kind of have a look at this side on to see how close this is. It's a good work from Sister behind the stumps, and closer than you think, Closer than you think. Yeah, that's pretty good work there from Julia Zamorano. Let's have a look at this. So if we slow a bit down with the bat coming back down. So she's a fair way out. She knows she's got to try and get back. It's too far to stretch. We may not get it in time. We'll have to go back to live action here, but maybe later. Has been hit pretty well, but it will be Mirza that makes the stop.
Seemed like she was just back anyway. As we'll just have one more ball left in this over. They have picked it back a bit, I'd say, Spain as well.
Yeah, what I was going to say, so 5 times we've seen Netherlands play.
Yep.
On 3 of those 5 times, the opening partnership has been more than 100 runs.
Yeah. And there was actually some discussion in the chat as well. Like maybe was this an opportunity for Zwilling to go down the order, give another opportunity to someone that hasn't batted as much. Well, she says, no, I'll take them myself, please, as this is a fraction short. Zamorano, that was probably the only issue in the over. I think she needed to pitch it up a little bit more, something for her to work on. But Maximo for Iris, as she'll finish the over on 68, and the Netherlands with 2 to go are 139 for 1.
Yeah, good, strong, solid shot. And you're right, other than that, it was a pretty solid over as well. Just a 14 from it from Maria, so I like that. I like what she bowled, and she most of the time bowled in good areas. So they will go back to Naomi now. So Naomi to bowl her second over. Bowl the first, it went for 17. So Naomi Hillman Bermejo.
I know this myself as well. In my career, when I first started playing in the state system, we were a bit less.
Oh, has this missed?
I'm not sure. Just misses off some. I was going to say, yeah, we weren't quite up to the level of some of the other states. And you know the level you need to get to then, you know.
So Naomi. Let's see. Yeah, we'll take the single to try and get Zwelling back on strike.
Yeah, the running's been excellent as well. That's another thing you can learn from good teams. And yeah, it is a bit easier, obviously, with the Netherlands having pushed the Spanish infielders right back at this stage.
Gets past the fielder. And now, if it doesn't go for 4, which it would just, they've done enough. I think there's a bit of Azmat's fingertips on this one, so it slows it down. I think that's Azmat out there. But makes the stop anyway, slows it down. You can see here, batting first, and that, looks like it's going to be the trend, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because once again, a big score on the board here. Highest that we've seen so far, 159. Well, that could go down in this match.
We only had one chase, and it was a 3-over chase when England were able to chase that 44. A tough one here for the keeper, but I think that she takes this cleanly. There's an opportunity for a stumping.
Yeah, I think the lowest score on there was incorrect, actually. I think our lowest score we've had was 26, wasn't it, from Italy?
But that's batting first, right?
Oh, batting first.
All right, back to the action here. This is hit down the ground, and should be handled down there by Azmat. Just a single this time. Yeah. So yeah, those
that's for batting first.
Batting first
scores.
You. So you're talking, what's an average score batting first?
I like that. That's Batman watching. It's a shadow of Batman. I'm telling you, it's Batman. Every time I look at that, I say that's Batman. Oh, almost a really good catch. Just catches the fingers of Andrea Solero. She was the one actually who got fingers on it to stop the boundary as well. Gets applauded by Fowler.
Oh,
almost takes a really good catch.
That would have been a stunner if she'd held that. But in the end, it'll be 2 runs to finish the 9th over. Netherlands 145 for 1. But yeah, there's the Batman. That's what Rico's talking about.
It's Batman, isn't it? Batman is watching everybody.
The shadow of the camera tower. Yeah, it looks a bit like that. Let's have a look at some other numbers as well. So, 84 par at the moment. That's the average run rate, 8.4 and over. 3 Maximos per innings. And obviously, the force rate's a bit higher than the Maximo rate in this tournament. About 5 wickets per innings, that's about normal. We've got over the 1,000 runs already, which is great. But, 69 wickets. And remember, this is only in 2 days of action. So a lot going on and still a lot to come. Here's Amy Brown-Carrera to finish off.
This one's down the leg side. It bowls with a bit of pace. And once again, I know it's a partial stop, but saves 4 for sure.
Good fundamentals again. It's feeling, runs the first one hard, turns, looks for 2. Okay, then bails out of it, but at least she's there looking and pushing for every run possible. Amy just needs to straighten it up a touch. Bowling to Meryl Deckling.
Good delivery, nice and full like that. That's the length. It's a single, but does get Zwelling back on strike, who probably now will be eyeing up some big hits to finish the innings. Batted all the way through again. It's probably not had as much as the strike that she would have liked. Good stop again. That really, oh, well, she's going to get so unlucky because I was going to say that stop probably saves the minimum. She gets a fair bit of it.
Yeah.
Slows it down because, again, this is pretty fast. And look where it's pitching. Really difficult to try and get anything behind there.
Yeah, it's a really tough one. I mean, part of keeping, you're taught to kind of stay low as long as you can. Even if you move sideways while you're staying low, then maybe she can get more of a jump on that rather than just kind of running sideways like a crab. But, yeah, she got a finger on it. It wasn't enough to stop it from going to the boundary.
Brings the 150 up and waits for this one. Sort of heaves it over the offside. Now, will they take on the arm of the captain of Spain? They will, and they get back to complete the two to the cheers of the Dutch supporters here. Good bit of support first thing in the morning here in the fan zone for both these sides.
Amy Brown Carrera hoping to get the big wicket. Mom's willing.
To the pads, and where does this ball end up?
That was so close to going to the stump. Bit of a smile from Amy there. Thought that finally she made the breakthrough, but look at this, just gets caught up and goes. Oh, actually,
hits the stumps.
Oh, how unlucky is that? Unbelievable.
Well bowled again. And Rambo makes a stop. Here comes the throw. And, oh, well, I think it's not taken first time cleanly, so I think that allows the batter to get back. So running into the danger end is Declan, and she's running hard.
Snatched at it, look.
Just, if she was able to take it, and then by the time she recovers, Declan gets in. That's unfortunate.
Spilling gets the strike back on 73.
High in the air, how high, how far, and I think this probably just bounces just short of the boundary, and it's cuatro carreras. So the 160 now up on the board. So we're seeing here the highest score posted so far, going past the 159 that they put on against Austria. So showing their strength, and once again, Zwelling, the captain, leading the way. Last ball of the innings. And it's a good one. And that's... What does this hit? It bowls it. Well done. What a great finish. Fantasy-dozy. Que guay, que genial. Eso es. And Carrera, she finishes what's been a very impressive innings for her. Amy Brown Carrera right through the defences of the hard-hitting captain. It was Zwelling. And that's going to be a moment that she'll remember, because she'll go back and tell everybody, well, you know, Zwelling, the very first woman to ever score a century on the European Cricket Network, well, I got her out. And that's a marvellous achievement, a marvellous moment for the bowler. And Netherlands, look, it's a good score. They batted well. But I'm happy with the way that Spain just kept plucking away. And I think definitely the second 5 overs probably belongs to them.
Yeah, I think so. You know, they had some highlights there. They take nothing away from Zwelling, though, and her knock of 79, because she's put a bit of pain into Team Spain, hasn't she? As the players went out slightly delayed start because of that kind of ice situation out there. But it was Netherlands. They came out red hot, didn't they? Pretty solid first over. And Riker up the top there as well. I think that she offers a lot. And she played some beautiful shots of her own when she did get the strike. Tough fielding conditions. We talked about that a fair bit. And we saw Spain probably leak a few that they would like to have stopped. There weren't too many opportunities. They were few and far between. A couple of highlights towards the end. But really, this Dutch team are back in business against a Spain team that they're probably at a slightly different place at the moment. But, a lot of bright spots as well. I think the consistency is something we talked about a lot. Just trying to get more balls in and over where you want them, and then you can start to kind of make some plans and execute them. But the Dutch, well, they certainly got out of the bed the right way.
Yeah, well, this was one of those comical moments where the spin was too much for the fielders, as that one spun past the likes of Naseeb and Mirza on the boundary. But what a highlight that was. Yeah, that deserved applause. It was a great catch from Amy Carrera. And Amy Carrera, well, if you thought that she was having a good day, it got even better. Even though there were some sixes, there were some boundaries, and, well, there were some extras as well. Amy Carrera came back and she took another wicket when she knocked the stumps over. She was unlucky there. She should have had that one, and she thought, maybe it's not going to be my day. But then Amy Carrera, the last ball off the innings for the Netherlands, jog the putte, knocks them over. That's well done. And you know what, when you think about it, when you think about the conditions that they had to bowl in, cold, icy, wet, when you consider one over also unfortunately from Azmat went supersonic, went for 35, I think they've done pretty well here. I think on another day, different conditions, a few more things going their way, they probably could have restricted the Netherlands here to, 125 sort of score. So I think they should be proud of what they achieved out there. They knew it was going to be easy. I think they knew that. And but they've executed a lot of things right. There are things that they will work on. Naomi, again, I think she bowled very well. Saeed, I think she's a fighter, isn't she? Always trying hard. But 2 wickets that did fall, thanks to really once a great catch from Amy Brown Carrera. She also then gets the captain, Zwelling, bowled on 79. And also well done to Andrea Davidson Solera as well. But well done to all the girls. Because in the morning, to be fielding those conditions was not easy. It was a tough job, and they handled it well against a very strong Netherlands batting lineup. They've got it all to do, though, with the bat. What I like to see here is, I think, if we're honest, and if you go by form, and if you go by where the two teams are, I think you know that Netherlands should go on to win this match. I think the Netherlands will take the opportunity to give some other bowlers an opportunity as well. And what I like to see Spain do here is really use this as an opportunity to really get some good batting in. They've got tough matches here today. We're going to see them play their second match, match number 3 against England. That won't be easy either. So it's about using this opportunity to go out there and the batters to say, right, we're probably not going to get 160, but look, let's set ourselves some realistic targets. Let's try and aim for an 80 or 100 score. Try to and give opportunities to other batters. But I like to see the captain, Elspeth Fowler, out there, maybe opening up with Naomi. Rico Full here in the house. You're watching the Euros of Cricket here in Spain at, of course, the Field of Dreams, the Karma Oval. I'm with Vinny Sandhu. We'll be back to talk you through the second innings in about 10 minutes' time.
The Women's European Cricket Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream 11, Paramatch, HCL Software, and La Junta de Andalucía, and the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Hello and welcome back. Well, Rico's here, Vinny's here, Batman is here as well. There's Batman. You can see the shadow of Batman. And why are we here? We're here for the Euros of women's cricket. Getting ready to see the reply now from Spain. They've got a lot to do, haven't they? Especially when the Netherlands put a big score on the board. The highest score that we've seen in this championship, 161. Here is Zwelling. The captain was in good form again with 79. Now, this is the number to remember here is 112. So the thing is here, Spain, if they are to get to that score and they do it in 7 overs, they take all the points because they win and they take all the points from the match. Netherlands, well, they want all the points. If they can restrict Spain getting to that 112 score in the 10 overs, they take all the points away. So at the moment, I mean, even just to pick up a point here, Spain have got a lot to do. But I like to see them try. I mean, the 161 is probably unlikely, but I think for me, I'm seeing that as their target. Their target is to try and get to the score where they can take a point away from the Netherlands. That in itself, for me, is an achievement. That's why I like this system. There is something there. So in a match like this, in a contest like this, where you know probably before the start of the match that, you know, the way the two teams are, the way the structure is, when you think about the Netherlands women's cricket, how long they've been playing and to where they are in the world with that, and where Spain are. And, you know, Spain fall in the same category maybe as Italy, as Austria. If you get the opportunity to take a point or something away from a contest against the likes of Netherlands or England, you take it. And I think that's what Spain hopefully be looking to do here. Mirza will be opening with Naomi. Once again, I've said this before in the interval, I would like to see Elspeth Fowler up there as well. Maybe she will come higher up the order. There's no change though from the Netherlands. They're still treating this like just another contest. I thought maybe they might change the bowling lineup up slightly. Is not to be. It will be. It is Zwelling who's going to open up with the first ball as we welcome back into the cube as well. Slightly warmer now, Vinny. Vinny's handed.
Slightly warmer. And Zwelling, she's been hot this morning. Here we go with the reply. Maybe he'll Bameko. That's the first one go through to the keeper. And so, yeah, like you say, there's that kind of secondary target. If Spain can exceed the 112, they could take a point off the Netherlands. That'll feel like a win, I think, if they could do that. And all those things matter, I think, with the other three teams that aren't the Dutch or the English. They're competing, I think, for 2 spots. So, you know, grabbing a point here and there could be the difference.
Short. Nice play. 4 runs. Good shot. Pull shot. A little bit short. Haven't got the field set for this one. I mean, if you have a look at the field set here, all stacked up on the offsides. I think Zwelling's going to be a little bit disappointed that she's put this in. It's too short and hasn't really got the pace to trouble Naomi. Naomi's already shown that she is a very accomplished batter. Look at the score she scored. She's got a 44 in this series. She's also scored 39. And yesterday in that battle, she also was in the runs again, scoring 34. So she's been in good form.
Yeah, it's a better ball, but just grabs a bit of the trammer on the way through. Yeah, that short one was a little bit of a loosener, I think, from Iris. You've got to realise, you know, third morning, Iris had a big workload, obviously, opening the batting and doing very well with that. But yeah, I'm loving this one-on-one contest with young Naomi already getting an early blow. Iris trying to strike back.
Does she catch a bit of the wide line here? And
I think this is one where the bowler blocks the view. So he was going to signal it, but then, because you have a look at where she ends up, Stefan can't see exactly if that's a wide or not. So I think he's asking for a bit of help.
Yeah. Asking for confirmation here. I think it probably does catch a bit of the line. There's a lot of movement. Starts to move away here, and I think that...
Yeah, for me, that's a wide. I think his instinct was right. And they are going to go the wide. So Iris will get to bowl that one again. I think positively, another chance to take a wicket. Bameko faces up. Good ball, full, straight. Nice shot as well. Doesn't get it back past the bowler though. Naomi's very strong down the ground, and she obviously that pull shot is a good shot of hers as well. She's the package, isn't she? Really.
The other thing about her is confidence.
Yeah.
She is very confident. I don't mean confident as in overconfident and bullshit. No, but confidence in her abilities. And this one will just drop short off the fielder. Doesn't quite carry. And that was Donna, who was in that position.
Yeah, Pollate's been very good with her off spin as well. I wonder how quickly they'll go to spin in this innings. You also got Isabel van der Woning in the side as well for the Dutch. And she's a very good young pacer as well.
Gets it past the infielder, but have got a sweeper out there. Once again, a little bit short and wide. May have been another one that could have been left, but I think Naomi is thinking the bigger picture here. I think she once again will try and dictate most of the strike. We're going to see a chance now to see but Musa face her first ball.
Yeah, and once again, I'm happy to see Naomi facing the first ball. That's something we talked about a little bit earlier in the tournament. I think she needs to kind of control this innings. I know it's a lot of pressure on someone so young, but so far she's handled it well. Mirrors up, faces up.
This one will get by, and there will be a dot ball at the end of the over. So first over completed. There was a boundary in there as well. Spain 7 off the first, and so we have a look at the golden ball count. 358. We're starting to wonder here now whether we're going to reset this before the end of our season or not.
It's taunting us, that number, isn't it? We've had our two of our 3 longest barren streaks in a row in the second half of this year. But we were kind of spoiled early in the season. We had 5 golden balls in our first European Cricket Series. We thought it was going to be the year of the golden ball. They've all dried up. Maybe we'll have one before the end of the year. Now here's one of my favourites. It's Caroline de Lange to come on with her leg spin. Again, she's just an entertaining player to watch. She's got kind of interesting, slightly unorthodox action, which I think helps her. Also, good pair of hands in the field, and I think she's going to be a handful for the Spanish here. First ball, the second.
So plays it well. Will be once again one bounce before it gets to Zwelling. So turns it into a full toss.
Again, quick on her feet there, isn't she? Yeah. Naomi Hillman-Bermejo.
Yeah, and this is one thing I think we both touched on yesterday. She's very talented, very skillful, but also very young.
Yeah.
She'll grow and develop. And shots like that, and like we saw Zwelling earlier, she'll be putting over the fence. So that will come with time.
Mirrors up, gets another opportunity.
Plays it out, thinks about the single, but not on there. I mean, we know that Netherlands, like the England 11, very sharp in the field.
But they're like vultures in that infield. You can see there's 5 infielders in the offside. They're all very, very agile. They're all hustling in very quickly to save that single. They want to really try and dot up Mirrors a few times.
Slightly shorter one this time, but no real power in the shot.
And so this is the wrong one from Caroline. And just have a look at how it comes out the back of her hand. You see here, and that's why it actually turns left to right. So she's got that variation.
Thinks about the run, but it's not on, and as they get sent back.
That's the experience as well, I think, of de Lange to have that. Just kind of puts it in the batter's head now. So, if you're not quite sure which way it's turning, makes it pretty tough to deal with.
Pushed straight back, and no runs once again. Mirza difficult. I mean, it's one of those where if she just angles the bat slightly one way or the other, she's able to get the single. But now I think probably Naomi won't be keen on taking that single if it does come. So joining up the dots, just the 1 run off the over. So de Lange, very good over from her, and the score now 8 off 2. So Spain. Thing is here, and like we say, I think we're both in agreement with that. You've got to be looking at a different target here, haven't you, really?
Yeah, exactly. And so obviously an over like that doesn't really help with 5 dots and a single in it. Again, and I'm excited to see Mirrors get another opportunity. I still wonder, someone like an Elspeth Fowler, we've said it several times, she was actually listed to open in this game. Looking at the table, you can see why, even if those bottom 3 teams there, if they can take a point off a team in the top 2, that will just kind of raise their case, I think, to finish higher and qualify for the finals. Of course, one team misses out on Thursday night. At the other end of the table, the Netherlands, well, they want to take maximum points possible, because if you finish top, you're straight through to the final. You don't have to go any other way. So, yeah, let's see how that all pans out. And we didn't have to wait too long to see Isabel van der Woning in action. She's going to bowl the 3rd over. Yeah, she's one player. Really impressed me when we saw her first play in the 10-over format earlier in the year. Very rhythmic, very natural bowler. Here she is, bowling the 3rd over.
Starts at a short one, Isabel, and ends up on her knees here. Well, how about that? She goes down on her knees. I don't know what she's after.
She ain't
going to get it.
Smooth and rhythmic, but the first one, she doesn't really find her footing. So
that has got to be the biggest compliment it's Gertz ever, because, well, she wasn't very smooth walking back to a mark after going down with a thud. What have you done to her?
She'll be fine.
She's got a smile on her face. That's good.
Plays the game the right way as well. Isabel loves to bowl.
It's better. Gets the loosener out the way. I suppose also, I guess that some of the Netherlands bowlers there are going to be bowling with a little bit more pace than what we saw from the young Spanish bowlers. And with that, I think they put a bit more into it. So there's still a chance that could be still a little bit slippery in places. Though it looks like it's dried up pretty well if you look at the pitch. Up-ish, but in the gap, and that's going to be 4 runs, I believe. Yeah, it will. Good strike from Naomi. Gets it in the gap as well. It is up-ish, but she knows where she's aiming for it, and she gets it just right.
Yeah, it takes a bit of a chance, I suppose, as far as the height that she hits it. But it also helps it go further and ends up going to the boundary. But cracking shot, really. And I think with Naomi, she has a pretty simple mantra: hit it and hit it correctly, and kind of just let the chips fall where they may. Nice shot.
And this one, well, she's probably be disappointed now. Oh dear, this could be disaster if the ball was taken there cleanly. But they actually have a conversation about this in the middle of the pitch.
Yeah, exactly. Well, they had a conversation at close quarters because they were both in the middle of the pitch and said, look, I'm going to say you should keep running. It's weird because it did seem like Mirza was running in the first place.
Yeah.
And it's almost like they was like, look, continue. And she probably said, yeah, I am. Now you run as well.
I think it was, well, and we'll if you want it, give me a shout. And Mirza is standing there saying, all right then, let's go. Blocked out again. So
it's that whole thing that we talked about yesterday. It's one thing to be able to handle the bowling, and you see Mirza's obviously shown that she can handle this bowling, not get out to it. But it's another thing to turn it into scoring, and that's I suppose the goal for her at the moment. And I think she does have to probably take a few more chances, even to those balls that are well directed. Just give her a chance to get some runs. Last ball of the over.
And it looks like it's going to get past the keeper, so it won't be the last one. Lawrence not able to keep hold of it. It's scored a wide, so they will also take the run. It just means Mirza went straight away. I'm not really sure if this time Naomi calls it or not. She probably would have preferred to have stayed where she was and be guaranteed the strike at the start of the next over. A bit of conversation here between DeLang, who gives the ball a bit of a dry, and Isabel. And she wants a single. Smart cricket. So it's quick to get back on strike, pushes this out and calls it straight away. So end of the over, end of the power play as well. And it's 16 without loss.
But that's just a good example of when you're actually determined to get a run, there's more there than you realise. So, Naomi wanted to strike back. She pushes, she runs. They might have even had a small conversation about that. You get there. There was no question. Even I like that Naomi plays that with soft hands. So doesn't try and hit it hard at the field and just makes sure the ball's going to get there slowly. And all that time she's running and getting through for the single. So 3 overs in, and now I think we're going to get a bit more spin. And it looks like Lisa Vermeire is going to bowl for the first time, and she's into the side. You could see her getting an opportunity fairly early on in this innings. Vermeire.
Shabazz there. So spent a number of years working with the Spanish girls. Shabazz from Barcelona, of course. Well, that's nicely played away, but a good slide and stop. Good standards, as you'd expect. And that's Isabel. Straight from bowling, makes a good stop.
Yeah, good first delivery from Lisa as well. Yeah, so Mirza, this is the point where she's got to kind of get going, if you know what I'm saying. Difficult delivery to do much with, though. I think with the extra bounce that Vermeire gets out of this pitch as well. Maybe that's one you can just kind of hang the bat out there, try and guide it past the keeper. Got to try and do something here.
Wants it, but it's not there. She's got a good technique, hasn't she, Mirza? You can see she's pretty solid. Just got to, I suppose, in the longer format, should be very useful. As we see a nice close-up shot there. Of
good angles in the offside field there. See Declan's a bit closer, protecting against that single.
Uppish, once again, just dropped short off the fielder. You can see Mirza's trying to get the power in the shot. So when she's pushing it out there, she's hitting it too well for a single. And when she goes to the power, she hasn't got the power to get it over the field. So she's getting a bit frustrated here. Her technique is good, but for this shorter format, she knows that she's not able to sort of get the quick runs. And you can see Netherlands, they've got the field set perfectly.
This is where I think, Mira's at with experience. She needs to think on the fly. I mean, there's no infielders in the leg side. She can create her own line. She knows where all these are going. Jump across, try and go leg side. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, this can happen when you may be a little bit overawed by, who you're playing and what you're playing against. Yes, she's playing correct shots for a regular game, but in this game, I think she needs to work a bit harder to target certain gaps. She tries this time, unfortunately. She can't get any of it. So it's a brilliant first over for Lisa Vermeire, as she only concedes 2. And after 4 overs, Spain 18 without loss.
Yeah, well bowled as the umpires change over. Stefan Gooch and Joe Foster are the officials in black for this one. Snehal, it's lovely to see Snehal out there yesterday. I had a bit of a chat with her as well. Maybe you might see that on social media. And Snehal, of course, was telling us a little bit about where she played a lot of cricket, of course, in India. Then
played a very good level of cricket, actually.
She did. Very good cricket. And then moved to Germany, from Germany to Netherlands. And then, of course, picked up doing the umpiring as well. Still does play as well. So, yeah, look out for that on the social media.
I'm also excited because our very own Mita Gooch will actually be umpiring a little bit later in the day. And in fact, the plan is, I just saw this on the schedule, the last game of the day, we'll have 2 female umpires on field.
Yeah,
for the first time in an ECN match. So, yeah, Snehal and Mita will be overseeing that one if it all goes to plan. Anyway, Van der Woning gets her second over pretty much straight away. We're out of the power play. I would still... Okay, now it's clever because they're going to put 5 outfielders back for Naomi.
Sliced up. Yeah, watches the spin pretty well. Gets the throw in. This is now where I think sort of being the issue here, isn't it, with the Spanish reply, because Naomi, I think you can see there, is trying to be pretty aggressive because she feels she needs to be, because Mirza unfortunately hasn't really been able to get going. In fact, she hasn't scored.
Can I tell you
what's the record?
Why I'm nervous?
Yeah.
Paul Stubbsy Stubbs in Portugal, 13-ball duck is the record. Now, I'm not wishing a duck on Mirza here. I really want to see her get a run.
And this is going to be a wide.
So that has stood for 2.5 years now, and that was in an innings where it was Miranda Dragon scored 14 for 8 off the 10 overs against Oerash.
I know, I was there.
You were there.
It well.
And that was a bit like the field where they were all vultures about 15 metres away fielding every single ball. Anyway, come on, Mirza, get you going to run. Not yet. So now we're in potential record territory, but all she has to do is get a run.
Not going to happen.
You know what would be the worst thing is she retires out. That's going to be the worst way to do it. Come on. I'm getting behind her. Let's all...
With the field the way it is, she's getting a run.
Yeah.
Look, they've
little
opened up
dab
the
dab.
offside.
Everyone work together. Let's summon a run. Yeah,
Hey,
there we go. Well, Paul Stubbs back in your box. That 13-ball duck will remain the longest duck we've had on the network. Well done, Tamiras. I mean, looks not easy. That's a nice shot. Isabel's not slow, as we've established.
Yeah. Interesting, though, isn't it, how Netherlands themselves also, I think if they wanted to keep the Swedes on, they could have. I don't think they needed to push the fielders back on the offside boundary to Mirza, to be honest. Okay, here comes Isabel again. Does bowl well, bowls with a good bit of pace. Nice shot to the fielder, and the call of no straight away from Naomi. I think there are singles there, but I think Naomi now realises every time she takes a single early in the over, then not a lot more is happening in it. So that's important. Nice to see the Spanish girls still having fun. It's the captain, Fowler, is up there. Nice to see Saeed as well. It looks like she's the next batter due to come in.
Got to be ready these days.
Into the deck.
Hey, just in the chat, I want to say hello to Sam Phillips, who's watching from Barcelona, and to Ana Villalobos once again, to Steve Cook as well. Hey, so the other thing is that with Mita umpiring now and then in this series, of course she's quite busy as part of the Blue Crew, heading that up, but she isn't on with Stefan, and if she was, it would be her first married couple to umpire. In fact, no, I don't think it would be.
No, we had that
because
in
Rome,
didn't we?
Yeah, the Picaros. Yeah, so it wouldn't be the first time, but it would be the first time here at the Carlton Oval. That'll be the end of the over, and it gives us a chance to welcome you into the commentary box. Well, Rico is just putting some more decorations on the tree. Do you want to just show it to the camera?
Look, also, I'll show this to the camera. These are a little mini ball boards in, and you can get, if you're at the ground, you can get this from the fan zone. Now, I want to say, it says Grizzly on that. Big shout out to Grizzly. Of course, Grizzly would normally be here, Jeffrey. I know that you had a few problems, let's just say, that way back home, and you can't be here. We're all thinking of you. I'm going to put this on the tree. Look, we got the bat. Now we've got the ball. Can I just say, I mean, we saw these magnificent ball bonds. Maybe we'll go back to the ball bonds when we get a break, because we've got to give a big shout out to the team responsible for doing the tree here. Maybe you can just very quickly go and see the ball bonds here.
Yeah, it's a crafts department. There you
go.
Great
work. Now, Jay Wild did the hard work, but while Jay was at the ground, big shout out to Leia, Luca, and JJ, and his wife Julia, that got all of these painted. So big shout out there, and as we say, big shout out to Naomi, because she gets another boundary. Top shot. The timing on this was superb.
Just been cracking the ball here. Vermaata is just a little bit short. Naomi spots it straight away. Maybe Lisa thought that Naomi was going to be on the charge there, so made it a bit shorter. But Lisa gets the right of reply, and it's a good one. Yeah. Draws Naomi forward into an error. Well held. I've got to say, being a big fan of Rosalie Lawrence behind the stumps as well. She's still very young in that position. That she's handled it very, very well.
Lisa looking to York. It's the throw. I think this could be out. Yeah, it's given on the field. So tight single, Mirza. Well, her resilient stand out there comes to an end. She'll get run out. A nice moment here, though. Look, the two batters, they just have a little chat, and she just says, "Yeah, look, we had to go for it." They'll wait for the confirmation, but I get the feeling there's no doubt about this.
Yeah, we'll check it out. Seemed pretty clear. Yeah, I don't think they even thought they had to go to the replay. Yeah, it doesn't quite get the bat down. See, it's actually, yeah, it's not a bad dive, but the problem is, you know, she just doesn't dive quick enough, I think. You see, the bat is still in the air.
Yeah.
But well done to Lawrence as well. Had to deal with a throw a little bit high. Got it up, got it down onto the stumps. And so Spain will lose their first wicket. Here's up. Does get a run, and one feels a lot better than a zero in that situation, I'm telling you that. Spain will lose their first in the sixth over, 26 for 1.
Yeah, so that's something that I think it was always going to be tight, but if she had dived forward, but more importantly slid the bat in, it was more of a chance. But like what I saw there from Tabia Mirza, that she plays very correctly. She's very good, very solid. One thing that she will work on, and I know with time, she also gets stronger. Stronger together, that's our motto, and Spain will get stronger together, but she will get a bit more strength in some of those shots and be even more effective. Gives an opportunity for another batter, though.
And like I said, she'll go back and maybe she'll pick apart a couple of things that maybe she might have done differently. For me, maybe it was moving around in the crease a bit, opening up that leg side and trying to knock it into that gap to get a single. Anyway, new batter out there is Andrea Davidson-Soler. I think Steve's saying he saw the required rate go up to 606 and over before the last ball last night. Is that a record? Probably not. I think that when the Jaguars made 257, it would have been almost 1,000 and over for the last ball. Well bowled. Vimara certainly didn't do too much wrong in her first outing. She goes for 6 off her spell, and Spain 26 for 1 after 6.
Yeah, well bowled to Eliza as we have a look at the scorecard. So once again, big shout out to Leia, Luca, JJ and Mum, Julia. Of course, the Wild family that helped to get our tree sorted here. And it's, well, every day we're trying to add more to it. Well, we had the bat yesterday. Today we got the Grizzly balls, thanks, of course, to our ball partner, Grizzly Bears balls.
What do you think you'd use? Maybe could we have a cap on top of the bat at the top of it or something like that? I still think we need a golden ball.
Yeah.
And we've got all those decorated balls, but we haven't got a golden ball. Maybe that will just give us the push we need to get one on the field. Okay. Some of the best looking fans in the world come down here to the Carter Oval. They know who they are.
Robin Schmid is going to get a bowl here now. Bowled very well yesterday and starts with a good one. Needs to be fended off, and it's only a batter like Naomi who's got her eye in here now. Fends that on one off. Looking pretty solid out there. Naomi looking to try and, I think, bat all the way through here.
Going back to, if you have a married couple as the umpires.
Yeah.
Can that be problematic?
Like,
if someone was meant to do the dishes, let's say, and they didn't, and then maybe they're not getting on so well, and then you have to come together to confer a decision. What if they're not talking to each other? That's what it can get like that sometimes. Yeah. Not with those two. Those two seem to get on pretty well all the time.
I think a lot of people always say, not just, you're talking about sort of husband and wife, but, partners, family, working together, always a problem, and that one could have been a problem, but it doesn't quite carry.
I know how they'd handle it. So say there's a catch that you're not sure if it's carried, and you normally ask the square leg umpire, you just go around them. So you then say to the third umpire, excuse me, Ian, or whoever's there, so excuse me, Joe, can you please ask Mita if that carried? Why don't you ask it? Well, I'm not talking to him.
Oh, no, yeah, we're not talking. Nice looking shot, beautifully placed. Ay, qué guay, qué genial. Qué grandísimo ese golpe es, eh? Eso es muy bien. Well, this one is right up there for me as one of the shots of the day. What a shot through extra cover. Absolutely beautiful. Beautiful.
Sensational shot, that one. Just leaned on it, and you can see the potential that she's got. Andreas Davidson-Soler found the gap, found the boundary.
Yeah, I think we saw a glimpse of the father earlier out there with Luis. Luis, of course, does a lot of good work with the juniors in Madrid. Nice to see him at the venue. And I know that dad's there watching. He's got the camera. Very proud dad as well. Of course, here taking some memorable photos, not of just Amy, but of course the team and the whole setup here. The Euros of women's cricket. In comes Smith again, and certainly down the legs again. And that's one maybe that can be flicked away maybe by Naomi, but see, I think what she was trying to do is maybe get a little bit something on that. But it is the end of the over, and the score is 31 for 1 at the end of 7 as we have a look at what's coming up next. And this one is going to be a really good, I think, close contest. I know we've had a one-sided one start up. This one will be close. Italy yesterday, remember Ratnanaike, what a knock that was from her. But you got the feeling, though, if it wasn't for that one knock, things could have been different when they played Spain. Austria, they're playing some good cricket. I think Priya Sabu is in great form. Malika Maharoiwa, she's been good as well.
You've got to open her. Yeah, Malika, you've got to get her up there. Cracking contest, I think, on the way. And that is coming up, hopefully on schedule. I think we should be okay to start at the listed time, which is in around about 22 minutes or so. Deckling gets the ball here in the 8th.
Firmly hit down the ground, or just be a single. So Naomi moves on into the 20s now. So Andrea Soler will be hoping that she can get a few good shots in here as well. And thank you very much to Amanda Adita, who is saying that she's enjoying the commentary. It's lovely, and thank you all for your lovely comments, not just on the chat, of course, all the lovely comments we get on our social media. It's always great to hear from you. We love the fact that you're enjoying this, the Euros of Women's Cricket, as much as we are. It's the first ever, and we've already seen some magical moments. And of course, thank you for your support of the European Cricket Network. As Declan comes in again, gets worked away nicely. Good eye, good hand and eye coordination. That gets played away. So takes a single and hands the strike back over to Naomi.
The Dutch have thrown the ball around, haven't they, in this game as well. They're trying to get overs into multiple bowlers. There's a lot of depth in that department.
Firmly struck, trying to get it in the gap, and will get it in the gap. Good shot, good power. It's one thing I've noticed with Naomi, and I know I'm saying that the power in some of the shots will come. It certainly is there on the pull and the hook.
Yeah.
It's the one straight down the ground.
Yeah, and through mid-on, she's pretty good as well. I think what it is just it's not really in her wheelhouse to elevate yet. She hits a lot of balls along the ground hard, which is a good sign.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong. But there's a certain sound when she hits the ball. It resonates. So I think over time, she will start being more comfortable kind of going over the top and backing herself to get over the outfielders on this ground. You know, but then again, that'll come with a bit more size, I think, as well.
I think she may have strayed out here, and they're pretty confident. I think Naomi here, when she realises she's out, she tries to get back quickly, and that sort of, to me, look, forgets she's got to try and get back, and yeah, she goes.
I'm not super sure. Just have a look at this. I reckon this could be no ball. I reckon it could be no ball. Watch.
You think she goes over the stumps? Let's have a look here then. Does she take this before the stumps? Let's have a look. It's very, very close.
That's a no ball for me. She hasn't stayed completely behind the stumps.
She doesn't take it in front of the stumps, does she?
Doesn't matter.
But it's the angle. It's working on this angle, Vinny. I mean, it's not exact. I mean, I see what you're seeing here. I mean, just about here.
Yeah. I know, okay, it's not perfectly side on, so maybe she gets the benefit of the doubt there, but something to look at least. Because if you don't stay completely behind the stumps until the ball passes the stumps or it's hit or hits the batter, then that can get you into trouble. Anyway, Naomi, not a bad innings at all. Played some cracking shots in there. She goes for 24, and the score is 37 for 2.
Young sensation. I'm telling you that now. Remember the name, Naomi Mejejo. She is going to be something. She's some talent, and I love the fact that she enjoys the cricket, always smiling, always wonderful to chat to.
Tell you who would have been filthy with that would have been Deckling, who would have been cost a wicket. Anyway, it's 37 for 2 after 8. Pretty good over from Merrill. Takes 1 for 6. Hello to Jay, who's in the chat, saying Cartama really is the magic oval. He's so fortunate to have experienced it so many times. Yeah, it's looking pretty as a picture. Yeah, Jay was playing for the Swiss team that actually beat the England 11. I actually watched that game on the plane the other day. Something I like to do if I'm on a flight is I'll download one of the old streams and maybe just catch some of the games that may have faded into the back of my mind, but I remember that they were good games.
Donna Polite coming back on to have a bowl. So 2 overs to go here, and nicely played. We'll take the single. So Soler moves to 6, and a chance for us to see Uswa Sahid, who seemed to be padded up, helmet on, and ready to come out a long time ago. Well, she gets her opportunity here.
I'd like to see her maybe getting some of that yellow paint on the helmet as well. 'Cause I kind of feel like I'm missing out when she's got the lid on.
And the call of no, and I think there's a good call, 'cause I don't think he was going to get there. She hit it really too clean, but nice tight field. What you see at Netherlands start sort of on the edge of that 30-yard circle, but they're walking in pretty quickly, and they're pretty sharp.
Going back to the keeper thing, I know it was a marginal one, and the camera wasn't fully side on, so obviously they gave Rosalie the benefit of the doubt. But that actually happened in, I think it was one of the New Zealand games a couple of months ago, where the ball was taken behind the stumps, but it was going to, it created a debate, put it that way. Ian Smith, I think, was commentating, said, that's ridiculous. So, it's just maybe an education thing, like I said. I think that one's fine.
I think this time here we have a look at the foot. I don't think goes, from what I see here, I think the foot stays down. Let's have a look.
See, this one I didn't think there's any issues. Didn't seem to reach as much. Yeah, stays down.
So good take though from Lawrence. Been good behind the stumps. So this one slightly shorter. That's nicely played. We'll get off the mark. We'll Usa Saeed, and that'll make her feel a lot happier. I see that helmet just bobbling around a little bit on her head. That's another thing that always takes some getting used to. The two batters will a little bit of a fist bump as they get together. Usa Saeed and Andrea Davidson-Soler. And of course, we might as well have a look at this again. This is something that's new, especially for this series. So, of course, we know what the score was, 161. So Spain here, if they wanted to take all the points away from the Netherlands, needed to do it in 7 overs. But they also, if they could have taken a point away, if they lose, so the losing win would be 112. But you see, they're going to be well short of that.
Yeah, well short of that. So
Netherlands going to pick up all the points.
They'll take all the points, and I think it's really important that the Netherlands do that, I suppose, because they're in kind of a two-way race, I think, for the top spot. And losing to England, obviously not helping last night, but they'll get another crack at them later in the week. Riker will just get the one over here. Batted pretty well, opening the batting in this game. And so, Spain. This is the thing, I suppose. They lose 2 wickets in 9 overs, but it's not able to score enough or create any scoring opportunities. And so, this is something that I would say it's a tough one, because I often say you're not trying to run enough if you're 2 for 40. You're not trying to take enough runs on. But then also it's a bit of an awkward one with, you don't want to run out Naomi, because she's head and shoulders your biggest weapon. So it's tough to do that early. So it's a tough spot. I think still they just have to kind of mix and match and try and find the right personnel to back Naomi up in that top order. And this is a good example. Just take it on. It's going to be out, but there was a bit of a hesitation there. And that's kind of what Saeed's saying. She's saying, look, I hit it. I wanted to run, and why didn't you back me up? You see here? She runs and then has to stop because Davidson-Soler wasn't convincing. This one just flicks the stumps, and who knows, if she'd been able to run that all the way, then maybe she gets there. We'll never know.
If there is that stop, the hesitation, then going again. And you can see she was a little bit disappointed, saying, come on, I thought we agreed that we were going to go. Why didn't we go? So that's the other thing sometimes, isn't it? You can have these plans. It's happened to us all, at whatever stage in your playing days. You have a plan. The two batters, we're going to do this, and then at the last moment, one of them pulls out. You think, but we talked about this. No, you got to stick to the plan. And there was a single there. I think Side would have made it. Maybe that's what she needs to say to herself as well. It's my call. I just keep going. I have to keep going
again.
Because I'm running to the danger end anyway.
Learn from that situation. Anyway, Davidson-Soler does play a nice cover drive next ball. We'll get a run. Amy Brown-Carrera is out there now. She'll face up as spotted Sven Prinsloo in the chat, saying a shout out to the Spanish ladies and Lewis Clark from Madrid CC.
Hello, Lewis. We saw Lewis in the fan zone.
Puts in so much work with the juniors and ladies cricket.
Great to see Lewis here with them as well. And I think a lot of people also have focused on, and it's worth reminding, very young Spanish team. A lot of under 19 players, under 17 in fact. Another chance, and I think a direct hit probably would have been curtains.
Can I just say who's also gone to sleep here is the win predictor, because it's, and Shrug actually mentioned it, still 1% chance for Spain. Maybe, you find out. I guess, if the Netherlands to walk off right now and forfeit, if they had something go against them, there's your 1%.
It's always possible, I suppose.
Someone needs to maybe put the win predictor to sleep for this one. 3 to come.
Down the leg side. Good umpiring there from Bill Foster.
Yeah, look, the intelligent cricket people, they've reacted straight away. And there goes the 1%. So Spanish hearts break in one moment there. No, well, look, yeah, bit of a mismatch. Are there highlights in this game for Spain? Absolutely. That catch of Amy Brown-Carrera early on. We saw her then take a wicket last ball. We've seen some cracking stroke play. I mean, Davidson Soler's cover drive. It's a bit high for me, I think. Then also, Naomi once again, cracking the ball around, showing us a real sense of how good she is and her potential to be a real important player.
Yeah,
over
the
next
one
decade.
thing is, the one thing that I will say, I mean, the potential's there, and I think I just touched on a little bit what you were saying about when Naomi's there, how she's sort of controlling a little bit of the strike and not taking some of those singles. I think that you can be, sometimes you fall into a sort of, that's really well bowled. Good delivery, full straight. And, well, we saw the first innings end with a wicket, which was a brilliant delivery, wasn't it, to get the wicket there off Zwelling from Amy Brown-Carrera. And then we see the same in this innings. That's a great delivery, in swinging and knocking them over. So well done to Riker. Picks up a wicket there right at the end. And that will be the end of Amy Brown-Carrera. So she ended the first innings with a wicket, and now she will fall herself the very last ball of this one as well. But yeah, I think one thing got to be careful of, you can't really build that batting based on one person. So because when you get that, you will then see other batters not getting opportunity, and you'll see scores like that where you think, okay, so many wickets still in hand, you could have and maybe should have had a better go at it. So don't sort of think, well, this is our main batter, so everybody else do what Naomi says.
Got to play.
That doesn't work. That's
true.
That's not the way to do it.
It's a funny one. It's like an awkward issue to deal with, because you do want to have most of the strike, but also I totally take your point. I think you need more players up there that can at least get to the other end. I think that's probably the thing that's hurting them at the moment. So Italy, Austria, this should be a really good one. I think we will just have a 5-minute delay. I've just come in. 5-minute delay start. So actually that'll start in 15 minutes from now. Austria winning the toss. Priya Sabu, I think she's a lock to open. I mentioned I'd like to see Mahadi up where perhaps Stiglitz. But Italy, Ratnaka, can she continue her form? Nania Kara, I think she's one, is yet to really launch, but she's very, very capable of putting on a big innings as well. Let's go back, and it started with a cracking pull shot there from Naomi Hillman-Bameko. But, the Dutch, like I said, they threw the ball around to various different players. It just kind of had a bit of a training run feel for them, I think, in the end. But good to see so many smiles, and as it warmed up, I think the players started to enjoy this game a little bit more. Vermaelen, it was good to see her coming in. She bowled a really tight couple of overs, I thought, as well. And this was the first wicket, with Mirza not quite able to get there. Like I said, she's shown she can handle the bowling, but it's just about manufacturing runs rather than waiting for the perfect opportunity. Smart keeping by another good young player, Lawrence. So, yeah, Schmidt came on. That was probably the shot of the day, I think, or shot of the innings at least, from Andrea Davidson Soler. So Naomi, once again, kind of carrying this batting effort. Ultimately, she would get stumped late in the piece as Declan got into the action. But the Dutch, they had a job to do here. They had a job to get the 4 points, I think, against Team Espana, and that's exactly what they do.
Yeah, Bermejo, very good knock from her again. I mean, sort of did keep the innings going. But there again, there's that little bit of hesitation from the Spanish batters. So that's one thing that the coaches will be saying, look, and you're going, you go. Put your head down, run hard, one call, and then go for it. But keep an eye on each other. The hesitation there, a couple of wickets. Mirza, she went as a result of that. Saeed as well. But fair play, you got to say that Netherlands, you'd expect them to dominate this contest, and they did. They played some very good cricket. Once again, a great knock early on from their captain again, Zwelling. She was superb. having a look at that there, but you can see Naomi
Can
Bohema.
I give you a
go on,
positive?
Tell me.
No ducks.
Yeah, no
If you
ducks.
said just go, we're going to go out there against the Netherlands and no ducks, there's another positive.
Yeah.
Like I said, they threw the ball around, didn't they? 8 different bowlers used, and they all were effective, all in single digits, and some significantly good economy rates in there. The actual wickets went to Deckling and Riker off the very last ball, so 43 for 4 means that Spain walk away empty-handed, but I still have a few memories, I think, created in match 9. The Dutch, though, we'll see them a little bit later in the day. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, for the European Cricket Network with Rico Full. We'll be back in about 10 minutes to take you into match number 10. I think it'll be a doozy between Italy and Austria. We'll see you around the corner for more ECCW.
Women's European Cricket Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream 11, Paramatch, HCL Software, and La Junta de Andalucía, and the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Ven conmigo a cruzar su calle, a vivir su ambiente. Ven conmigo a vivir la vida intensamente.
Hello, welcome back. Great to have your company. It is day 3 of this ECCW. It's the Euros of women's cricket, and now we're rolling into match number 10. And after this, we are essentially halfway through the qualifying stage of this tournament. Right now, we're going to see the Azzurri in action. Italy taking on Austria in this one. These two kind of neck and neck on the table. Obviously, whoever wins this will be in a pretty good position to qualify for the finals. But let's see what happens at the coin toss. We've got Ian Ramage with the two captains. Let's see who wins it.
Italy, you are the home team, you will toss the coin. Austria, your away team, you will call. Okay, there's the coin. Heads has been called. It's come down heads, so you've won the toss. Okay, toss won by Austria, who will bat first.
So the toss has been won by Austria. The captain, Joanne Stiglitz, has elected to bat first. So, yeah, chance for Austria to set the pace in this one. I think Priya Sabu is a very, very good batter. Maybe hasn't scored as many runs as she might have hoped so far in the series. So, look, a chance to her to see if, she can lead the charge. I think Mahadeva has to open with her. I just think that she is so, so talented. I just say get her out there straight away. As far as Italy are concerned, Ratnaka obviously played a breakout innings yesterday. I think also, though, there's support there from Bartram, who I think could push up a bit higher as well. But basically, when it's all said and done, these two teams, there's not too much between them at all. And I'm looking forward to potentially quite a close contest here. Rico Fuller's standing by as we get ready for the start of match 10. The Austrians winning the toss. They want to have a hit. Sun's coming out. And let's just say, I think it's a little bit more pleasant for cricket now than earlier in this morning's action. So let's get ready for the start of match 10.
Thank you very much, Mr. Maximo, as the teams make their way out to the middle. Yes, it is a lot nicer. Layers have now come off as you get ready to go here. And the news from the middle, as you saw there, that Austria have decided that they will have a bat first. And I think they know about the strengths and the abilities there of Italy. I mean, Ratanaika was absolutely brilliant in that win against Spain yesterday, giving Italy their first win, 113 to 65, 76 of 36. Ratanaika scored and was getting some good support from some of the other batters as well. I mean, Bartram is looking to get big scores here. So Italy 82% to 18 favourites in this one from the win predictor. So that's a big margin. Somehow I get the feeling it's not as big as that. One thing that Austria will know is, try to get runs on the board. They'll be looking to get around about 90 if they can. I think they feel 90 is a good score. And then they will know that when they're in the field, if they can pick up some of those key wickets, and Ratanaika will be one of them, then they've got a good chance to register a win. Remember, they did win the very first match of the European Cricket Championship, the women's edition. They beat Spain 81 to 73, so they're looking to register another win. There's MSP, Mark Simpson-Parker. A lot of you will know him from the Sea Barn Cricket Ground. Also has played some international cricket. The flag is going up, and they're going to be waving it, and so they should be with pride. These two teams, there is just a point that separates them. Italy just 1 point ahead of Austria in the standings. So everything to play for. It will be Emilia Bartram to bowl the first, and Priya Sabu will be on strike. And I think Priya Sabu, she's a key player in this. And one thing that myself and Vinny were calling for, Malika Mahadawa is also opening the batting. I think that's a big call, and it's a good call. And that's a great delivery. Look at the movement on this. What a delivery. What a start this from Bartram. Gets it right on the money. Well, beautiful delivery from Emilia. Welcome also to cricket lovers, wherever you're tuning in from around the world. Great that you could be with us. Thank you to all the lovely comments from everyone. Very good morning to the chat as well, and to a lot of people that are watching via the Indian subcontinent on fan code. I'll say namaste, salam alaikum, sasriyakal, aibawan, vanakkam. Lovely to have you all with us. We are, of course, in Andalusia, Spain, the region of Malaga. This is the Cardamom Oval, the Field of Dreams. Bartram once again, and really getting this ball to loop. Think about the single. It's not there. There's this Pedrick that pounces. Had a few issues, did the Italian captain yesterday with the bowling. A few ended up being too high, had to be taken out of the attack. Kumadu Pedrick didn't bowl in the win against Spain at all, which I thought she maybe should have had a try. Gets played. This time should be a single. Both batters, they go straight away. Plenty of backing up required, and well done in the end from the young Himanshi Daluwata. Good backing up. This will be a good contest, and nice to see that Snehal is now on the field of play after being the third umpire in the first match of the day. Snehal is out there with Stefan, and Joe Foster becomes third. All the umpires were led, of course, by the tournament referee in Ramage. There's more of that movement. No footwork there at all from Malika. So Mahadiwa. It's one of those Mahadiwas. Probably, I don't know if she has opened before or not. I know a lot of batters, sort of, even if they're in good form, don't like to. It's like, no, I'd rather come down. I'd rather come down 1 or 2 down. But if you're in and she's in, I think she's got to open. Stands right in front of her stumps, and that's why it's important she gets back onto this. Good delivery. Look at the length on this. Beautiful Yorker. I think it probably, if it does hit the pad, it probably just doing a little bit too much, actually. But what a good over that is. Only the one comes from it. It can remind you where we are right now. So this is our last year of 2023, but we will kick off 2024 on the 17th of January. And it will be the European Cricket Series in Cyprus. And we will return back to Spain on the 29th of January. So there's just some dates for your diary. I know a lot of people have been asking. So 17th of January. So we will get a little bit of a break. It's Daluwata. And makes a good stop here. I think that would have been a tricky one to say, but that stung Daluwata. Just watch this. She gets a hand to it. Yeah, when I'm looking at that again, I think for me, she saves 4 runs there. We know this outfield is very quick. You might need a little bit of the old magic spray here. Daluwata, she gets, I know, that's exactly right on that sort of top bony part of the thumb. So, I think, are we waiting for a bit of magic spray? Yeah, I wonder if, hey, I don't even know. This might be the first time. It's Magic Spray Mary here. Well, somebody's going to come down and maybe give some attention. So we've got a bit of a delay here. So while we got a bit, there we go. There comes out the magic spray. And well, while we wait here, maybe we can remind you of something quite extraordinary that we saw yesterday. And of course, we've seen a lot of centuries on the European Cricket Network lately, especially in Barcelona, where we saw 19 of them. Don't forget, Hamza Salim Dar did make 4. So here comes the magic spray, and I tell you what, I think you would have been very brave to have called for that in the morning because it was pretty cold already. Yeah, it says 17 years of age, by the way, Daluwata, and we've already talked about all the young players in the Spanish squad. Here we go. Let's have a look at this. So, men, maybe boring. Men, Barcelona, maybe boring. But hey, have a look at that. The very first women's century, 102.36. She's up there. Yep, the captain of the Netherlands. It is Zwilling, and this is going to be a no ball. And I get that's all to do with the no feelings in that hand at the moment. and this one comes out all wrong. So still struggling a little here. I mean, that does hurt, and I just get the feeling that, I mean, obviously the action, I think maybe if you got this sort of slingy action, that part of the hand maybe becomes a little bit more important. But anyway, she'll need a bit of time to compose herself. Free hit. And that's been hit really well. Thunderous shot from Sabu. Knows it's the free hit, gets a little bit of the width that she wants, and hits it good and proper. Nice shot. Lovely jubbly. Powerful strike. And sometimes, you know, little moments like that, just when you're having a slow start, free hit, you get the license to go big, crack one out the middle, it can change everything. And this time, though, it'll be curtains. Daluwata says the magic spray has done its job. Now is a little bit of magic out there in the middle as she goes, Jagade Fatte, Dande, Torke Panke Rakadete, great bowling. This is what I like to see her doing. This is the dangerous delivery for me. It's full, it's straight, it's quick, and it's too spicy for Priya Sabu. And Sabu, after hitting a lovely shot for 4, gets done by the pace and the accuracy there of the young Daluwata. What a lovely moment it is, that for Daluwata. And I think after, of course, receiving that little bit of attention on the hand, you would have been a little bit worried, especially after the next ball was that full toss. But she's come back well, and she's got a very big wicket, Sabu. It's a good one to send back early. Sabu gets that boundary and has to go. And it will be Hannah Simpson-Parker that comes in at number 3 position. Made to play at this one as it just moves away outside the off. It's the right area, I think. If anything is there wide enough, you're better off having a go. I mean, if she gets a bit of bat on this, I think it flies past point in the backward point area. Third will do well to try and get to it. This one's too wide and will be called a wide. So there's that, the slingy action of Daluwata. So this time it gets, if you like, too much of the sling into it. So it gets called a wide. 1 for 6 so far. 7 on the board. So not a bad spell. Daluwata comes in. It's a fine time for Vinny Sandu to come in and join his back as well.
Well, that's almost another wicket, isn't it, Daluwata? A bit of the wild thing about her over here with had the beamer, the 4, the wicket, the play and miss. This is Hannah Simpson-Parker. Yeah, thanks, Rico. Great to be back. And I think a cracking contest on the cards here. Italy, quite big favourites according to the win predictor, but I don't think it's 80-20. No, that was suggesting. Well bowled again. I mean, accuracy is everything, isn't it?
Yeah.
For a bowler like Daluwata. When she gets it right, she gets good results. End of the second over, Austria, 7 for 1.
Yeah, good bowling. And you just get the feeling there. I think Hannah, she's not quite picking the line because of the action there. I think that slingy action, she's playing down the wrong line, and you just got the feeling there. If Daluwata could have got a good full straight one in, it would have been a test for Hannah. There's the standings there you just saw there, so you can see how important it is, Vinny. 1 point separates these two.
And what's splitting them is actually the fact that Italy were able to take a point off the Netherlands.
Yeah.
And you can already see that kind of the augmented point system coming into play there. But I think these two obviously having ambitions of being in that top 4. And, well, they are in the top 4 and staying there, I suppose. Here we go with the start of a new over. And it's Pasindi Kanankigi who is going to bowl it. And she lit the ground up with her fielding on the first day, taking 2 very, very good catches. But yeah, Mahadiwa, to be fair, hasn't had a lot of the strikes so far. She'll be wanting to get going sooner rather than later. In swinger, and she swings it away. Slow to move. Oh, pretty close, you know. It was great work from Kanankigi to kind of spike the ball down onto the stumps, but the throw being high, I actually think they go to the wrong end here. I think the keeper's end would have been a much easier run out because Hannah actually kind of stopped for a long time. Let's try and get this one. And let's see, not there yet. I think the bat just gets down in time. So the importance of a couple of things there. A good bat slide and also kind of runs a direct line, which I think is important as well, reduces the distance. And so it's a big moment, but it will be not out. Mahadiwa will get off the mark.
Yeah, so not out will be the decision. Pasindi does really well actually there. And it's nice to see that the bowler did go behind the stumps. But also, yeah, well done to Hannah as well. Running hard, running straight down the middle.
Well, there's Mahadiwa that runs well. I don't think Hannah's running was perfect, particularly the fact that she
hesitated as well. You're ready.
Anyway, she faces up now. Yeah, and so this is probably something I've noticed this with Mahadiwa as well. Really good natural attributes. Strikes the ball nicely. She's got a good eye, but she does need to be kind of thirsty to get the strike back here.
Yeah.
And you don't need to wait for the 7th, 8th over to start doing that. She needs to be backing up here and kind of almost taking off on almost anything. And so instead puts up the big stop sign here.
Yeah.
So in that previous one, that it kind of hit Hannah and just went into no man's land.
Yeah.
I think that's one that she needs to be backing up and backing herself to get to the other end.
Yeah, backing up is so important. Fielders, I mean, you can see that you've always got those two that are pretty close. I like this from Italy the yesterday as well when they got that win against Spain. They always kept a person in on each side pretty close. I mean, Regina, she covers the offside really well. And you've got the captain herself on the onside. Come to Pedrick. They're just not giving anything away really. That's a nice looking shot. So gets this a lot finer off the fielder at square. So we'll take a single. It will be the end of the over as well. So it's a quiet start really. Thanks to some really good bowling. What I have seen here from all the bowlers, Vinny, from Italy, all of them have got the ball to swing. And that's why they're struggling here. 9 for 1 at the end of 3.
You're right about that. I see that Kanankegi has a natural kind of in-swing movement and was just cramping up the Austrian batters. So, yeah, Austria being quietened so far. And it looks like suddenly Malwata will be bowling here in the 4th.
Yeah, interesting enough that this is really, I think, good tactics and good planning from Italy. Yesterday, Pasindi and Malwata will bowl fairly late on in the innings. They're young, and I think it's about giving them some confidence and getting them some time out there. They both bowl really well.
Yeah.
And now they're being used top of the order.
Yeah, true. Newer ball, I think, helps as well. It's a little bit short. Well struck away. In fact, that could go to the boundary, and it will. So Hannah Simpson-Parker, this is a very good pull shot. And, well, there's her brother Mark, proud as punch. He's actually the caretaker coach with Quinton Norris having to head off before the end of this tournament. And you can see there, he's giving it the big double fist pump there. Brother Mark, very proud. That's a good shot.
Yeah, it's a very good shot. Plays it nicely. And there he is, MSP. He's a happy chappy. And so he should be. Proud moment for everybody involved in all the teams, really. You know, the federations, the coaches, the management, and, of course, the players.
I mentioned this with Malwata yesterday, but she's got another metre to work with. You know, she could actually get a bit closer, and you see where the front foot is. It's going to barely in front of the stumps. So just maybe something, and it's not an easy thing to change overnight, but I think, obviously, if you can shorten the pitch, that's normally to your advantage as a bowler. Gives about less time to see it. Pitched up. That's good length. I think that goes through the legs of the batter and through the legs potentially of the keeper. It's going to run away. It's going to be 4 byes. So it goes through everything, but it touches nothing. This is about as tough as it gets for the keeper as well. I'd like to see this one again.
Yeah, it's such a good length. I mean, that's a perfect sort of leg stick Yorker, but just misses everything. I think it could even be a nutmeg.
Yeah, I think so. So, Malwata. Well bowled, but also good shot. And Hannah, I think that boundary's given her a lot of confidence.
Yeah.
You can already see that he's striking the ball with a bit more authority. That one hits the sweeper out on the leg side, and they get through for a single.
Yeah, she played and missed at a few, didn't she, outside the off, but now she's getting them into the body. She obviously looks to be far more confident playing those shots. Okay, here's Mahadiwa. Face now and up in the air. It's going to be a testing one, and Regina makes no mistake. She is such a good catcher of the ball. So the two batters, probably Austria, were relying on giving them a good start. Well, both Priya Sabu and now Malika Mahadiwa are going to go pretty cheaply. She'll go for one of just 5 deliveries. Good catch, though, from Regina.
Yeah, it was a good catch. Judged it very, very well. And yeah, makes it look easy. I think she's done that a million times in practice. And yeah, she's got a smile on her face as well. Just point for Mahadiwa. Yeah, a couple of things there. Starved of the strike. Some of that, I think, was probably a lack of intent to get down the striker's end, and then she just mishits that one off Malwata. So does the rest, as Austria lose a second wicket, 18 for 2.
Yeah, Malwata continuing to perform well with the ball. Took that 1 wicket against Spain yesterday as well. Very tidy figures, 1 for 5. So Malika, higher up the order, didn't quite work. Just went for the big shot, but went more aerial than distance. Malwata to finish the over. This is going to be a wide. Good take though from Ratnaika. Nice work, good footwork, good clean glove work. So runs back to a mark, to making sure she doesn't waste any time. Swing and a miss, and just sneaks this one in. So well bowled. So Malwata keeping the ball in the right areas is going to be the end of the 4th over. And it's 19 for 2 at the end of 4.
Kind of heading in the right direction, but they've come from a pretty low place. So, yeah, Austria, yeah, obviously losing Mahadiwa that way, and in that over, severely limits them, I think, with both of their openers going in the first half.
But Cindy's going to continue. Oh my, that starts with one a little bit short. They want to run hard here. They're taking 2 on. They came, the Azuri came in from everywhere and deny them getting the 2. So just a single. So Kanage liking what she's doing. She's getting a bit of swing. Not trying to bowl with a big run up as well. I think she just a couple of paces. Once again, a little bit short and down leg side. Needs to just try and get that ball a bit fuller. If you ask me, I think she's maybe rushing just slightly. Just take a bit of time. You know, just get to the mark and just at this point, take a breath and say, okay, I'll go now. Try and get it fuller, and she does. Good delivery. That's where she needs to be. And because of the natural movement that she gets in the air, she bowls that length, she's very difficult to get away. It is Stiglitz, the captain, that comes in. That's the 3rd ball she's faced. Still looking to get off the mark. Up in the air, goes a long way up. I don't think anybody's going to get to it, but that drops kindly for the captain. As well, drops kindly for her, not kindly for Pacinda.
Tell you what, if Pedrick had wanted to give that, a try, that might have been the catch of the century. Because I think theoretically, when you see it where it bounces, maybe not. Maybe she can't quite reach it. Maybe with a dive. This is a pull shot, which is almost going to carry out to deep mid-wicket. Doesn't quite. Can I just tell you, Rico?
Yeah.
That something just got delivered to the commentary box, which has us pretty excited.
It does indeed.
Ask and ye shall receive.
We've obviously been good. There's no coal up here at the moment. Well, we were talking about decorating our tree, and we made a little call out saying there's one thing that we're missing, which could make a big difference, not just for our Christmas, but also for this golden ball drought that we're having.
Yeah,
and
23 for 2 after 5. And it's Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. I'm here with Rico Full for the European Cricket Network. And, well, why say it when I can sing it? Ready? On the 5th day of Christmas, my true love gave to me 1 golden ball. Look at that. And big thank you to the crew. And how about this? Genuine golden ball.
Yep.
You're the tree engineer. I'll give you till the end of the day to get it up there. And we'll have a golden ball on the top of the tree.
It's nicely, it's fresh as well.
Can we get it on top of the bat?
We'll work on it.
Glue, please.
We'll work on it. We'll find a way.
Players having a quick strategic timeout here. I think that looks good. Yeah. That's good. Show a bit of the seam. That's a genuine golden ball. Anyway, we're still waiting for one on the field, though. We got one on the tree. Now, this contest probably not as close as we might have hoped going on the first 5 overs. I think losing those two key wickets. But you got to give credit to the Italians. I think for the most part, they have been on the money with the ball. Yep. Obviously, holding a key catch there, Regina, to get Malika. And so, Regina going to come on now to bowl.
We've got golden ball. A lot of people may not realise, but we also have golden bails,
Yeah, we do have golden bails.
Bails are gold. So, golden bails out there. We've got the golden ball.
Is everything better if you spray paint it gold? I mean, maybe the umpires could spray paint. Look like those people.
Reminds me of that James Bond movie called Goldfinger. Goldfinger.
Those people that you always see them busking and they're all spray painted with gold or silver. But also a few new developments. I know that we might have another Derek joining us very shortly.
Another
we
Derek?
Used to roll Derek. Regina comes in to bowl the 6th. And the first ball pushed away. And they'll get a single. Shrug's got a question saying, any developments on the potential Jersey night series for next year? I know that was, discussed. Again, I'm not quite sure where that's at. It's an aspirational plan at this stage. I think we haven't nailed down the night series except for that first one. A little edge. Yeah, that'll fly away. Will it go? Probably not. We'll get back for 2. But confidence breeds confidence, hey? And Hannah Simpson-Parker, she just looks so much more relaxed now she's got to start. And that first boundary is really, really kind of lightened the load on her.
Yeah, and she's got to, somebody's got to click here. Somebody's got to get that sort of, 25 to 40 here. Maybe you'll go on to a half century here. That's another one that's going to go and test the fielder. Goes across. It takes just a single this time. So slices this wide of the wicket keeper.
I wonder if they think about putting a fielder there. Regina's saying, hey, wouldn't mind a slip or something approximating it.
Yeah, she's suggesting to Kamudu, but at the moment, no. She's just checking that. She's having a look at Bartram, saying, you ready? This is coming your way, all right? It's a nice shot along the deck. No catching opportunity there.
One thing here, Italy are only electing to have 4 outfielders at this stage, and they're probably thinking, we're doing well in the game. If we can burgle a few more dots by choking up the infield, maybe that's to our advantage. It's interesting tactics. Got to say, I apologise for the fact that we don't have the on-screen graphics at the moment, but we'll be working on that, I'm sure, in the background. And
29, I think we move on to there with the balls to go. 29 for 2. So Regina keeping it pretty quiet. Slight change in what she's bowling here. She's sort of bowling more flights, isn't she? Just trying to get the batters to miscue one in the air. That one just goes a little bit too far wide, so that brings the 30 up. Graphics are back now. Thank you, everybody.
We're back. Yeah, Regina saying to Steph, come on, give us a break. But I think it was over that tram line. All right, pulled away. And that's a very good shot. Joanne Stiglitz now, her turn to get in on the action. Just a fraction short from Sudazay and put away by the Austrian skipper. End of the over, it's 34 for 2.
Yeah, really nice shot. So Regina just goes a little bit straighter this time as well. There's that extra ball though, isn't it? The extra ball, there was a wide that would have finished the over off. It was not to be, had to re-bowl it, and it gets pinged to the boundary. So 34 for 2. Still got 4 overs to go here. Should be trying to look to go. You've got wickets in hand, a little bit like we were talking about Spain. So should be looking to go at least 10 and over.
10s. I'm looking at 10s, get them to 70s. Bowl and field well, get those key wickets at the top, and you've got a chance. Shrug saying he'd love to have that night series happen in Jersey, and maybe to get you there to hear Balle, Balle, Balle booming around the island. It reminded me actually that Corey, who I know has been tuning in, he's been in touch a fair bit. But there's a fair few countries that Corey's not really allowed to step in. And I think Jersey's on there.
What's he? Oh,
because he's annoyed them. He's annoyed.
So you
pretty much ruled out all of Ireland because he's always getting into them. Because remember, he knocked them out of the Euros back in 2022. The whole Jersey Guernsey. The fact that I don't think he's welcome in either.
You mean passport control? He
partied out of control with the Guernsey guys when they were here. And so I think they don't dare have him in Guernsey. And then that meant by definition that he cheesed off Jersey. Shrug's a big fan, we know that. But yeah, I'd like to get over to Jersey if we can make it happen.
Ekanaika,
Got some good players.
Nimesha bowling.
Saw the Jersey women as well. Hey, Jersey women knocked off the Dutch in a match earlier in the year as well. That was in the first ECRW match in the Netherlands, which was a really close contest. Went right down to the last over, low scoring thriller. Okay, now we're back and it's Ekanaika. He's been good when they've called on her. Yeah, that's a good delivery as well. Trouble if it hits and she misses and they're going to get a bonus one. Well, she kind of had to throw from a lying down position, which isn't easy. But you know what? I will say this. Credit to Joanne there because she goes through with the run. If she stops and there's confusion, then you can just walk over and take the stumps. So at least forces a throw. And a bit of a moment there for Ekanaika. And one brings two. Two off a ball that doesn't actually leave the pitch initially.
Ekanaika has a nice chuckle to herself when she's on the floor trying to get that run out. But she keeps her radar switched on at least with the bowling radar.
You know what I'm saying? If she just stopped and gone, oh no, that hasn't gotten past the bowler at all.
Yeah.
Then the bowler can just go, all right, I'll just walk over there and knock off a bail. Good swing there, but too much swing for Ekanaika. And it'll be a wide. So Austria certainly fighting back here. Like I said, you're looking at, can you get that 10 and over? Obviously, the two that probably should have been a none helps. There's Buzra getting ready to bat. Players getting used to being on the camera all the time.
Well bottled. That's a good delivery. So one to come in the over. So they're not quite getting the 10. 5 so far. And Ken Stiglitz find another boundary, the captain of Austria. It's short. It's hit firmly down the ground. They will take the one. So 6 come off the over. That's a good little over there for Ekanaika. She's been disappointed that she wasn't able to get the run out. She had a chance but didn't take it. Look, this is the next big event that will be happening here at the Field of Dreams at the Cardamom Oval starting on the 26th of February.
This is brilliant. And the format, we didn't think it could get more crazy than the 3-day groups, but we've thrown an extra group in there now. Yeah. So 7 groups instead of 6 means that no one is an automatic qualifier for Championship Week. Everyone is going to have to qualify their way there. So looking at those groups, they will all start on kind of different days of the week. Have you noticed that? So you got the Monday, you actually have a Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday group because there's 7 groups, just the way it is. But yeah, 2 days of group matches, the 3rd day being the finals day. 33 nations, that's the most ever. 35 clubs, that's the most ever. The amount of matches, top of my head, well, you've got 123 matches, I believe. And that's going to be the 4th edition of the Champions League of European Cricket, the ECL, coming early in the 2024 season. Let's get back to the action here. And it's going to start with a single. And looks like Nani Akara getting an opportunity here.
Yeah, Nani Akara just making some changes to a field.
It's I think they're keeping the pace off here. 8 wickets in hand, but I think they do feel like these 2, they're feeling comfortable. They want them sticking around, I think, pretty much to the last over, Austria. But now probably is the time, maybe take on a few of those extra singles, chance your arm a little bit. This is a full toss, but he tries to fetch it. And that's probably a bit more of a natural stroke for Hannah to go leg side, but that's one I think ideally should be trying to put that offside because there's only 4 fielders on the offside. You've got 5 on the leg at the moment. So I've set the field cleverly for her. And this one is to the leg side with a bit of a straighter delivery, and she'll get 1.
She has got a good eye because even that one, I mean, all right, it was a little bit short, but it was located on middle stick. So needed to get bad onto it, and she did. So takes a single. This one's floated up, but maybe a little bit too wide. No, it's okay. Squeezes it in.
That's actually pretty good length to bowl, I think, because it's full, but it's not quite easy to drive, you know. Joanne kind of flirts with it, misses out. This one will be a wide. And they've got no fielder kind of in that third position. They've got a deep backward, well, not deep, they've got a backward point in the circle. So there are little nudges there that get past the keeper. You know, you've got an easy run there if you get it away from the keeper.
Yeah, this one, is it dipping? We'll probably have a look at this side on. They should go two. In comes the throw, hesitation, and...
Oh, no.
In the end, it's going to be nothing, I think, here. But first, we got a couple of things to look at, maybe. First, the height.
Yeah, let's have a look. I had a feeling this was high, I got to be honest.
Let's see how it's dipping.
Yeah, she's playing it from the crease. And when it comes in... see, for me, she's contacting it there. I think it's a no ball. Yeah, it is dipping, but how much, right? I think you got to call that. It's again the spirit of the law is, you know, she's playing at waist high. She's in her crease. Yeah. You know, you're getting real technical with the angles. Called, and I think it's a good call. But then I don't know if we can go back.
We probably ain't got time here.
There was
so much.
That'll be in the highlights, but there.
Nice shot, 4 runs.
Yeah, it's a nice put away. So free hit, and Hannah Simpson-Parker, she's shown that these kind of balls, she's pretty comfortable.
Yeah, it's a really good shot. I mean, gets a swivel in it. So, she goes. She's played that really well. She does have a really good eye. Her hand and eye coordination has been superb and getting better all the time as well.
Yeah, well swung away. Yeah, but I think we'll try and go back to that running because, yeah, again, the key is watch your partner. If you're watching your partner, you're not. But we're watching each other, and neither one knew what they were doing during that, and they got away with it in the end. Yeah, this is a nice shot as well. I mean, Simpson-Parker, I mean, she's got to 18 now. She's batting really well.
Yeah.
And that brings up the 50 for Austria. 50 for 2 after 8 overs. All right, let's have a look at this. Now, this is what we didn't get a chance to show because the over continued on. But this is the running. And there's the one. And then she wanted to get back for 2 because thought it might be a free hit. But look, not watching the partner, running the same way the other way. Then ultimately, they get away with it. So Austria, I mean, look, 10 and 10 gets them 70. That's a decent score to defend. I mean, bit under par, I think, but it gives them a fighting chance. And I think if you go back to day one, I was quite impressed with the Austrian bowling and the way their fielders backed them up. But I mean, if this last 2 don't go too well for Austria and they're going to get stuck in the 50s, then I think you're really, really struggling. But you know, 10 and 10 here, minimum. And partly you do that, I think, by pushing now with 8 wickets in hand, pushing between the wickets. Got to hustle, got to grift. Here we go. 9th over, Malwata coming back for Team Italy.
Interesting, nobody at third. Because does bowl with a bit of pace and keeper is standing up.
Goes on the pull again, makes good contact. Hannah Simpson-Parker will get a single. So that's it. You know, you score off every ball. Well, there's 12 of them, right? Probably get a couple, maybe you can rely on 1 or 2 extras and over.
A few extras,
you know,
possibly,
and then, you know, it's just that 1 or 2 boundaries, finding one boundary and over here. Anyway, Stiglitz, I like her approach as well. I mean, she's aggressive. She's not afraid to take a risk either. I think she's a good choice as captain. Leads the side well. Nawata coming in. And that looks like a no ball as well. And that's the kind of boundary. You get a bit of both there. You get the extra, you get the boundary. Another free hit coming up. Mawata goes full, but it's 2 full. 5 runs.
Yeah, these extras are starting to hurt a little. There's that one. It's going to be another no-e. It's 2 full, but also fair play to Stiglitz, the captain. Puts it away to the boundary. But yeah, those extras now mounting up. 12 extras and 5 wides, buys, and 3 no balls as well. So that's hurting you at the moment.
Yeah, it's a really good shot. She's very good on those horizontal bat shots. We've seen that already. Yeah. I think she's also a good driver, but she just doesn't necessarily get the power, I think, on those front foot shots as much as the back foot shots. So Malwata to deliver the freebie. And again, going on the pull, but yeah, I like that from Hannah Simpson-Parker backing up.
Yeah.
I think that's what you have to do. You kind of need to exaggerate your backing up, looking to get a run pretty much every ball. I think that pretty much every ball you hit now, you're going for a run. Now, even if you hit it straight at the fielder, I think it's that time. It's Shrug, who is from Jersey, by the way. Just noticing on the ECL draw that the Guernsey team, Indies, have Paco Care in their group. All right, in the air. It should be caught. Pedrick gets there and takes the catch. So it ends a bright knock from Hannah Simpson-Parker. She's going to go for 19. It does the right thing, trying to get on with it. But Malawata will break through for a second time in the innings. Austria 57 for 3 in the 9th.
Yeah, good catch from Pedrick. Didn't have everything go her way in the field yesterday, so that's a good one for her. That'll give her the confidence. Interesting, though, we're seeing another match, another innings with Italy in the field, and Pedrick not opting to have a bowl. And I think, in a way, that's because she's given the youngsters an opportunity.
Yeah, and they're bowling well.
And they're bowling well, yeah.
Hey, what a good innings that was from Hannah Simpson-Parker. Yeah. You could actually kind of almost see the weight lifted off her shoulders when she hit that first boundary, and she really gave a bit more of a glimpse of her potential. Still pretty new to the game. I know she's got that family link, but yeah, she can be very proud of her 19. She's the third to go. Just an over and a half remaining. Bardwaj will get a bat here in the 9th. We'll face Malawata. That's well bowled, and that's almost stumped.
It's a really good delivery.
It's a great take from Ratnaika first up. But have a look. I think it was just a lot for the keeper to do because it was pretty wide. And I think in the time it takes the keeper to get back to the stumps, I think the bat gets back. Oh, I'm not 100% sure, though.
You know. I'm not convinced. And let's see when the bails come off. That's out.
Yeah, I think she is out.
The golden bails.
Yeah, the golden bail. There's definitely space there. And there's the decision. So a brilliant bit of work there.
Outstanding keeping for Ratanaika. Outstanding. And it's another wicket. So 2 in 2. I mean, very, very Bardwaj, very unlucky, but goes for the shot, gets dragged outside. It was the ball. It was a great delivery as well. And unfortunately, it is going to be a golden duck for Bardwaj. Well, there's Golden Derek, who's going to be happy. First time we see any of the Derek family.
Yeah. First time in a while. Bardwaj, though, you can't really blame her too much. It was just a well-located ball. I mean, the fact that it's not even a wide is such a bonus for Italy. But I've talked a lot about Rathnika's keeping, and I'm a big fan of it. I think she should be setting herself high standards. I think she was a little bit disappointed with a couple of errors she made yesterday, things that she would normally be able to do, maybe a couple of little concentration errors in there. Obviously, she batted really well yesterday.
We saw a century yesterday.
Right.
Are we going to see a hat-trick?
No. But I'd love to see a hat-trick at some point. Of course, you've got Regina in this side. That talked about the Hall of Fame. You said that Irish is the only woman on it. That's not absolutely true. For centuries it is, but don't forget Regina Citizet took a hat-trick.
Yeah, I know that. I mentioned it with the batting side, on the batting front. But yeah, all right. Great bowling again, 3 for 13, and that one will just go down the leg side. Now this decide late, and this one should be out. And to get the feeling that it will be, I think the umpire just making sure, here's Nihal, that there's no problems, but takes an age to get to the bowler.
Yeah.
But took an age for the batter really to respond to the run as well.
It took a while to get it onto the stumps, though. Did you get home? Oh. Yeah. I think it's probably out, but can't really see the bails go.
Yeah, watching it live, I was pretty confident that she doesn't make it. I mean, here, maybe next frame here might just show the bails. There. Look at the shadow. The shadow tells you. Look at the shadow. Look at the shadow. So Can we see the bail dislodged in the shadow? There goes the bail. It's there. I think the shadow. You could go with the shadow, but really, if it's too close to call, you're going to have to go with not out or
maybe they'll have one more look at it, or maybe they'll say not out. I think it's just going to be a wide.
You're going to say not out. I think because of the camera angle, but when I saw it live, I thought she was a little bit short. But anyway,
all right,
she survived.
Benefit of the doubt there. Fair enough. Well, the last ball will be a good ball for Malawata, who's going to take 4 for here. What a great performance, and you can see what it means to her as well. So Joanne Stiglitz with a fighting 19 as well. She joins the 19 club, but Malawata 4 wickets in an ECCW match. What a great moment for her. The youngster getting an opportunity and delivering. All happening in the 9th, and Austria finish at 59 for 5.
A fantastic delivery. What impressed me a lot by Oluwata is we've seen her get the ball to move away. I mean, for example, the stumping was the ball that just moved away. It took off. It seamed away. Now we see her to get the ball to swing in as well. That's a really good delivery. So Joanne Stiglitz will go for 19 of 19. And Stiglitz, a good performance though from her. Well done. She got a good partnership going there, particularly with Hannah Parker-Simpson. And 59 is the score at the end of the 9th over. 5 wickets down. So how many? And this over could be so critical. If they can get a good over in here, I think all of these runs could be key.
Yeah, I mean, look, for all of that, they did still get 9 runs off the over.
Yeah.
So I'm not saying it's not a great over. It is. You can take 3 wickets in the over. But I will say they got 9. I said 10. 9's almost 10. Regina, she's super accurate. And I think that's the reason she gets the 10th over. Uka, yet to get off the mark. Survived that tight run-out appeal.
Siddharthi coming on. I think I would have somebody in that catching position and around about fly slip.
Yeah.
You know.
It's a stopper as well,
yeah,
isn't
because there's a big gap there, and a lot of what she's bowling, because she's keeping it outside the off and they're lofting deliveries. She's giving it a bit of flight. I think you need some protection there.
And I think also now, you know, don't be too scared of getting out. Buller just got a free shot to try and advance the score. And I was going to say you're hoping for one that you can try and get to leg. Yeah.
Oh, that was going to hit, I think.
Do you think?
I think it was going to hit. Let's see this again. I'm not saying it would have been out, but I'm pretty sure
It's
this
actually,
is hitting the stumps.
Well, we'll never know, will we? Pretty good. Looks pretty good, doesn't it? Well, Regina, the goalkeeper, keeps that one away. But they will get a run. Get a run on anything now. 3 to come. Again, well struck. Nice to see Busra getting a couple of runs here. We did see her batting kind of at the top. But I kind of like her in this role. I think she's also pretty important in the field. Often you'll see her with the gloves. Nukala will have the gloves today, though.
Liking what I'm seeing also from Australia. They're not worried about the wickets. They're just basically running. Look, that's what you got to do. And this is a little bit what I was saying about maybe Spain could learn a little bit about the running here. So just go for it.
But then the other thing is, you know, once you see that you can do it, and we used to talk about this in our limited over games. When I've coached juniors, I've said similar things. You know, in the last 10 overs, you're backing up, you're looking for these runs. Don't wait for the last bit of an innings. Do it all the way through. You're seeing it works. Yeah. It's still the same field. All right, last ball coming up. Oh, that's going to be stumped as well. That's a brilliant bit of work.
Stumped or run out? What do you reckon?
To be honest,
they went for the run, didn't they?
I know, but I think they're already stumped by the time they go for the run.
Interesting one to see.
If I'm keeping, this better be stumped. Because look, it's the shot that takes her out of her crease.
She's running, Vinny. She's running.
That's
I know what you mean. I know what you mean. Like, I know what you mean, but you're going to have to. She's running. You're going to have to give it a run out.
That's so rough on the keeper. Regina's going, she's happy. But I got a feeling.
Let's see if she gets it.
I've got a feeling that that's going to, you're right, they're going to give that run out. Oh, that's harsh on the bowler. Anyway, it will be the end of the innings and it will finish 63 for 6. Look, it's good effort by Italy. I think they get some of the top dogs, I think, that just slows the Austrian team down. But, I mean, I liked that partnership between Hannah Simpson-Parker and Joanne Stiglitz. I think that at least gives them a fighting chance. 63 to defend here for the Austrians. Italy, 64 to take the points in match 10.
Yeah, let's have a look at the highlights. And one thing I will say about Austria, bearing in mind that they lost Sabu and also Malika, 2 batters that, if not one, but the other, has always performed with a score around about 30 to get them to a score. The way that they hustled was good, and Vinny touched on it. That's a really good partnership between Hannah Simpson-Parker and Stiglitz, the captain of Austria. That helped them to get to a score. I mean, this one was a close one. It could have been, it may have been, it was not. But there's the shots that Hannah was playing. Played the short ball very well, and that was the first of a few boundaries. MSP, as in brother Mark Simpson-Parker, was very happy with those 2 fours on her way to 19. There's the catch from Regina. She doesn't drop them, does she? That was the end of Malika. Went for just 1 of 5. So she, like before Sabu, couldn't really get going. Sabu played a lovely shot for a boundary, but then she would go. This one was clubbed pretty hard, and nobody thought anything else was going to happen. But there was a bit of a mix-up, a bit of Andre, Iwa, shall we not? Chal, mere hati. In the end, they just get a 1 with a lot of action for 1. And this one was a 1. This was for another very good shot. And then Stignitz, as well as played some nice shots up in the air there. And then this was the end of Hannah. It was a good catch taken by Kamudu Pedrick, the captain. Gets in the act, takes the catch, and then we saw some excellent work here. I mean, this was fantastic, really. It was a great delivery, but what I liked about this, really, from Ratanaika, the ball took her backwards, and she was still able, though, to go backwards and still somehow manage to get the momentum going forward. It had to release the ball to get the stumping. And that was it. That's nice. Applause for us. Well, it should be applause for you. Joanne Stignitska's batted, I think, very well for her 19. And then right at the end, some more good work for Ratanaika. And as we saw, it would go run out. So a lot of celebration. I think Regina just happy that it was a dot ball as well. It was a wicket, but it goes down as run out in the book, which I suspected it probably would do, though I think Regina's got a good call for wanting that wicket as well. We talked about a partnership. We talk about partnerships all the time. They're so important, and they needed that partnership, didn't they? And especially with the top order not firing this time round for Austria. Hannah Simpson-Parker, 19 of 24, and Joanne Stiglitz, the captain, 19 as well, made a huge difference. You'd think that Italy are favourites, but I think the same here. I think if Austria can do the same and pick up, say, 3 quick wickets and take their chances, I think this could go down to the wire. I really do. I know it's a score only in the 60s. I think it could be a tight game. That's my feeling on there. I think the bowling from Italy, we saw the figures up there. I'm very, I think their coaches, I know Pravas, will be very happy with the way that they've bowled. All bowling tidily, nobody leaking too many runs. Maybe if there's one thing that will disappoint him, it's maybe the extras. There were 7 wide, not too worried about that, but I think the no balls, especially because a lot of those are then free hits and that costs you. And 1 leg bye and 4 byes as well. So yeah, just the one thing that Italy would be a little bit disappointed on were those extras. But again, the young bowlers bowled well. Well done to Italia, to the Azzurri. They've managed to contain Austria to just 63, but the batters have to go out there and get 64 to win, and I don't think Austria are going to make it easy for them. Join me, Rico Full, and Mr. Maximo Vinisandu when we come back to talk you through the conclusion of match number 10. Hasta pronto, mi familia.
Women's European Cricket Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream 11, Paramatch, HCL Software, and La Junta de Andalucía, and the official charity partner, Share the Meal, by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Hello everybody, welcome back, and do whatever you can to support our charity partner, Share the Meal. 1 in 10 people globally go without enough food in the day. Hunger is a serious problem, and if we all join forces together, we as a cricket community, we can make a difference. Scan the QR code and find out more about Share the Meal. So this is the important number here. So if the target is achieved in 7 overs, then Italy will pick up all the points here. But if, and this is the big one, if, then Austria can restrict, and they can also pick up a point somehow here as well. So if you manage to restrict, but really here, Italy, I think, are going for this win here, trying to do it if they can in the 7 overs points, and that value of point is everything. That's what they're looking to do here. That's the magical number, really. But, Austria, no, they need to take wickets early. So just remember that. We're bringing that number up to time again, 44. So making a change in the field, the bowler. Just having a look. So it is going to be Mahadiwa. Didn't quite click with the bat. I'm hoping she can do it with the ball. So Italy, they know what they've got to try and do. And I think you've got to say this. If the likes of Ratanaika gets going, then it's very doable to get to that score, to get to this 63 in 7 overs. Okay, we're waiting now for our official timekeeper, Frederica Constant, to give us the thumbs up. And as Nihal will say, let's play, as we welcome back into the commentary position to Mr. Maximo Vinisandu.
Thanks, good to be back. Let's roll. Pretty good start from Mahadiwa, but a cracking shot and a cracking bit of fielding. But all round, that's brilliant cricket as Rathanaki gets off the mark. Hey,
Yeah.
good news for wicket-keeping fans. Did you spot that during the break?
What's that?
You must have missed the notice. The referee looked at the last dismissal, turned it to stumped.
Ah, that's nonsense. That's nonsense.
For all you Regina fans out there, I had nothing to do with it, I promise.
That is not. You did. I bet you did.
I didn't. No, okay, let's not go
Laws
down
of
this
the
road.
game. She was running before the bells came off. Anyway, I'm not getting involved. This is a nice looking shot, and once again the fielder found. So we've seen 2 good shots, 2 good stops.
I'm going to make a case for it, right?
Go on.
She fell out of her crease playing the shot, and that forward momentum just carried her forward. And then by the time, I do agree she starts running, but maybe it's after the bails are broken. Wicket keepers
I'm
rejoice.
happy for Regina because now the celebration means something. And this is a nice shot. They're being super aggressive. Chases on. We'll get the stop in. Thinking about 2.
Oh, she's got a good arm, but just a little bit wide of this mark that time. Stiglitz is it's such a good fielder.
Yeah.
Dynamic. Yeah, chase that one. Good running, though, from the Italians. Bit of a risky, too, but they get away with it. Yeah, I got to say, I'm going to put that in the grey zone. I'm not doubting they were running. It just occurred to me then that's a great way to rob the bowler of a wicket.
Just run.
But we've also had opposite ones. We've had one in Germany where they swung a miss at last ball and just started walking off.
Yeah.
And then the keeper gets them. But even though, because they said, well, they're not trying to run, they're just trying to walk off, so it's stumped.
Yeah.
So anyway, look, again, it's all academic. You're right about that bonus point equation. To do it in 7, they'd have to go at about 9 and over. And that could be huge because with these 2 neck and neck on the table, put it this way, if it's just a regular win and it's like a 3 points to 1 win, then obviously the winning team is gaining 2 points on their opposition here. But if you can steal the other points team, well then you're gaining 4 points on them. So it actually could have a lot to do with how this table ends up looking.
And that 4 points makes a 5 point margin You know, 5 points
Yeah.
can't be done in one match.
Yeah, true.
You know, so it's one. I mean, they will go out playing the shots. You know that. Ratanaika showed that. I think we haven't seen the best of Nanya Yakara. I know Prabhath, when he was talking to me, he said she hasn't quite clicked, but if she does, she can be just as destructive. Talk of the man. Well, there he is, Prabhath.
Handsome devil. Does some great things, doesn't he? At that Roma cricket ground. Hello to Lorena as well, who I'm sure is watching. That's a cracking shot again. How good's the fielding been?
Oh, they're in trouble. Goes the wrong end. Can she get back? Oh, she will. Oh, wow.
I mean, we've seen some incredibly good fielding so far. And this is Buzra Uka, who's often behind the stumps. But look at that. One hand and basically goes to the end that she's looking at. But if she had eyes in the back of her head, she would have known that actually she'd gone to the keeper. Any sort of a throw would have been the end of Ratnaika, who's so dangerous with the bat. Still, take nothing away from the stop. That was top class.
They have made sensational stops. 3 stops in the first over. And this one, I don't think it will be stopped, though. It's a bit high as well, so it will go to the boundary. And I wonder if they look at the height here. At the moment, I mean, it's a difficult one for the umpire square because it's outside the off.
I think
the batter.
The angle of the bat is more of a traditional drive, so I think there's no real issues with the height there. And so it's a nice way to end the over for the Italians. They are 10 without loss after 1.
Yeah, and that's what they want to be looking to do here. If they go at 10s, then they'll get to the target. They'll get to the target quickly.
So it is.
Try to do it inside the 7.
If you can get some early wickets, if you're Austria, this could be golden ball zone.
I said in the interval, I think Austria know they get those early wickets, 3 wickets straight away, then anything can happen. Yeah, you got to clone somewhere. I can hear somebody. I can see Mini Vinny.
They actually started talking about putting a microphone straight in my brain, so you can just think it and it'll come out. All right. So Stefan Gooch going for a little walk. I think maybe the ball was no good. That can't have been a Grizzly ball then. So I guess every ball occasionally will something will go out of shape. Yeah, Kamati.
I like what she did yesterday.
Yeah, she's going to get this second over. Run a ball required for the win. But it's not a great start. Full toss and it's out of the ground. Maximo.
It's been called no ball as well. It's going to be a 7 up. So it's been called no straight away by Stefan Gooch and clobbers it well. Well, this one goes the distance.
Looks waist high to me. And so it's not helping, is it? 7 for free. When you consider the target 64, that ball, which wasn't even a ball, is over 10% of what you need. Anyway, Kamati, see if she can get it right here. Free hit. Much better ball. Doesn't matter if it's caught or not. So Joanne just kind of backs off it. Experienced campaigner, while the more enthusiastic fielder beside her was kind of eyeing off a spectacular catch. But Joanne, she knew the situation there. That was Bardwaj that was coming towards her.
Knowing the batters, I mean, I would at least have one of my fielders back. Oh, this is another one that's pretty high. It's been hit well. It's a thunderous shot. Guato Guerrero. So this time, it seems to be happy with the height. It is lower, so it starts to come down. Yeah, well, it's okay in terms of the height, not okay in terms of the delivery. It's an easy hit, and Ratanaika, she doesn't need freebies to get her going, does she?
Yeah, Austria won't be too happy with some of the deliveries they've served up so far. So if you want to work out what Italy need for the bonus point, just take 18 balls off that. So they need 42 off 34 to take all the points. That's a really good shot. Straight down the ground. And Ratnaika is in some kind of form at the moment. That one was banked straight over the umpire's hat.
Yeah, beautiful hit. Look at this. There he goes. See, boom, down the ground. And no worries at all. Straight as a dart. And I know saw her batting and scoring that half century yesterday. She does hit down the ground really well. It's a difficult one in the power play. You really would like to have 2 straight, but you need to protect the leg side as well.
A bit shorter. Yeah, she's just absolutely torching the bowling at the moment, Ratnaika. And right now, Austria scratching their heads, as this could be a quick one if Ratnaika continues in this kind of form.
What a cracking shot this is. And so far we've seen the pull, the drive, and now the cut. And that is a devastating blow. And Austria, they need to find a way to slow Rottenleicher down, because look at the score already in the 30s.
30 love. Good tennis score. Good cricket score. And this is taking a bit of a risk as well. Once again, no mistake at all. Great effort out there from Mahadiwa to stop the boundary. They'll have a look at this. And looks like 2 to me, but I guess they'll be checking, is she in contact with the boundary and touching the ball at the same time? She's pretty close. Yeah, there's no issue there. The ball's ejected. I don't think it touches her again. I think that's a clean stop. What a good bit of fielding. It's a wonderful
save. Some of the fielding, I mean, we've seen already. Put it this way, if it weren't for those 4 stops, this game could already be over.
He's not wrong there. Need a turning point, don't they, Austria? Kamati's over's gone magical. Last ball to come. That's a cracking shot as well. But it's just very good batting in the end. And that's one that Kamati, I don't think she can be too upset with that delivery. It was a good delivery, but I mean, in the power play, it's hard to defend the boundaries. Again, just kind of opening up that front foot, going straight down the pitch, and banged for another 4. So 26 come off that over, and after 2, 36 without loss. Looking at the table, you can see that Italy here, if they could get that all the points, chase it within 7 overs, then we are looking at a 5-point gap. And I will say this, there's still half the matches to come. So, we don't have to necessarily jump to huge conclusions straight away. But it does feel like, those bottom 3 teams are fighting for the 2 spots in finals day Friday. And Austria put themselves in a pretty good position if they could take all the points here. Italy, I should say, if they take all the points here. All right, Priya Sabu gets the ball.
Yeah, it takes a bit of the pace off. It's still a nice shot, well fielded. Stiglitz is there again. She's a gun in the field, there's no doubt about it. And, now they're going. This is really good observation, very good running. They seize the opportunity because it's a good throw on the stumps.
Yeah.
But the bowler just sort of has a little bit of a kip here.
Yeah, the bowler does everything right, gets behind the stumps.
It's getting it picked up afterwards. Look, she's picking the bails up and then thinks, I better get the ball.
Well, maybe she thinks she can take the bail and bang it on the ball. Just do it in reverse. Oh, Sabu, too polite there. As this is lifted up towards deep mid-wicket again, should just be 1. Well fielded out there by Mahadiwa. Sometimes with fielding you can be too good.
Yeah, Manyakara.
I don't think I've ever seen a player pick up the bail and then run towards the ball. I don't think that's illegal fielding, is it? Okay, this is one.
I know what you're going to ask me.
This is hit down the ground. So if you're allowed to field the ball with a stump, I'm serious about this one. Well, if the throw's coming in, right, and it's going to hit you in the shins, can you grab the stump and block it? I think you can.
No, you can't.
Stumps and balls are meant to be together. Yeah, not often after 3,000 plus matches that something comes up and I'm like, what's the rule of that?
Why would you? Why would you just pull a stump out?
You could just get out the way.
Exactly.
But are you allowed to use a stump in the process of fielding a ball? I'm saying yes. Stump and ball are a natural union.
But the thing
ball can touch stump anytime, correct?
Yeah, but as soon as the stump is broken,
Still stump.
Chases the wide one, and
that's fun for you boffins at home. I don't think it's that unfair, because if anything, you're costing yourself the chance of hitting the stumps.
Now you're going to get people scratching their heads thinking, all right, think about this.
Drilling it for 6. I'm going to try that one day in a social game. Here we go. Okay. Well bowled by Sabu. Had a question asking, is it just 3 teams on finals day? No, it's definitely 4 teams. I'll tell you the format after this, because right now it's the end of the over and it's 42 without loss.
Yeah, so you can see, thanks to that magical over 26, Italy well on the way. That was a good over though there, that last one from Sabu. Just, I think, took the pace off it, made it a little bit harder for the Italian openers to get after the bowling and get the timing in. So I don't mind the call here for Stiglitz to stick with some more of the slow stuff. So Sujana Bangalore is going to be bowled in the next one. But it's all about where she pitches it. If she gives too much flight, if it ends up being wrong, i.e. too full, these two batters I like to punish, especially Ratanaike, who is in scintillating form. There's no doubt about it at the moment. She's batting really well, scoring runs quickly. Remember yesterday, 76 or 36 balls in that 113 to beat Spain, who got to 65. And this one will be called a wide. Good leave. She was pretty certain that wasn't going to come in, and she doesn't play at it.
Yeah, just going back to that finals day. 3 plays 4 in the first game. The winner plays whoever finished second in the second game. And then the final is 1 versus whoever's left.
Okay.
So
wants the single, we'll get it.
Basically comes down to if you finish top, you're straight in the final. So if you finish top of the table, you only have to win 1 game on finals day to win the trophy. If you finish second, you have to win 2 games. And if you finish third or fourth, you can still win, but you're going to have to win 3 games.
Matches,
and
yeah.
that's going to be pretty tough.
So you can see the equation here, 20 required.
Can I say I'm not often disappointed in the chat, not often that I am. I'm a little bit disappointed right now.
Why? What's the matter with you?
Down leg side, spill wide. No one has given me an answer to could you field a ball with stump?
You can't. I think as soon as you do that,
you can.
But that's the same as using your cap, right?
No, it's not.
Yeah.
Because you don't try and run someone out by putting the ball in your cap.
I'm telling you, it's penalty runs.
Nah.
It is.
Loophole. It's good enough for Don Bradman. Or imagine, like your teammate's not watching, right? And so you can't quite reach them, and the throw's going to hit them. So you grab a stump to give you that extra reach and knock the ball away. You'd be a hero. All right. Anyway, let's get back to the game. Sajanya, it's pretty well bowled. I reckon that just sneaks inside. Stefan Gooch thinks the same way. So right now they need 19 off 20 for the bonus point. Quick bit of work there. It's Anisha Nukala behind the stumps today for Austria. Lorena, by the way, the godmother of Roma cricket. She is watching. She has confirmed. She's messaged me. Yeah. Hello to Louis Bruce, who's watching as well. A little bit short, and this is going to get drilled over the top. Maximo! Nani Akara finally getting opportunity to show what she can do. And, yeah, well, making everyone dizzy with the hitting. 50 partnership comes up.
Yeah, that's a good hit. I don't know if there was silence before this ball. There's a little bit of it's almost like the hen knew what was coming as that was blasted for a big 6.
The dogs are back. I noticed that this morning as well.
They are, aren't they?
Yeah.
Mind you, they weren't very noisy this morning, were they? I don't think even they were too keen to get out.
Donde están los perros? Because sometimes, you know, the ones that go over the trees, obviously we saw that happen a fair bit in September and October. There used to be all these barking dogs over there. They were suspiciously quiet.
Yeah.
Anyway, Bangalore just needs to pitch it up a little bit here. Again, gives her a good look. Got to say, you know, the ground fielding's been pretty good from Austria, and that's a positive.
What's happened to the bat here? Are we going to see what happens here?
Yeah, well, I think it was dropped by the non-striker originally by Ratnaka. But she'll get it back, but then she'll have to walk back to the non-striker's end because that's the end of the over. 52 without loss after 4. So, I mean, they seem in a good position here. Well, this is where a bit of the strategy comes in because I think if you're Austria, you're trying to bowl your 3 best bowling options in the next 3 overs to try and salvage this point. Okay, so they need 12 to win, and there's, I suppose, 18 balls left in the kind of bonus point.
Yeah, I think that's why you go back to Sabu here.
Yeah.
Only went for 6.
Nani Akara, though, she's got a good eye. She's had a bit of bad luck. Remember, she got run out without facing a ball against the English 11, and you know, it hasn't quite worked out for her. But they've persisted with it at the top of the order, and you can see why. I mean, she's put together a really nice 20 here.
Yeah, I mean, Prabhat, that's what he was saying to me yesterday. He said she's been unlucky, but she's a very good player. And she's certainly starting to demonstrate that. And these two, a nice partnership. Ratanaika gets a good ball, respects it, and that's, again, very good cricket as well. It's not just all about hitting the boundaries. So it's a good ball, it respects it, but plays it with soft hands. But the running between the wickets between these two have been absolutely exceptional.
They're well drilled, aren't they?
Yeah.
You know, Prabhas had a full year with them this year. Think about the fact they got the next stage of qualifiers in T20 cricket. You know, had a tough time when they went that level up. But again, that's great exposure then to come back and play a team like Austria. And I would say, you know, at the beginning of the year, you know, that would have been fairly close in where they're at. But Italy getting some of that extra experience and extra match practice. Also a couple of big ins, I think, with Amelia Bartram and Regina Sidizay. Nice shot, but should be handled out there. So just a single, so that tiki-taka, but that's enough, I think, to creep up on that bonus point.
Sí, es tiki-taka. Muy lento, pero muy contento, yo creo, Italia. Because they know they don't have to really do anything too much. I mean, even if they keep going out run the ball, they should be able to pick up. Oh, this will help. Oh, this dips viciously.
Yeah.
I thought this was headbound. How has this come down as quick as this?
The old, you know, in the old days, they used to not just talk about in-swing and out-swing, but they talk about upswing and downswing. Yeah, that one had downswing on it. And so, still one to come here. By the old days, I mean the 19th century. Fred Spofford, the Demon, used to talk about that. Last ball of the over coming up. And it will be a wide +1. So, classic last ball jinx by me. Yeah. Sorry about that, Priya.
That's unfortunate, really, because that would have been just, if you squeeze that in, just a 10 off the over, but they get 2 with the ball extra. So that works in the favour of Italy that are searching for the win by the end of the 7.
Well, this is a false shot hanging in the air. Oh, almost turned into a catch. And Ganeshan almost couldn't believe she got there so quickly. So she had to panic and stick out the left hand. So the running was there. The hand position wasn't quite as quick. But yeah, that's a bit of bad luck. See there, she gets there in the end, can't quite hold on. Takes us to the end of the over. And the score is 59 without loss. Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo. And I've got Rico full with me, checking the tree. Not up there yet. What did you do with the golden ball?
We're working on it.
Did you sell it?
No, it's still
here.
here.
Okay, we still got it. That's okay.
It's been the call's been put out to find a way to.
Can I have this golden ball then? You know what I think? If we do get a golden ball, I'd love to get some of these in the kit bag, and that's actually what you bowl it with.
You bowl it with.
Don't you think?
Could be. Could be a bit interesting on a sunny day though. It might glow
fresh,
a bit.
that, isn't it? I'll give it back
It is
to
very
you.
fresh.
Well, I've got to say, the players are having a quick drink here, and also it gives them a chance to have a strategic timeout. I wonder what the strategy is here. But having said that, you know, the fact that Italy do get it within 7, I just like the fact they've gone out there with that intent. They've played their shots nicely. Their top order is clicking. Think about the batters we haven't seen yet. You know, like a Sidizay, like a Bartram, for example. Not really required. I think they've got their balance, their team right. I loved the bowling in the first innings, and just not really allowing Austria too many scoring opportunities. And if it wasn't for that partnership between Hannah Simpson-Parker and Joanne Stiglitz, I think that Austria might have had a really, really low total to defend. As is, they gave themselves a fighting chance, but not really working out for them here. Looks like Sujanya is going to bowl over number 6.
Yeah, what they've shown, though, Vinny, is that if their batting does click, like it did yesterday against Spain, and it's clicking pretty well here at the moment today, and that one, I think, probably, I mean, it's one of those that's so slow, I think, that the batter probably gets back before the keeper manages or tries to get it in her gloves.
That's the thing, and the keeper's got a lot to do.
Still said it well in the end, that's Nukala.
Yeah, Nukala's been pretty good behind the stumps.
Yeah, so going back to what I was saying, I think if they bat like this, they can be very competitive against the likes of Netherlands and England.
Oh yeah, I mean, they took a point off the Dutch yesterday, don't forget. Worked away, this will be 60 up.
I just want, if we can see this again, have a look where the non-striker is here. I mean, it's quite, watch this. So,
yeah, but you know what?
but she's looking.
Yeah,
and that's what I wanted to point out.
That's a really good point, yeah.
So even though she ends up halfway down the pitch before the ball even gets to the batter, she's actually waited till it's
Doesn't
released.
leave early. It's such a good fundamental. I even like that. That's probably been drilled into these players as well.
Really good running.
A few people thinking I look like peas and carrots with my colour combo today. Kind of an Irish feel. This one drops on the batter. Doesn't get a run. Hello to Wazza. Good to see you. Stay tuned, guys. I think we'll be back on time now. So the next match will start in around about 35 minutes. And that should be a pretty entertaining one as well. I'd say that you'll be a bit conflicted, I think, in the next game, Rico, when you see who's playing.
And it's another opportunity. So certainly taking the pace off has worked well here for Austria.
Isn't it again, it's one of these ones that by the time the keeper would have grabbed it, I think, even if she grabbed it cleanly, probably not going to be a chance.
Trying to finish it with the boundary. You can sense that. And hard appeal here. If this is straight.
It's pretty close, you know. But let me just tell you, this is a good over, and it's basically that bonus point equation is ticking past. Is maybe climbing. It's very hard to tell with the height. All right, so last ball of the over.
This could be, I mean, what an over this is.
4 off 7 for the bonus point.
What an over. Just the one run from it so far from Bangalore.
Oh, that doesn't help, though. Oh, it's gone. What a catch. That's a brilliant catch behind the stumps from Nukala. And who knows, it might even be good enough to get Austria a point out of this game.
Wow.
Just catching up with that one, Nani Akara.
MSP likes it.
Yeah.
I like it too. Well, you will think you like me. It's going to be a wide. He's going to bowl another one. But she gets a little bit of something on. She wants to. She was so focused on finishing things off with the boundary.
Yeah,
and
little
what
edge.
a catch. Well, sometimes you need to use every part of your body, and she does.
Honestly, it's such a good catch because it's all to do with the position. And you might say, okay, it's a bit fortunate. It probably hits her in the arm, bounces back, and she just kind of clutches it to her body. But that was a brilliant piece of wicket keeping. You've got to be in the right spot to give yourself a chance. Well done, Anisha Nukala. But Nani Akara, good little knock from her. I liked it. 21 off 18. Italy 60 for 1.
Yeah, also, got to say, I mean, great catch. But what an over as well from Sujana Bangalore. Only the one run from it. And that just gives them an opportunity maybe to snatch a point here. I mean, still going to take some doing because Ratanaike is on strike.
Stiglitz. Oh, she's a pretty good bowler. That sticks, and that's just a bit unlucky that doesn't stick to the keeper. So this is what's coming up next. I said you're going to be conflicted because your place of your birth before against the place that you live, Rico. It's England 11 taking on Spain in match 11. And England winning the toss and electing to bat in that one. We should be back on time, like I said, starting in 35 minutes.
Looking for a point. Can they sneak a point in here?
This is kind of exactly what this is about. It's breathing some life into this game. 4 off 5. And so...
Get Ratanaike off strike as well.
So, now we got 3 off 4. Because, to see if they're going to chase that in 7 overs. That's what it comes down to. See if they can achieve it in 7 overs. Right now, they're 6.2 overs. They're 61. So, basically, it's a 2-point swing that's going to rely on this. All right, so 3 off 4 required. You got a new batter there in Pedrick. And they brought the mid-wicket in tight. I like that. 3 required. Oh, it's almost caught. They won't get a run, though.
Oh, great
fielding.
Now,
So this is exactly what this is for. Because, I mean, we talked about it. It's either a 5-point gap or a 3-point gap.
Yeah,
depending on what happens here. Cool. 3 off 3. Oh, that hurts, doesn't it, with the wide. No ball for off the pitch. It's just losing the handle on that one. So, that'll make it 2 off 3 with a free hit. Well, must have been kind of half on, half off.
All right.
2 off 3. And that'll do it. So they will get there in the end. Although it was kind of taken to the wire in a way. But Italy will scoop the points here in match 10. And they're happy about it. And obviously Regina's been told about the wicket being given in the first innings. and they do it fairly comfortably over 3 overs to spare in the end. I mean, Austria, they did have that fight back there, but it was a little bit too late to be able to take a point out of the game. You just got to give credit, I think, to the Azzurri. They were outstanding here. They set it up with a solid bowling and fielding effort, and then no qualms with the bat. Ratnaika, again, outstanding in the response.
Yeah, she was. He batted really well. One thing, though, I mean, there's other teams watching will probably think, okay, maybe to that opening pair, maybe we deploy a bit of spin, the slower bowling, because they did like the pace on the ball, but when you took the pace off it, they did struggle a little bit, but they get home, they get the win, and they take all the points. All 4 points will go to them, and that means they put a 5-point cushion now between them and Austria.
Yeah, so it could be important as good feelings between all the teams here as well. It's a very positive atmosphere. I think everyone's excited to have the opportunity to get out here on this magnificent field. The next teams we'll be seeing out there, Spain on home turf, taking on the England 11, and Spain will be chasing in that one. Yeah, you just hope that Spain can get their bowling right. I mean, England 11, yeah, they're going to be a class above, but let's just hope that Spain, can at least put the ball in difficult areas to hit. That game coming up in about half an hour. Well, there's the Italian flag flying proudly in front of the dugout. Mahadiwa came on early, but the ground fielding for me early, it was causing a bit of chaos because I think Austria did really well with some of these stops. Yeah,
they did. I mean, that first over went for 10, but it quite easily could have been around 16. There were some really good stops, but the batting for Ratanaika once again, I mean, some of the shots she played was exceptional. I mean, this one was a no ball in the end of 7 up, but still, she was pulling, hooking, driving, and cutting.
I also think they go kicking themselves a little bit for those quite avoidable errors, I think, the 7 up, when you look at how close they did get to getting a point out of the game. Yeah. I just think things tended to get away from them, particularly in that second over. But, yeah, take nothing away from the Italian batting. It was good seeing Ania Kara scoring a few runs. I think that she's got immense potential in that position. Mahadiwa was outstanding. Mahadiwa was outstanding in that outfield position there. But then we saw Sujanya come on, and okay, that one was a bit short. Priya Sabu just trying to keep things alive. This is one where the fielder gets there, can't quite hold on. But I've got to say, I was really impressed with this catch. It's classic something out of nothing. To have the kind of courage, I suppose, to get behind that line of the ball, appreciated by the coaching staff. So Sujanya will claim that was their plan all along. But in the end, went to the 7th over, and it looked for a second like after a very good 6th that Austria might be able to take a point. It wasn't to be. Pedrick kind of shook off the cobwebs and finished the game with a boundary. And it was Italy that end up winning with 20 balls to spare. Ratnaika continues her good form, 33 off 21 for her. Nania Kara with 21. I liked her innings as well. I think they worked well together, and Pedrick finished it off for Team Italy.
Finish it off. The captain, make sure they get all the points. And in terms of bowling, I think Sabu was very good, but I really did like the bowling of Sujana Bangalore. She floated it up, she backed herself, and she almost, very almost, pulled off the fact that Austria could have picked up a point here. I think she bowled brilliantly. That second over first only went for the 1 run, and she picked up a wicket as well. So well bowled to her, but in the end, I think not quite getting enough runs on the board. That's what it comes down to. The 2 openers didn't click, Sabu and Malika, and if they don't click for you, you're going to end up with these sort of scores. So if one of them clicked, 80 or 90 on the board, would have been a different story, man.
Yeah, Taylor's old as time. Speaking of time, we'll be back in about 25 minutes to take you into the 3rd match of the day. Perhaps a special guest commentator on the way as well. It'll be the Spanish and the English going head-to-head in match 11 after this break. Right now, it's Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo, and Rico Full taking you through the action on day 3. We'll see you shortly for more ECCW.
The Women's European Cricket Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream 11, Paramatch, HCL Software, and La Junta de Andalucía, and the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Ven conmigo a cruzar su calle, a vivir su ambiente. Ven conmigo a vivir la vida intensamente.
Hello, welcome back. Great to have your company. And we're halfway through the day here at day 3 of this ECCW. Coming up, we'll see the hosts taking on the top dogs at the moment, at least. It's Spain versus the England 11 in match number 11. Let's go over to Ian Ramage. He's got the 2 captains. And let's see who wins the coin flip.
Spain, you're the home team, you will toss the coin. England, you're the away team, you will call. There's the coin. Tails has been called. It's come down tails, so you've won the toss.
We will have a bat first.
Okay, toss from England, who will bat first.
So it is the English skipper, Kiara Green, who wins the toss, and she's elected to bat first. No hesitation there. I think that she thinks this is a great opportunity for her team to go out there and, you know, maybe give a couple of other girls a bat that haven't necessarily had so many opportunities during the week. And they have had that kind of team mentality, that squad mentality, haven't they, Team England? They've been really impressive so far. Haven't lost a game. I think they go in huge favourites in this one. Speaking of the Spanish team, though, they did have a bit of a tough one earlier on against the Netherlands. They were fielding first in pretty tough conditions. I think conditions are a lot nicer now as the sun's out. But it all comes down to the ball for me. It's going to be a really tough task for their bowlers, I think, to keep these English batters quiet. But I just hope that they can hit their spots. I think we saw Maria Zamorano actually having a bowl and doing a pretty good job, I think, when she got it right. But I guess it's the consistency they're going to need. If some of the balls go for boundaries that are good balls and they're just good shots, I think you can tip your hat to that. But I don't think Spain want to be, you know, bowling poorly and just kind of gifting the runs to the English. Also, I think the catching is going to be important. We saw Amy Brown-Carrera taking a good one earlier on. I think she'll be a bit of a key with the ball as well. Let's get ready for the first ball then. Rico Full is standing by. It is your team, Spain, taking on the English, place of your birth. So you're probably a bit conflicted, but right now I'm going to get ready to join you up there in the box. The start of match 11 is on the way. The England 11 batting first after winning the toss.
Buenas tardes todos y bienvenidos de Cartama Oval as we get ready for the contest of Spain women taking on the English 11. England, of course, have been pretty strong all the way through. They've got that unbeaten record after a good win over the Netherlands yesterday in match number 8. England 103 to Netherlands 59. That was a match that everybody thought would maybe test the England 11, but they got through that pretty well with good performances with someone like Shashi Pai, who made a fine half century. Spain, I mean, they'll be a little bit disappointed in the way that they went this morning, but conditions, as you heard there from Vinny, were far from ideal when they opted to field first against the Netherlands. This time around, I think we're going to see better from them, and it looks like Naomi will be bowling the first over. 95% to 5% is what the win predictor is saying here. I think based on experience from the two teams and also what we've seen in this championship so far, that's probably a fair shout. But Spain, can they at least maybe cause a few little upsets here, maybe get a few wickets early, keep it nice and tidy, maybe hold their catches, that's another thing. But a good performance, I think, is what they're looking for here. I mean, this is a huge learning curve for a lot of these young players. And when I say young, we're talking young, a lot of under 17, under 19-year-olds in there. So it is a huge moment for them. It's all about them improving all the time and getting used to playing against good, strong, competitive players. And that's what they're looking to do here. It's nice to see that Medaguchi is out there umpiring with Joe Foster, the two match officials. Nice start from Naomi. Good delivery outside the off, keeping it nice and tight. And once again, another dot. Nice and tidy. Good bit of fielding, keeping it tight. Got those fielders in close to stop those singles. That's Bayal. Chilongia. It's a nice looking shot though. This one splits the field. The chase is on. It just slows up. And the batters will come back for 2. Bermejo. Young. Sensational player. And there's Meda, of course, also part of the ECN crew. A very fine umpire as well. Multi-talented is Meda Gooch. He's out there with Joe Foster, and Snehal is the 3rd umpire. I'm just waiting for some confirmation from the walkie-talkie. Continue. And that's well bowled. It's a wicket. Brilliantly done. And look at the reactions here. Oh, wow. Well, Meg Austin will go. But just look at the delay reaction here. I don't think Naomi could quite believe it. Look at the smiles. Vamos, chicas, vamos. Look at this delivery. And watch the reaction. It's like a delayed reaction to say, did I just do that? Did I do it? Oh, yeah, I did. And look at this. Oh, fantastic. Look at that. Goes straight to the captain, Asworth Fowler. Well, they're up and about. Look at the big smiles there. Shabash is up. Going shabash, 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 shabash. Meg Austin will go for 2. Bowled beautifully. What a great delivery that was from Naomi. So Austin departs. And straight back to the action. And well bowled again. New batter that comes out will be Maddie Ward. This is played out onto the offside. Gets through the infield. I wonder if they can take the arm on here. Well, keen to do so was Thomas. But Ward quite happy to get to the other end and take the single. Fine first over. Just the 3 from it. And, of course, the wicket. Exactly what Spain wanted. Equipo Roja. I can remind you that there's 69 days to go to the European Cricket Championship, the Champions League we call it, or the Euros of cricket. And this is like where the club champions come together. So that's why we call it like the equivalent of the Champions League of cricket. Where club champions from around Europe come together and go head to head. Drew, of course, are the reigning champions from France. The year before that, of course, was the team from Barcelona, Paca Badalona. Floated up and plays out on the offside. So a good throw as well. Liking this. And once again, I think that's Naomi that drills in the throw. And I think if this is a direct hit, it certainly would have been close. In fact, that's Soler that throws it in. That's great bit of work. Oh, that is. Let's see here. And wow. Okay, this is in the gap. And that's going to be 4 runs, 4 carreras. So 4 runs, good hit. We'll just have a look at this again. And here comes the throw. It hits. Just watch. Hang on, we're going to have to maybe a stick just with the live action. No, nothing happens there, just the dot ball. But yeah, we're looking at it again. I thought maybe it just suspected something there. Maybe just catching a bit of the keeper and then going onto the stumps. I think there might one that may have got away there. Saeed keeping it nice and tight. This that flight you get. This one's been dragged out on the leg side. Chases on, but not going to get there. That's going to be 4 runs. 4 carreras. So England, I think that a bit of an early setback, that wicket falling. I think that surprised everyone, including the bowler Naomi herself. But looking now to getting a move on here. So nice shot there from Libby Thomas. So just dragging it down to the leg side slightly. Here we go again. It's good delivery, but going down the leg side. Once again, good areas. Liking this. You can see all of a sudden the control is much better. I mean, they opted to field first thing in the morning. Remember the difference in temperatures. First thing in the morning, temperatures 3 degrees it was here. It was frosty. It was cold. It was difficult to control the ball, let alone stop it and catch it. And we saw those issues that Spain had against the Netherlands. But this time round, very different. We see the tables there. Italy did themselves a huge favour picking up the 4 points there. But Spain, they got 2 points to the name. They would love to get a victory here. But I think today, in this particular contest, like I think with the Netherlands, if they can pick up a point, I think that would be a victory in its own right. As we welcome back into our commentary box is Mr. Maxwell, Vinny Sandu.
Thanks very much. Great to be here. Yeah, a few talking points early. What about that wicket from Naomi Hillman-Bermejo? And it was a kind of delayed celebration. Like, did I dream that happened or did it actually happen?
Yeah.
But it was well bowled. It was full, straight. And yeah, getting that early wicket. The other thing was, I actually think that was run out. But no one noticed.
Longier. But, oh, that's a bit of an error there. And straight away the hand gets put up to say, yeah, my bad. Doesn't go to the boundary, though.
Yeah, it happens. Julia Zamorano, I've seen her doing a fair bit of keeping in this series, but it's Tasbih Mirza back behind the stumps. Yeah, I think it bounced off it was like a perfect storm, bounced off the keeper's pads, dislodged the bail. The bat was dropped and the foot was in the air over the line, but I think you got to ask, and I'm not super sure that there was even an appeal. There was like noise, but was there an appeal? Now, where does this bounce? I think that'll be a wide.
It was called a no-eat straight away from
the
umpire.
Off the pitch, but if it bounces after the
What about the height?
stumps,
I think it might have even called it for the height, actually.
Nah.
Height may be okay.
I
So
think
we'll look at
technically
this.
it's a wide because it's not too high. And, yeah, there we go. You know what I've got to say? Umpires do a great job. They've got to think of all these things. They've got to know the rule book back to front. They get that right. So it's not a free hit. That's the difference here.
They want to take the single. So good sharp running again. I like the aggressiveness in the fielding and the frame this time around also from Team España. They're getting there quickly. They're fraying the ball in hard at the keeper. They're backing up. So they seem to have gone up a gear in the field.
Yeah, and I think an early wick will do that for you as well. Kind of got nothing to lose here. The Spanish. A lot more friendly fielding conditions, I think, as well, compared to the tundra of the first innings of the day.
Dave's in the chat. He's obviously had his egg in the hole and he's got his energy back. He's saying, who's Diana Ross there? As I mentioned, the 3 degrees. Good one, Dave.
Well, he's saying you've got to stay unbiased. But aren't you biased towards both teams here? Because you're born in England, you live in Spain.
Yeah, cricket's a winner for me because this is what this occasion is all about, the Euros of cricket. Yeah, of course, it's great to see England 11 out there contesting with Spain, and I think it's a big win for everyone associated with women's cricket. It's a marvellous, marvellous occasion, spectacle of European cricket, and thoroughly enjoying it. Chingalia comes in again. Ward just respects that. It's good bowling. It's a good length.
Good yes.
What I'm liking is every ball that's a dot, there's a roar. There's a cheer.
Yeah.
Can you hear that? It's just fantastic.
Vamos España. You're hearing it all the time. I was just going to say, Chillingham, good to see her back in the lineup.
Yeah.
They're bowling well. Let's see if she can get out of the over, though. It's been a very good start from Team Spain, playing above themselves at the moment.
Well, draws the aggressive sort of false shot because wanted to try and get something out of this over, won't. Only goes just for the 4 runs. Very well bowled. And yeah, I'm liking what I'm seeing here from España.
Like real estate, it's location, location, location. As we get to the end of the power play and it's 17 for 1. England 11, certainly not having it all their own way. Rico's just going to step out. And it's a bit early for food chat, but maybe you can have a spot of lunch. And I'm going to have a special guest commentator coming in for the next few overs. And we might actually have to adjust the commentary camera because I think it might be the tallest guest commentator we've had in a while as well. But Chillingham, good over there. Saeed's going to come on in the 4th. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Max Mo, with a very special guest commentator. It's the Dutch captain this week, Iris Zvilling. Hello, Iris. How are you going today?
Oh, hello.
I
am doing very well. Thank you for having me.
I'm very pleased to have you in here, and I'm sure a lot of people have some questions they'd like to ask you as Saeed comes in, starts the 4th over with her kind of wronging stock ball. Yeah, so Iris, you've had hopefully a great week so far. How did it feel yesterday in particular? I've got to talk about the century. How was that Was that the first century you've scored in a Dutch shirt?
It's the first century I have ever scored in my life.
Is that right?
That's a good shot.
Yeah, good shot with the spin. Almost gets there, but not quite. The effort was there, but couldn't deal with the bounce. Thomas gets 4. And Saeed should be a little bit upset. I think she's had the rough end of the stick sometimes with some of these boundaries getting away. Yeah, so it's your first century ever.
Yeah.
Is that right? Even in club cricket, even junior cricket?
Yep.
Wow.
Yeah.
I did not know that.
No, yeah, it was, and it's great to have it on camera.
Yeah, honestly, I can see how proud you are, and I'm not the only one. It's well bowled by Saeed. She's a kind of awkward bowler. I know you faced her before, because, I mean, it probably takes a little while to get used to the fact that pretty much they're all spinning into you, right?
Yeah, and also they're really turning. I was looking back Tomo's innings, and I saw one came back sharply, which she cut in the end, but...
It's all about length, though. And if the shorter it is, the more you get to have a look at it and exactly what it's doing. So that's wonderful. I tell you the other thing about Saeed. Her shins are ball magnets. She's taken about 4, and she never takes a backward step. She's tough as you like. That's why she's got the war paint on.
Yeah, I like her a lot. She's a character, isn't she?
Yeah, she sure
It's just
is.
a full picture.
Matty Ward, slow to get going here, but that's a Gundy ball, really. Maybe fortunate for Saeed that it isn't hit. It'll be a wide, plus the one they run. Yeah, so let's get back to the team, I suppose, and leading the side this week. That must be a very proud thing for you to do in such a big tournament.
Yeah, it's really, really nice. It's I mean, it's not going to be easy, I think, for the rest of the week, but it's really a lot of fun, and it's lovely to be able to give some of the younger girls, some of the newer girls a chance as well, and I feel proud that I can be the one to give it to them in a way.
This is up in the air. Is she going to catch it? No, it's tapped over the line. Well, she got in a pretty good position there. It's Chilangia, who's normally a sure pair of hands. I thought this could have been another one where she runs under the ball, but I mean, it was catchable. And that's going to be a frustrating one. Instead of a wicket, it's going to be 6 runs.
Yeah, she got a solid base, but just went through the hands there, unfortunately.
Probably didn't quite have the stability in the end. If you look, her feet are kind of still moving. Just need to take a step back. Saeed. Again, she must have walked under a ladder this morning, I think. That will be a good ball to finish the over. So she'll finish none for 23. I think the figures don't tell the whole story. 30 for 1 after 4. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, with Dutch captain Iris Zwilling. And I've just put it out to the chat if anyone has any questions. You certainly have got a lot of people talking because, I mean, you must be a bit tired. You've been opening the batting, often opening the bowling. Obviously, you're fielding key positions. You're captaining the side. I mean, how are you keeping up with the pace of the week?
Well, honestly, I mean, yeah, T10 is short and sharp, but it is short. So I think that really helps. A day like today, it's going to be a long day, but at least I have a big break in between games. So it gives me the opportunity to get some food in me, just relax, see a bit of sunshine, watch some good cricket. So yeah, I have time in between to relax, fortunately. That's good.
Yeah, I was very excited to hear that the Netherlands would be one of the 5 teams to take part in this first ECCW. I know the plans are for it to expand, and a bit like we've seen with the ECL and the men's ECC, and more and more countries involved. Now, I like this change. Zamorano coming on. I feel this one might be a little bit high, but here's the thing about this youngster, Maria Zamorano. She bowled this morning. It was her first over she ever bowled in a match.
Oh, really?
So you've got to realise, for some of these players, especially in Spain is one really good example, they are able to train a lot, but they're not able to play a lot of matches because the infrastructure's not quite there, and that's very different somewhere like the Netherlands, where you'd be playing on a regular basis.
Well, it's lovely to get the opportunity to do it now, especially, I mean, it can be a downside that it's on a big stage like this because, there's cameras on you, people watching, but it's lovely they get the chance to bowl in games, and I think, it'll help to expand their game.
Yeah, definitely, and I've put it out there, of course, in the chat, and you certainly have been, I suppose, one of, if not the player of the tournament so far. As we approach the halfway mark, Zamorano was called a no ball. Pretty good comeback, though. I actually like her action. I think she gets in a pretty powerful position, and one thing I like about it, she's actually bowling the ball. I think sometimes, when the nerves have come into some of these younger players as well, they get a bit nervous, they kind of just put the ball there, and they lose their kind of natural accuracy, but she's really getting it down there.
She also, I like that she's dictating the game a bit. She takes her time at the top of her mark. She starts the ball when she's ready, not when the batsman's ready.
Yeah, interesting observation as well. That's a pretty good ball as well. So there's no ball, and I think this might be for a front foot. We haven't actually seen one of these at all, I don't think. But let's just check this one on the replay. Just watch the front foot here. Yeah, it is, and it's by some distance. So again, that's probably just a slightly inexperienced thing. Again, if you're in training, probably no one's really keeping a real track of where that front foot's landing. The actual ball itself was quite decent. So another free hit coming up, and Thomas will be the beneficiary. It is Christmas time. It is the season for giving. She gets a present here. Hit pretty hard, and it's into the gap, so that's 4. Cuatro carreras. Well hit by Thomas. Zamorano, unfortunately that time getting a little bit short. This could be another front foot no ball. I think, yeah, it has been called. So, again, it's, yeah, you got to feel for the youngster in this situation. That one was actually much closer. But I think the captain, Elspeth Fowler, I mean, she's very experienced and she's got a bit of a senior role to play. I think it's important that she goes home and has a word.
Yeah, it's good to see teammates helping her out.
Now, one of the questions we had was about Ace-villing, but not you, actually. I'll come back to that in a second. In the air. This is a free hit, remember. It falls safely in any event, and it'll just be a single. And, yeah, of course, earlier in the year, in the ECW, that you guys won and played very well, your sister Mickey was playing, but she's not on the side this time. So what's the story there?
Yeah, she's not here, unfortunately. She's on the other side of the world. Oh, actually, not really on the other side of the world. She's in Cape Town, South Africa at the moment. She's working on her bowling. She's wanting to get a lot quicker, even though she's already quite quick. But she wants more pace.
Can understand that. Fast bowlers always do. This one nutmegs the keeper. And not a bad delivery at all there from the youngster Zamorano. Okay, and she's not the only one, right? Because you are missing, think of the top 3 essentially from that series earlier in the year. Babette DeLader, as well as Heather Seegers and Stera Callis. So are they all kind of, they've got club commitments outside
Stera
Europe?
has been in Tasmania, in Australia. Heather's in New Zealand.
This is punched away. Fowler, normally a good fielder, but she jumps over this one. 2 there if they want it, and they will get it. And yeah, so I suppose that creates challenges, but also opportunities for your squad, right?
Yeah. So we see this as a tournament where we can give some of our newer or younger players a bit of an opportunity as well. So we've seen Merel Dekeling, who also came to the T20I qualifiers in Desert Springs this summer. Carlijn van Koolwijk.
Full toss, but fairly straight. It's not a bad ball, the low full toss sometimes.
Yeah, and we have Donna Paulette who came in as well, and Lise Vermeijeren, one of our youngsters. And I think they've been given opportunities and really taking those opportunities and showing what they have to offer as well. So it's really lovely to see.
I've liked Rosalie Lawrence behind the stumps. You know, I think she's been brilliant as well.
Don't know how I forgot to mention her.
Big shoes to fill as well back there, you know. I think she's done very well. Last ball of the over coming up here, and this is hit, and it's hit very well. Maximo! So Maddie Ward hasn't really gotten out in first gear yet, but that'll help. Just picks that one up off the leg stump. Brings up the 50 as well for the English 11. 51 for 1 after 5. Well, I want to welcome you into the commentary box. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Compliments of this season. Got Iris Svilling here, the Dutch skipper. And like I said before, congratulations on your performance so far. Now, what I will say as well, as the players will stop for their strategic timeout, we've got the Christmas tree here, and we're trying to get a bit of a tradition going to get something from everyone that comes and joins us. So have you got anything for the Christmas tree?
Well, I happen to have stumbled across an orange cricket ball, which has been festively decorated.
Beautiful.
Actually, which I think would suit the tree very well.
Goes very well. Perfectly orange ball. Well, thank you very much.
No
and
worries
Merry Christmas
at all.
to you. And look, wishing you all the best, of course. Look, let's talk a little bit about this experience as a whole. I mean, how important do you think something like this is to develop some of these other countries in Europe that don't get to play a lot of cricket?
Well, I also I had an interview earlier with, I forgot his name.
With Daniel?
Daniel, yeah.
I think I met him.
Yeah, we spoke about this as well. It's a really, really good opportunity for players coming from associate cricket nations to, just display what they have to offer as well. And it's nice that the quality of the live streams is so good, because that means more people are more likely to watch it as well.
For sure.
And more people watching it means there's more eyes on you and more chances that you could be picked up by some team or franchise or anything like that. And I think all the players here would love to have a chance at a professional career, and I think this really gives us opportunities to achieve something like that.
Yeah, no, I couldn't agree more with those thoughts. And I suppose one thing that I've noticed here is that there's a direct correlation between kind of the cricket infrastructure in the countries and the performance out there on the field. So I mean, you see a team like Spain, there's all this talent there, but they haven't necessarily got the facilities at this stage to get the most out of that talent. This is a good youngster here. This is Andrea Davidson-Soler, who is coming on. And she played one of the shots of the day this morning. She cracked a cover drive that kind of make you sit up and go, wow.
Beautiful shot. We put the cover up to see if she could get a pass. Did it straight away, so I put it back again straight away. Had to have some protection out there for her. Beautiful cover drive indeed.
Yeah, and she's also very good in the field. A lot of people love her run up. She has a hand on the hip as she runs up, all the way up to delivery, which I don't think I've seen anything quite like that.
I like the energy though she brings.
Yeah, she does. Yeah, and she brings a real air of positivity there. And even that was a good bit of fielding by Fowler. This is a very promising performance from Spain here. Because obviously this morning it was difficult conditions also to field first. They chose to do that, and we're going at kind of 20 and over pace in the first 5. In fact, they've got England going under 10s right now. We're into the second half of the innings. And it all starts with the ball. I think for the most part, they've been pretty accurate. They think of a 2 here, but Saeed's got a good arm. And again, I'm seeing it in real time, the improvement. And it's something that I saw earlier in the season when I was doing the ECIW, that 4-team tournament you did. And to see improvement day by day is quite something.
I also think teams like the Spanish team don't get to play together a lot because they're quite spread out in the country.
That's true.
So having them together for multiple games gives them the opportunity to grow.
Definitely. Oh, this is going to be a bit of work for the long off. Oh no, I think she's just gone the other side of the line there. Well, they're going to all yell and they'll think this might be out. But I'm telling you, I think she knows that it's going to be 4. Well, there's kind of mixed emotions out there right now. And I think they're going to double check this. And, well, that's about as conclusive as you can get. But I think that run out pseudo run out was created by the fact that I think at least one of the batters knew that had actually gone for 4. But anyway, questions coming in. Kroom has a question. He's watching from the UK. He said, well, if that's your first 100, what was your previous highest score? And normally batters know this. Do you remember?
Actually, I think it might have been the 74 that I scored the day before.
Really?
But I might have scored, I can't remember if it's 74 or 76 that I scored in the women's competition in the Netherlands. So, it was either 74 or 76.
Okay.
But I also scored my very first 50 last summer as well. So
I find that quite hard to believe, considering how well you've been hitting them in this tournament. And you're a natural with the bat. This is hit down the ground. It'll be a single. And, how about your best bowling figures? Because sometimes people keep track. Some players do, some players don't. Like, I always knew my best score, and I was like, okay, one day I want to beat that. One day I want to beat that.
No, international bowling figures, I played an ODI against Thailand, I think almost a year and a half ago. And I got 5 for 25.
Pretty decent.
Yep.
Limited overs match. All right. It's been a pretty good over. I'll put the jinx on last ball because it's only gone for 6. Remember, there was that kind of boundary that probably shouldn't have been a boundary included in there. We shall have to re-bowl this one. And, what do you prefer? That's the question as well. Do you prefer batting or bowling, or you don't really mind?
I don't really have a preference. I don't think you should have a preference as an all-rounder because I think you have to be keen to do both, which I am.
Last ball of this over. Pretty good one. I think that's a very good over from the youngster. Gets it full, impressive. Gets it straight, and keeping some pretty good batters quiet at the moment. Team Spain. England 11 after 6. They're 59 for 1. Look who's popped into the chat as well. Mickey Zwilling has just said hi. So
hey.
This is a strange way to communicate. Would you like to communicate by live cricket broadcast to your sister?
We can. I'm glad to see that she's watching. I know she watched my previous innings. And she seemed very proud, which is always nice to hear from your big sister.
Do you think it'll be tough then? Because I assume, like, for Christmas, you won't be together. True? I mean, is that a good thing?
Well, no, it's not a good thing because she always decorates the Christmas tree.
Oh, really?
So now I actually attempted to decorate a Christmas tree, but I bought a very small one, so I had to do very little work.
That's genius. I do exactly the same thing. My tree is about 20 centimetres high.
Yeah.
It's just efficiency.
Yeah. But yeah, she likes to do it, but she's
Some
not
people
here.
do enjoy it. All right, Chillingear's coming back. She's been a pretty good bowler. She only went for 4 in the first over. Just accurate.
I think what makes her tricky as well is she has a small...
I'll get one on the overthrow here. Sometimes you can be too good. That was a brilliant throw.
Yeah.
But it ricochets for an extra run.
It happens. But yeah, she has a little pause in her action. When she lands, she kind of stops for a second, and then she comes through, so the ball might come to you a bit later than you expect.
And I think she kind of messes around with that sometimes.
Yeah, she
I think
plays around
it's
with
quite
it.
deliberate to try and throw off the timing. A little delay.
Yeah, I like the tactics in that because it can really, especially if you're looking to just hit the ball as hard and as far as you can, something like that, the ball will arrive to you later, and it can just make you mistime the ball.
Yeah, good location. This one drifts into middle and leg. And, again, it's going to be 4. But it's a great effort there. Chillingear, I think, initially, this one just kind of drifts in a bit too close to the batter. Again, it was a good initial effort. See, you can never criticise an effort like that. I mean, she does everything right.
Yeah.
Just doesn't quite get it in the middle of the hand.
Yeah, a bit unlucky. I think her knees kind of plugged in the grass there.
All right, so a couple of those now. This is good ball as well. That mid-wicket in fairly tight, preventing the single. So the other thing is, in the Netherlands, tell us, for example, what your cricket season looks like. I mean, you've played a lot of cricket with boys and men too as well, right?
Yeah, so we'll just watch this ball first.
Yeah, we'll have a look from Chillingear. Dropped.
Ooh.
Not an easy one. She kind of had enough time to recognise what was happening, and it just burst out of the left hand, creating an opportunity but not able to take it, Chillingear.
Yeah, so just burst through the hands here. Good opportunity created though, nice ball.
Yeah, she created.
Floated it up nicely.
See if she can get out of this over, maybe pick up a wicket or at least keep the ball in the ballpark. Again, really well bowled. Half an appeal. Yeah, so what does your cricket season look like in the Netherlands for you?
So when you play in the junior league, you always play a mixture of boys and girls because there's not enough girls to have a girls league. So yeah, it's definitely a mixture growing up.
Nice ball this over. Chillingear's been brilliant. On the charge. Sliced away again. That wasn't quite out of the middle either. Good pick up and throw. We'll keep it to a single. Chillingear can certainly be very proud of her performance here, conceding just 12 off her 2 overs against this strong English side. And after 7, England 11 are 67 for 1. Well, one place we'd love to get back on the calendar, and this is the draft calendar for 2024, is the Netherlands. And I know it is tough because of the amount of cricket that is happening there. We have been a couple of times to Sparta. I think maybe 3 times there. We always love going there. Hopefully, if we can't squeeze in this season, maybe we can head towards that way in 2025. Because I do understand the Netherlands, though, it is packed. I mean, that's actually what we're talking about at the moment, right? The schedule is pretty packed. So you were saying that you play a lot of mixed cricket as a teenager.
Yeah, so but then when you go into senior league, then you have women and men separated. But because the women's league is quite small, some women still play men's cricket as well.
Yeah, this is going to be Amy Brown-Carrera to bowl the 8th over. First one's down the leg side. Okay, and I suppose, because you are good enough to compete with the men in the Dutch competition, right? I mean, there's 3 levels of cricket there for men. That's right. You've got the.
Well,
let me see if I've got the
many
top
more
classer.
than 3.
Yeah, true.
Way more than 3.
This is pitched up, hit down the ground. The 3 that have come to mind for me, and excuse my Dutch, the top classer, the hoofdclasser, hoofdclasser, and I'm going to have a guess at this one. Like the Erdeclasser? Eerste classer. Hey.
Close.
Points for trying.
Close. Yeah, you tried.
But it's something that, in a lot of other European countries, we find that don't have levels. As this is lifted up, it should be handled, and it is. And so that also, for a lot of men's cricket in Europe that I go to, when you've got one team in a club rather than having multiple teams, it means people are kind of playing out of their depth sometimes.
Yeah.
So I think that's one reason that Dutch cricket's pretty healthy, is that, if you perform at a slightly lower level, you can get promoted up. If you're not, you go down. That's a bit more like in an organised cricket country like Australia or England or any kind of full member. That's the situation.
Yeah, you can see you can see that in our national team as well. The men have been doing really well on the big stage, which is lovely to see, and that's in part to do with the way our national competition is set up as well.
It's set up to create elite players.
Yeah.
Standing next to one right now. This is another good ball from Amy Brown Carrera up in the block hole. Right now, England, they've thrown everything at this, but Spain with the ball, they've been super accurate, and it all starts with the ball. I mean, one of my coaches used to say that the bowler is actually the person that's in charge of the whole game. They're the person that's going to put the ball in play and decide where it's going to be. Again, this is full, and you can set a field to that, and they just get one down the ground. I know we're coming to the end of our time here. I know you've had a big workload. We'll see you a little bit later in the day. Can I also tell you something I'm really excited about? Your clash against Italy in match 12. It'll be the first time we have an all-female on-field umpiring crew in an ECN game.
Oh, that's really exciting.
Yeah, so you'll be a little part of history there. This is driven pretty well once again. Stop needs to be made. This time she stays the right side of the border. Probably two there if they'd been awake to it. But
the quick release.
It takes the single.
Kept them to one.
This is a brilliant performance. I mean, like I said, Spain, even if they don't win this game, I know that the batting has been a bit of a tough one for them. They don't have the depth of some other teams, but if they could even take a point off the English, that is a huge result. That's a nice shot, though. Chipped away, and it's going to get over the field up. Maximo! Thomas moves to 48 within reach of a half century. End of the over as well. Brown Carrera, not the worst over I've ever seen. 80 for 1 after 8. Well, Iris, I want to say a big thank you once again. Thank you for the gift, which we'll put on the Christmas tree. It's very thoughtful.
Thank you for having me.
And look, I suppose the big question, do you think you can go all the way in this tournament?
Go all the way? I think definitely we can. I think it'll be a nice challenge for us as a young team, but I think definitely we have the strength and the skills to do so. So hopefully we can put up a nice show. Thanks very much as well for joining me. You're a credit to your nation, you're a credit to your team and everyone in Dutch cricket. So wishing you all the best. I know you can't wait to have another crack at the English, and it won't be too long before you will. Thanks very much. Thank you very much. Iris Villing, my guest commentator here throughout the middle part of this first innings. And I think the Spanish fans might want her to stay here, because right now Spain have really been playing out of their skins. I know that Rico's jumping out of his boots, and it'd be good to get his thoughts when he comes back in. But now you've still got someone like Naomi Hillman-Bermejo to come back in, and she started off, actually, she set the standard. She got that early wicket of Meg Austin, and now she's coming back in the 9th. A little bit short, but yeah, Rico, welcome back to the commentary box. It was great to hear from Iris, of course, and she speaks very, very well, and is a real role model, I think, for a lot of girls in European cricket as well. But how about this performance from the Spanish? Yeah, I'm loving it. First of all, Iris, thank you very much. It was great to have her in the box. Of course, the only Centurion, and this one, well, I think I was a little bit concerned for the fielder, because that was hit really hard. I think that's a Muskan Naseeb that's out there. The problem with this one is it's coming out of the sun as well, and she does well. Fortunately, it's only the hat that she loses, but that was absolutely blasted. Got to say that I'm mightily impressed and very proud of the way the girls have been fighting out there. I mean, I spent the time just on the boundary, just listening to the energy and the passion and the desire from the Spanish girls, and the way that they're supporting each other. You know, they're very chirpy, they're very supportive, they're playing as a team, they're playing as a unit. Speaking of a team and a unit, there's some of the English girls, they're playing pretty well as a unit as well. They're looking pretty happy about things at the moment, but I think that Spain are really surprising them here. And look,
Gotta say, it's the Spanish. We play in the sunshine. We're used to the sunshine. We're not used to that cold weather that you gave us first thing in the morning. It's normal for them not to perform in the morning. Give us some sunshine. Give us a jar of sangria, and it's a different ball game. 89 for 1 after 9.
I mean, lots of bowlers doing well there. I mean, it was only really young Maria Zamorano, who, by the way, is bowling in an actual match situation for the first time today. Had a few problems with the front foot, and that's the over which has been the most expensive. But everyone else, competing very, very well, competing above their level really at the moment. Let's see if they can finish it off here. 10th overtime, and it's a well bowl from Amy Brown Carrera. So she's a pretty reliable option to bowl the 10th over. So yeah, I thought this morning you could have almost got a 12th fielder if you just built a snowman and you could have put it somewhere. It was a crazy start of the day. But it really does become pleasant quickly, doesn't it? Right now, it's wonderful conditions, 17 degrees.
Great performance. Keep it up. Don't let yourself down. Thomas, she's going to get lucky, and she will get a half century. Will they try and come back for 2? No. They'll just stick to the 1. So well batted to Libby Thomas. Makes a half century, 50 of 33 deliveries, and gets a welcome warm applause from everybody around the ground, including, of course, the Spanish.
Yeah, well batted to Libby Thomas. I mean, she's had to work for it, though, hasn't she? It's 50 of 33 balls, so, yeah, pretty decent strike rate, going at 1.5 runs a ball. She can really go for everything now because we're into the last over.
And, well, hay poco más suerte, pero solo hay uno, yo creo. Yep, just the one. The thing about this is, a lot of people will look at that score and be saying, why didn't they go for it? There's so many wickets in hand. Why aren't they? They are going for it.
Yeah.
Spain have bowled so well.
It's been good defence.
It has been good defence. And most of the time, right, 1 or 2 have gone through the outfield, but they've been fraying themselves around and making the stops as well. They really are fired up. And that one is going to be, I think, maybe just drops before the rope. It's going to be 4 runs. It's a good shot. Plays this shot really well. And just works this away. Cuatro más.
Good timing. But, yeah, you can see the error there from Amy Brown Carrera getting into the pads. What I was going to say is, by starting with the ball and being accurate, you can actually set a field and have a plan.
Yes.
And you could see they were pitching the ball up. They had the long on, long off pretty straight. They protected the straight boundaries. And with the length they bowled, they didn't bowl a net that the batters could get under easily. So this is a good example, really.
Yeah. So you can see they want to get the 100 up. Can I just say, that's been fielded there by Payal de Longuia. She has been sincere. I don't even want to look at the bowling figures or anything else.
Well, you can.
But I just want to say, in the field, talk about being vocal and supportive. I mean, when we get our headsets on, we don't hear a lot of what's going on. The support she's been giving all of the players has been amazing. This one gets away. Well, looking at what the call will be here from the umpire, they're coming back for the second. They will get there. Is it just going to be, leg by? So they won't get to the 100. It's going to be exactly a chase for 100 for the Spanish. That is a marvellous performance. And let's admit it, that everybody, you know who you are at home. If you thought this was going to be a 150 plus, and some people in the fan zone, I'm not going to name names, some people in the fan zone said that England were going to score 200. You know who you are, and you know who you are at home. You thought this was going to be a rout. It's not. Spain have done brilliantly well.
It's by far their best 10 overs in the field and with the ball, I think, in their history. There's no doubt about it, to hold this England 11 side to double digits. Brilliant performance. England 11, 99 for 1. They tried all they could to kind of get the score moving. But Team España just wouldn't let them, and that was the big moment early. Naomi, one of the moments of her career as she got that early wicket. Wasn't she excited about it?
Oh, well, there was a delayed reaction, weren't there? The ball hits the stump, she waits for a moment and says, that's out, and off she went. Well, look at them. They were up and about on the bench as well. Magical moments for Equipo España. And the thing is, they kept up that standard. A few people thought, well, maybe it wouldn't be. Then this one, look, this is what we were talking. This is what you were saying, thinking that maybe.
I reckon this is out.
Let's see what happens here. So it goes onto the foot, onto the stumps. The bail comes off. I think the bat plugs. The foot is in the air. I think you called it right. There's one that got away.
These eyes aren't just for show, Rico. But what I will say is maybe it was lucky that they didn't get that wicket. Because who knows, maybe someone would come out and just been able to have the answer to this good defensive effort. So in the way it works out, I mean, that'll feel like a win. The other thing is it'll be about 70 to get a point out of the game. So look, the 100, to be honest, it's going to be tough.
Yeah.
Considering the bowling that England have at their disposal. But I mean, that 70 is a bit more realistic, I think. Again, it's all about development. It's all about getting the best out of your team. And yeah, Spain, very, very accomplished performance, and they're coming together in real time. England 11, though, I mean, they didn't do a lot wrong. They scored 99, but even with the assistance of a couple of these boundaries that probably should have been stopped, just kind of needed to stop and ask for directions. See, that's another one coming from the illegal side of the border. With Shart, she's not playing today, so she had to get involved mainly by being a pest, I think, in the player tent. Some good hitting late on, just little errors, and that's the thing, little errors have big consequences. But they didn't make a lot of even little errors here, Team Spain. So a couple of Maximos lifting England up into the 90s, but still, I think a pretty fascinating second innings to come.
Yeah, I think so as well. When you're talking about 70, I'm still thinking 100. Who knows? Look, if you think about, if you were to give a sort of percentage increase in how much better they performed in this match to the first, I mean, it's huge. If they can do the same with the batting, they're there, they're getting the run, you know.
I mean, if Spain would have chased this 100, it would be, I think, the biggest upset we've ever seen at the Cardiff Oval. Because considering where Spain have come from, where England have come from, and also what their performance has been like in the tournament so far, as you can see, top 3 required, and that was all for England 11. Austin went early. Libby Thomas finishes with a half century, 55 off 35, and Maddie Ward with 30 off 24. Could never quite find their mojo, could they? 1 for 12. Naomi Hillman-Bamako came up with that 1 wicket, but really credit to all the bowlers. I think even someone like Uzua Saeed bowled a lot better than the figures suggest. She conceded 23, but Chilungia only conceded 12. Andrea Davidson-Soler was only asked to bowl the 1 over. She only went for 8. Amy Brown-Carrera stopped it from getting out of hand at the end as well. So we'll take a break and we'll be back in around about 10 minutes to take you through the second innings. Can Spain get a result against the strong England 11? Find out after this. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, with a big thanks to my guest during that innings, Iris Zvilling. But Rico and I will be back after this break with more ECCW.
The Women's European Cricket Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream 11, Paramatch, HCL Software, and La Junta de Andalucía, and the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Hello and welcome back, and yes, the Share the Meal is our charity on the European Cricket Network, and at this time of year, of course, we should always give a thought to those a little bit less fortunate than ourselves. We know that millions of people go hungry during each day, and we can make a difference. This is the situation here for Spain, so to win you need 100. And if they can get to score there of 69, they do get themselves something, do get themselves a point. And of course, if they're restricted to that, then of course all the points will go to England here. 7 overs, that's really, I think, the first thing that England will be looking at, trying to restrict, trying to get those maximum points. Spain, though, on the other hand, they know that if they can get past that, they give themselves something. And it's got to be 2 targets here Spain are looking at. First, I think you're still looking at the win. Get the win, pick up the points. If you're not going to get to the 100, then start to be thinking about the other score there. A lot of nerves will be out there, of course. And of course, we do know that Naomi Bermejo does play cricket in the UK, so this is a big moment for her as well. Just having a bit of a chat there with the wicket keeper, Libby Thomas, behind the stumps this time. So it will be Daisy Gibb to bowl the first. And Daisy had some issues early on yesterday herself with the dew, but no such problems. And when we saw her bowl in the afternoon, she was really steaming in. Starts with a short one, is up in the air, could be, oh, they loses it. Loses the ball, and it's going to be a valuable, very valuable 4 runs. Loses this in the sun. Oh, well, maybe that is a little bit of luck. The suerte that the Spanish team need. It could have been the first baller. Just floats up in the air, but it blinded by the sun, the fielder, Maddie Ward. And it goes for 4, and they're happy about it. I don't think the English are, certainly. Daisy Gibb won't be. Huge opportunity. Oh, Naomi makes the most of it, digs this one out, no run. And we do see a change also in the batting lineup. You see that, I get the feeling that that's not Riaz out there. I think that's Elspeth Fowler. So we finally get what we've been calling for. I'm pretty sure 100% that's Fowler out there. I think the scorers will get the nod in a moment. Anyway, what a huge moment that could have been. That one just sneaks inside. Oh, well, that's corner wide. I thought she may have just sneaked this one inside, but yeah, umpire goes with what she sees there. That's Meda. So look at this again. I thought she'd just squeeze it in. Wide is scored. It could be one of those where maybe slightly blinded by the bowler, but anyway, wide it is. Umpire's in the best position, I will say that. In comes Gibb again. And that swung in. And played nicely, but no run. Yeah, batter definitely is Elspeth. So I've been calling for this all the time. I want to see the captain out there. And Mirza tried her best in the opening position, didn't quite click. So huge partnership required here. Just stops a shot. Just checks it, but no harm done. Fielders are pretty deep. So 4 came off the first, which, well, it could have been disastrous for Spain. But went in the sun, and Maddie Ward loses it. Maddie probably thinking, you see, that's why I should be behind the stumps. But of course, so many good keepers. Maddie Ward having to field at that fine leg position. This one Does this come in enough? Similar to the one that was called, so maybe it's a 1 apiece. And I think that one is a ball to come, maybe. 360 matches since the golden ball. It's at the over. Just checking, you can see the scorers. And the umpire doesn't look like, so we're going to continue. This one gets played away. And scores do still stay the same, so it wouldn't have made no difference on the score. So it's 4 without loss, and that 4 coming off the very first ball, which could have gone either way. It could have been a wicket. As we welcome back into our commentary position on a much sunnier, much warmer afternoon here now on day 3 of the Euros of
Very
cricket.
pleasant. I actually think it's 5 because there was a 4 and there was the wide, right? So
Yeah,
I
there was
think
a wide
actually
call.
that's why we had a bit of a mix-up there, but I'm pretty sure that we'll see it's 5 without loss after 1. Anyway, yeah, Fowler, I like her at the top. I think it's a good move. I think she'll take a bit of the pressure off Naomi as well. Has had to shoulder the burden. But, I mean, what about your slices of luck? First ball, that was a dolly, but can't catch what you can't see unless it's like a virus.
Yeah.
And so she gets away with it and gets a boundary. So, yeah, 70 secondary target for Spain as well. As we get ready for the second over. And it's going to be Bethan Ellis. And she goes down first ball. And you can't really blame the pitch for being slippery at this time of the day, but just didn't get the grip. Remember that pretty much all of these girls, they are playing on turf in England with the spikes.
Yeah.
So it is a little bit different for the bowlers, I think, in particular, when you go to an artificial surface.
Yeah, it goes down. Nice to see the Spanish camp, smiles on their faces. Neil Brooke, he'll be very proud and very happy of the way things are so far. And they've got plenty to smile about as well. Full of delivery, just pushes it in the air, and it's another drop. Gotta say, this is a straightforward catching opportunity. And now it's Megan Sturge.
Oh, that's a Class A goober, isn't it, really? And you can't blame the son for this one. Oh, Sturge. I won't be happy with that at all.
Yeah, this is not the standards that England would expect. So they already will be disappointed about the way things are going here. And this one's short, and plays this. Not the right shot to play, really.
Might have got over the stumps. I mean, maybe it's not a bad shot to play if it is bouncing over the stumps. It didn't hit it. So still just was fixing up that scoring issue. But I think they pretty much are on the right track. Yeah, but Fowler's got one job, get to the other end. Okay, won't be easy, but that's what she's got to work out a way to do. Keep her up as well, putting the choke on as well. You see, offside. I've noticed this. It was the same thing with Mirza when she was opening the batting earlier. You know, playing correct shots, but when they're just pushed softly into the offside, it's not really a run there. So then maybe you have to take a risk. Remember, you've got 10 wickets to play with. Maybe take a risk, get across, maybe try and open up that leg side where there's a few more gaps. Ellis settled in now a bit. Oh, or not. That'll be a wide, another 4.
It goes down again, and on that occasion it was a wide, and it's another wide here. I think it's just the effort. I don't see the foot slipping. She's putting a lot of effort in. She's literally throwing herself into the delivery.
Yeah, it's true. Often that'll happen when you're your last stride. You're trying so hard. You're getting a little bit extra out of that last slide, and you're transferring that weight from your back foot to the front foot too violently.
This one's going to get away, and it should be a run there. And, well, I don't know why Naomi doesn't call this. Got to go for those. I mean, it's so early on in the over as well.
Yeah, it's there. She had to get to the other end. This was her chance and didn't even use the ball. You can see here, just hesitated, didn't trust her eyes there, Naomi. But, I mean, she could have been running while she was deciding.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
See, you can see also the difference. I mean, the one thing I was marvelling at was the running that we saw when Italy were out there. I think we might just have this little delay here now. Maybe just while we get the graphics sorted. Not sure what the issue is here. I think I can hear or see Meda just talking to one of the fielders saying, yeah, we're just waiting for while they get the graphics sorted out here. So I think we are okay now. But anyway, we'll wait and see. But we can have a look at this again. So you can see I mean, a win is what Spain would love to do. But
Yeah.
if they can't get that win, if they can get past that 70, 70.
70
If they
plus.
get to 70, they're happy. I think that's the key here. Try to get something out of this contest.
And yeah, good to see Elspeth Fowler up the top till we get to score. But Charlie Hunt has sent me a message. Hello, Charlie. Good
Hello,
to have
Charlie.
you tuning in. He's saying, obviously, Elspeth, a pretty seasoned campaigner here in Spain, actually won the batter of the tournament in France last year. So let's see if she can take some of that form in. But yeah, you've got to almost, you need to dictate terms, maybe not be as reactive. So if you just continue to push good deliveries into the offside and not score, then you're kind of going nowhere. You're running on the spot. So maybe, you need to mess around with your position, maybe get on the charge, which gives you kind of a head start if you are going to go through for a run. But also, I think above all, you need to have that understanding, don't you? And you could see that the wide that got away from the keeper and the fielder. By the way, it's Libby Thomas who's doing the keeping. She did very well to even get down the leg side because it wasn't an easy take at all. That's quite clever out there from Fackrell because it's considered a bit impolite to sit down on the field. But if you can disguise it as a stretch, then you can always get away with it. That's smart play.
Fair play. She was doing a fair bit of stretching. She's just taking a break from stretching now.
Yeah, and it's very nice of Kiara Green to come across and provide some shade.
Interesting though. That tells you the story. Go sit in the sun. If you sit in the shade, it's a bit chilly. Get in the sun, it's beautiful. When I got out of this box and I stood out there while it was in the box, it was beautiful.
It's beautiful. It's
so lovely.
It's a classic blankets and sunglasses kind of a day. But anyway, maybe this gives us an opportunity to welcome you into the commentary box. I've got Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo. I've got Rico Fall here. Wasn't it nice of Iris to also bring us another decoration? I think we had a couple of orangey ones, but that one was only orange.
I hope you noticed that I'm trying everything.
Yep.
I've got the golden ball up there now,
Yep.
and I also got a bit of golden tinsel
you got some
as
tinsel?
well.
I didn't even notice that.
I am trying to bring this golden ball to us before the end of our season.
I like the idea of when we have a guest in, and I think we're going to have another guest the last game of the day. They need to bring something for the tree.
Yeah.
It's nice, isn't it?
Where are the mince pies, by the way?
No comment.
I noticed you hit them. The mince pies are gone, and it was me thinking I'd get a mince pie or two. But have you eaten them, though? Come beyond. Have you eaten any?
But okay, do you want to go early food chat? I did go to the Carvery last night because Empanada Shop was closed. I went to the Carvery with Roland from the KNCB. Now, Roland played in the World Cup for the Netherlands, and he also played a lot of first-class cricket in the UK. So we had a good old chat. Here's the problem, though. Carvery is kind of all-you-can-eat buffet. We went in late, and I ate a good 2 plates worth, and I'd had my fill. But you know what they said? Look, guys, we're the last people there. We don't want to throw this out. Do you want to come and have like the rest of the meat and all this? So let's just say I haven't eaten today yet. But that was a bit of food chat for you. Also, I'm excited tonight because I'm told that some of the crew are going to go for Taco Tuesdays.
Oh, Taco
That's
Tuesday.
what we've got to look forward to.
Okay.
Again, sorry for the delay right now. They're just kind of sorting out the technicals. We need to make sure that everything's right and that the score is spot on before we continue. I think that's just to make sure that we have the graphics up and that everyone can see where we're at in the game. And I think it's worth the wait, I suppose.
Yeah, we've got to get it right, of course. And the thing is, I don't think the players mind it too much. Out there in the sunshine, if it was first thing this morning, it would have been a bit different.
That is true. What do you want for Christmas?
What do I want for Christmas? Oh, well, I don't know. It's my age now. Yeah, what do I want for Christmas? Nice time at home, relaxing time, family. Daughter will be home from uni as well. So nice family Christmas. Some nice walks along. We do it every year. That's the strange thing. You associate Christmas and snow, whereas here in Spain, it's Christmas and go for a walk along the beach. So yeah, just a nice time. Have a few glasses of wine, some good food.
Yeah.
And make the most of the time off because we don't get a lot of it.
That's true. Yeah, I'll really try and make the most of. We've got about 3 weeks before we start the season again. But I mean, there is time. You have to balance it. I mean, I certainly will be putting a bit of effort just preparing for season 2024, and it is going to be a huge season. Don't know if we've got the schedule of the 2024 calendar, and this is something we released just a couple of days ago.
Yeah.
And
looks like we might be ready to go anyway.
In fact,
I think we're going back, so they seem to have sorted out what the issues are.
Right. So yeah, I'm looking forward to Obviously the season starting in Cyprus, planning to make a couple of visits there.
It's going to try and round the wicket, I think, to see if that gives her a bit more stability. And I think she sneaks that one in, so we'll be looking at the umpires communicating with each other. 2 to come. I don't know if that's... So our graphics still probably not updated because from what I've got, that would be... Well, I'm not going to guess anymore.
I think they've decided, because of the first innings, we're just going to go plug on and we'll count them up eventually. That's well bowled, though.
Yeah.
Angles across. Especially being the second innings. Probably helps to know, but we'll try and keep you up to date when we know.
Yeah, we'll be catching up pretty soon. I can see on my screen, we're just, from what I can see, we're a ball behind. So pretty soon we'll be up and it'll be on. So I reckon by the time this over comes to an end, before the start of the third, we'll be all caught up. That's well bowled again. Beautiful bowling. Really good. And that takes a lot of doing as well. So it didn't feel right coming over the wicket. Was losing a foot and thought, I'm going to come the other way. And on the money straight away. So good end to the over. And I think the score probably stays around 6 or 7 is what I'm guessing at. But we can have a look at the tables. You can see the importance here. I mean, Spain and Austria, when those two meet again, that's going to be a crunch match.
Well, Spain can actually tie Austria on points despite not winning a game. Because Austria, the only 3 points they have are from their one win. And the other games they haven't been able to get a point out of them. So, yeah, kind of like, I thought this would work well, and I think it has. I mean, we saw Italy having to be pushed to get all the points in the last game, came right down the last couple of balls. But I also think it's a fairer way to split teams than just net run rate. Because net run rate, you could get a big boost if you absolutely bullied a team into the ground. I think it encourages teams, to share the load a bit more as well. Cara Green coming on for a bowl here in the next over.
Yeah, nice to see Green. Green, of course, provided us with highlights yesterday with that jalebi catch. So, chance and I just said she took a jalebi catch yesterday. That was outstanding. And this one, see, she went for 2 hands. Should have gone with a one hand.
They say things happen in threes. Naomi has put some sort of curse on the English fielders. It's the 3rd time she should have been caught, and she's still there. Back to the action now. Cracks the next ball, partially knocked down, and gets away from the infield. They'll just get a single. This is the ball he just missed, but can't quite believe, especially when you consider the one that Green caught of her own bowling, which I think was the HCL Software player of the day yesterday.
It's amazing.
Which he just kind of plucked down of nowhere.
Yeah, England, yeah. Naomi's been dropped. You mentioned it on 0, 3 and 4. So they'd be disappointed with their own standards there. And, of course, Green, the leader, the captain. Spain, yeah, they know it's going to be a tough one. But they need something to cheer, don't they? And the boundary would help them. Can they get a boundary? Oh, that's good delivery again. I think, Elspeth Fowler is a very good batter. We know that. I think in the T20 format, she's proved her worth. And maybe just taking some adjusting to the T10. But for me, it's be a bit more aggressive, play your shots. Asking the question, but I think the foot is pretty well planted there for me. It may have gone up just slightly, but I think by the time the bells do come off, you get a chance to look at this again.
You're just playing for some spin that's not there at the moment, Elspeth. I would be treating this just as a slow medium bowler and try and not let them beat you on the outside. So that is the end of the over. We got the score back, so that's good news. It's 9 without loss after 3.
Yeah, very good over. Just the 1 run from it. So needing to really get a push on here. You can see that the way they're going is the wrong way, wrong direction. It's gone 5-3-1. The power play just worth 9. So even though they do make that change at the top of the order, they're still finding it difficult to get things away. Some of the Spanish finding this nail-biting stuff. Goes for the old fancy little shot. And ay, que guay, que genial. Así me gusta. Well, how about this? A little bit of the reverse malachi, a little bit of sexy cricket. Sun, sea, sand, and sexy cricket. That's what we like to see. Oh, I like it. Well, I said they needed somebody something to cheer her up. Look at that. That's all it took. A boundary.
Jaws on the floor over in the tents.
And that's well hit as well.
But you know what I like about it? It's, again, rather than just sit back and be reactive, get a bit proactive. And they won't take on an overthrow here. But, yeah, don't just let the bowler dictate what's going on. Give them something to think about. And she does play that shot pretty well. That was well done.
Yeah, well, Ria is the bowler. Fruckrell. She wouldn't have liked it. Anyway, now bowling to... this one could be. This one could be. I get the feeling this time, whereas the time before, I think the foot was firmly planted. This time, I think, with the momentum of going into this shot, it could have gone upwards. Let's have a good look at this. And...
oh, she's home.
She's home. She gets
she's
home.
home.
That's real. Well, I've got to say it. It's quick feet. She's pretty good on the dance floor as well. Yeah, I thought the foot was going to be up in the air, but she gets it back.
Not even close.
Yeah, gets it back. There you go. There's the shot for you. So she survives.
Fake appeal from Libby, or real appeal. She fooled everyone. She had an air of confidence about it, but hey, Elspeth, she'd be good at twister. Put that foot back on the dot pretty quickly. Hey, but she's got to find a way to get out the way here.
Oh, you know what Mirza did last time? How many balls was it? 13?
She got off the mark on her 13th ball.
Yeah.
So 0 off 10 at the moment.
11 now. 11. So
well,
haven't really been able to
Paul
solve that
Stubbs
issue.
has just phoned in again. There you go. There's your run. And all you got to do is mention Paul Stubbsy Stubbs. And you know I'm talking about Paul Stubbsy Stubbs. He holds the record for the longest duck, 13 balls. And now Fowler is off it. And hopefully she can carry that into a bit more scoring before the end of this innings.
Okay, Naomi, can she find another boundary shot here? And goes for it, but it will be stopped. So it's going to be another dot. 15 or 4. So I suppose here, when you're thinking the rate now probably goes to over 14 to get the 100, you've got to be thinking of picking up that 1 point. You've got to be stealing a point from the England.
Still a long way to go to do that. That's the thing. So, and the target's 100. 30 less is basically the target. So, to keep the point. So 55 off 36 to do that. So Charlie Hunt's popped in and he said he's just finished the last of his coursework for the year, so now it's Christmas time. And it is that time of year. I mean, during this week, people start to wind down in a lot of places around the world. Yeah. So, Charlie, good to have you tuning in. It's the first thing he's done since he's been available.
Shot. This one is going to be a challenge for the fielder. Gets there, only take a single. But I suppose this is all about Naomi wanting to stay on strike and seeing if she can get some acceleration in here.
Funny game, though, hey? She can't score off 11 balls and she gets 2 in a row. I mean, that's why I think she's a good pick up there, because I didn't foresee her kind of eating up a lot of dots. Hasn't worked out that way. Premeditated and gets it away again and shows it wasn't a fluke, Rico. Great effort down there from Gibb, but that's going to be 4. And not once, but twice, and twice as nice.
I like it. I like it a lot. Así me gusta. Vamos, otro más. Dame otro más. Sí. And great effort. Lovely throw. That's Daisy Gibb. She's trying to stop it. And now it looks like they want to set a field for that shot. I like it. And this is what I said. And we've been saying all along about Naomi Baramo. She just has got so much confidence in her play at the moment. This one comes back into it. It's just down the ground. So we'll take the single. So starting to get going here now, Spain. This is better. They're picking up the odd boundary and still keeping the scoreboard ticking as well.
Yeah, they are. So, yeah, to give you an idea, the run rate required to get the point is about 8.9 at the moment.
Into the deck, shout of weight.
So, I mean, that's kind of what you look at. How do you get 9 and over? Okay, it helps if you get a boundary and over, but you also need to be kind of reducing the dot ball percentage, don't you?
Let's take this one, take it on green here. And, yeah, they would have made that. So, good running.
Yeah, I mean, it might have been out if it had hit, but, I mean, these are the kind of risks you have to take. Let's have a look. It would have been close anyway. But, again, lack of hesitation. That's Fowler. She's just settled in a bit now.
Oh, that's too wide. And I think it might just catches. Just catches a bit of the pitch.
No. This is kind of half on, half off for me. Let's have a look. Yeah. Guess it's just on, and it means next one you could be out. Luckily they won't be out. When Brameko chips it over the offside, and we'll get a single, and will also take us to the end of the 5th over. Spain are 24 without loss, and gives us another opportunity to say hello to you wherever you're watching from around the world.
Hola.
Yeah, so a bit of history later on, because Mita out there at the moment, but we'll have Mita and Snehal making up our first ever all-female on-field umpiring crew. So that's something to look forward to later on
Yes,
today
certainly
as well.
yes. And both, as we know, very good umpires. I mentioned, I think we spoke about it this morning, that Snehal played a lot of cricket, high-standard cricket up in India before she moved to Germany, and then Netherlands. Still does play as well, but we've seen already a very, very good, accomplished match official. And Meta, very multi-skilled, very talented, of course, part of our crew.
Yeah.
And she's done a lot of umpiring as well. And also, both of them still play the game as well. And I was interesting because I was speaking to Snehal about it yesterday briefly, and I was saying, how important does she feel? Because there's a big debate, isn't there, about umpires, whether having a playing background is important when you're officiating. And she's like me. She says, she believes it's very important.
I think it does help. I mean, it also helps not only with your decision making, but also with your player management to kind of be able to relate and have those shared experiences. So sometimes you know how to handle situations a little bit better. There's always, I'm not saying it's essential, but it does help. I know some of the umpires I ran into, the ones I didn't really like, they had a real kind of, they didn't have a really good feel for the game. And that's something that comes through, I think, with all of our umpires we've got here.
You've got to understand sometimes the pressures that players could be under and what they're going through. And I think if you haven't played the game, you probably don't understand that. Like bowlers can get really frustrated when things are not going their way. Inside edges, drop catches, they get frustrated, they get niggled. And if they don't get an LBW decision go their way, they can get a bit frustrated and moody. And I think an umpire that knows the game, that's been there, can understand that. And the same with batters that may get a bad decision. It happens. Sometimes maybe a little snick on the pad that the umpire hasn't picked up on, or given out, caught behind, and it's may not have been bad on it, but you can relate to that and deal with it if you've been there yourself.
Yeah, true. I like that, again, that kind of proactive approach from Naomi, just to move around the crease. And, that shot she played, okay, it takes a lot of skill, you got to judge it right, but it's not like there's any power in that. She could be teaching her teammates that one, I think. Get across, just deflect it. There's no one there, get across. If you see a gap, you can actually use the pace of the ball. Kiara Green coming back for a second over.
Worked away, so that's nice.
Yeah.
So this is what's needed here now. So at the moment, quite happy just to be the provider. And also, have you noticed that the more time that Naomi's out there, not just Naomi, we saw that here with the Spanish side when they're in the field.
Yeah.
But the more time players are out there, the more confidence they're getting. And, they're getting braver at some of the things they do, like those two shots that we saw Naomi play.
That shot from Elspeth as well.
In the air, and it just puts the brakes on the fielder coming in. Think it might be a catch there, but Cassidy McCarthy decides against it. In the end, maybe we'll see McCarthy have a bowl as well.
Yeah, it's a very good piece of fielding, because she picked up straight away that it wasn't hit very well, so she got the jump on it. Still wasn't able to quite get there and turn it into a catch though.
Battle of the two captains, nicely played. That's a nice shot.
I think she just needed a few balls to feel a bit settled. Reminds me a little bit of Hannah Simpson-Parker earlier for Austria, Fowler, because, now she's doing what I think I expected to do from the very first over, but it just kind of took her 10 or so balls to find her mojo.
This one goes through, so I think umpire's ready to signal maybe buys here. Yeah, buy signal. And that will be the end of the over. So Green has bowled two very good overs, it has to be said, just 5 from it. Nice and tidy. It means that Spain, at the end of 6 overs, are now on 29 without loss.
Yeah, you kind of need to go that 10 and over, don't you? 10 and over, give them 69, they need 70 to get a point out of the game. So I think now's the time. You've got nothing to lose. So, take some of those calculated risks, even if it means you lose Naomi at this stage to a run out or something like that. I think you've got to give it a crack.
Yeah, I have to say, you get to a point now where you're not going to get anything out the game point-wise, right? So I'd like to see if wickets fall, another batter's come in, good shot, should be stopped, and will be. The other thing there is not running very hard either, are they? I'd like to see him really run hard that
Yeah, at
first one,
least
put a bit more pressure.
And you can maybe force a fumble that then takes the ball across the boundary just by running hard, for example, as well. But I think Fowler just says maybe the non-striker's end is where I should be now as well, so we'll push for the single. But punches this straight to Kiara Green, who's perfectly positioned. Charlie, of course, who is one of our ECN commentators, and I'm planning to see him, I think, for early in season 2024. But he's watching, of course, because he plays for La Manga Torre Vieja with Elspeth. So, a very important player at that club.
Yeah, La Manga played plenty of cricket there. Of course, most of us will know it for the ECO 19. That was held at La Manga, the very first.
Yeah, she's got to find a way to get to the other end here, Elspeth, though. That's the kind of one. And I think you have to take a bit of a chance to hit across the line, at least give yourself a chance. It's a frustrating one. I think it was a little bit quicker than she was expecting.
Oh, great ball. Great ball. Very unlucky. This is the Yorker length that's been darted in.
It's a stumping chance, though. I mean, it's a tough one, but it comes in pretty quickly, and Elspeth overbalanced out of the crease. It's a tough take, kind of a blind take for the keeper.
Another call of weight there, so it's going to be a end of the over. It's just going to be one from it, and the 2 overs also for Maria Fruckrell only go for 7, and that's been the problem. But yeah, I'll go back to what I was saying before. I'm not saying just throw your wickets away here, but I'm saying I wouldn't mind if Spain end up finishing this innings 66 for 8 or something, because I want to see the others back. I want to see the others back. Who knows? Unless they go out there, you don't know what they can do. We haven't. If you look at their batting, I mean, what's the most wickets they lost? They lost 4 this morning. Yesterday, they lost 3 against Italy. They only played that one game yesterday. They lost 1 against Austria. In the air and fingertips, but not taken. And looks like they may lose one here, and they will run out. So Fowler will go. And I'm just saying, and they lost 6 wickets. The most they've lost is 6. That was the Netherlands chasing 130. So I'd like to see them be a little more braver and say, you know what, let's just go for it. And maybe somebody can come out there and be the shining star.
Yeah, it was kind of the worst of times and the best of times for Fowler. And now she does go up a gear with a running nose. That with a clean take, it's going to be out. That was a fantastic take by Gammon, because it was kind of to the side of her, and it was spicy, wasn't it? Grabs it on the full. It wasn't like a friendly bounce throw either. It was a full-blooded throw. So Fowler, eventually she does start turning it over, but she will be run out for 5. I don't think that's Naomi. And the score is probably going to have a bit more work to do to fix that. But she'll be run out for
5 of 23.
Yeah, and the score is 32 for 1. But I mean, I think that's kind of what you're talking about. It gets Naomi back on strike. And now she'll face up.
Yeah, just, I think...
Do you reckon Naomi just saw the big screen and was like, hey,
no,
hey.
Hi, I'm still here, everybody. I'm still here. I wouldn't put it past her, She's a real character, and she's saying, it's not me, I'm still here. I'm not going anywhere. Now, you stay there. You stay there, honey. You're still in, and batting very well. Her knocks have been quite remarkable. I think she's gone past 20 in every knock, And just works his way, and she'll get 20 here as well. So she just keeps on improving. 44 she made in the very first match in that narrow loss to Austria. She then made 39 against the Netherlands. Yesterday we saw her make, even against Italy, she made 34. And earlier today, she made 24. That's great consistency.
Yeah, that's true.
That's nicely played. That's a good hit. I'm liking that from...
Maybe Andrea's the answer at the top. I don't know. They need to find the golden goose, Spain. And the golden goose can get Naomi on strike. And we saw Andrea play one of the shots of the day today. Drive through the covers. That was a cracking shot.
It's played out, so they'll hand the strike back. Yeah, I think also, having somebody out there who's not chewing up deliveries, i.e. no dot balls, of course, that will make a big difference, especially to when you're trying to get to a score like 70, right? But knowing that the other batter can get the occasional boundary as well, that's key as well.
Definitely.
Takes a lot of pressure off somebody like Naomi. Played. Nicely done.
Yeah. He's a good player, hey?
Yeah.
Really good player, and still growing. I'm sure she is. And when you look at her technique, and the same kind of goes for Naomi as well. Probably is one thing when they're getting and playing senior cricket more regularly is they're probably developing how to clear the boundaries, not just get the ball to the boundary, especially in this game with this dimension, because they crack the ball pretty hard along the ground, and that's kind of the way you're taught as well to minimise risk. But then I've actually seen it a lot in players I played with. They had to almost learn how to hit the ball in the air, but still maintaining their technique. End of the 8th over here, and Spain 36 for 1.
Yeah, 36 for 1. So once again, Naomi's still there, keeping things sticking along. And Andrea, yeah, good player. She's 16 years of age, I think. 16?
I think she's 17.
She's 17.
I presented that to her, and she confirmed with me that she's
17.
17. Yeah. She turns 18 in June.
Okay, yeah, 17. You're right. But yeah, that's the thing. A lot of people have been touching on this, and these are all young players. So this experience of being out there is so key, so vital. They will learn so much from this experience, not just from being out there playing, but as we know, they'll learn so much from the other players. You know, the other players will touch base with them, they'll network together, they'll learn things. They'll be all the better for being out there and playing, and with every match they'll gain with confidence. And you know, the other thing to touch on here, with perhaps, you know, not maybe so much with the Netherlands players, those from England, but opportunities. A lot of these girls don't get the opportunity to play, especially match scenarios. They may train, but you know, the numbers may not be there in their countries to play match. So this is a huge moment for them. And well, this could be a bit of a highlight. Under, Iba, but won't get there. It's going to be 4 runs. So Solera, this is what I'm talking about. So maybe in the form of Andrea, this could be perhaps the opening partnership that they could try, because, like I said, somebody who not only does the tiki-taka, but can get you the odd boundary or two as well.
There's no such thing as a bad boundary. Yeah, I actually think with these two, because they can handle themselves, they probably prefer the faster bowling, because then they can kind of manipulate a little bit. Now the deep third goes back. Classic, putting the horse after the cart there.
That goes for a similar type of shot, called a wide.
Yeah, it was maybe a bit of a harsh one, but yeah, pretty harsh on wides here. You know, you look at where the ball's taken, but the critical thing is where was it when it went past the crease. But anyway, Spain will take the run. They'll get another delivery.
Well, this one gets right through, full straight. And once again, just trying to work. This one is too straight to be working out in the off. That's one that you've got to really just be looking to hit down the ground. Just get the timing on it. And take the single again. If you get a time perfectly, you might beat the fielder. That's Megan Sturge, who's there at mid-off. Always keep it nice and tight on the offside, don't they, England? So there's no easy singles, and that should be an easy catch, and it will be. So there's little innings comes to an end, but she does score 6 runs. I think you're with me here, Vinny. You'd rather see 6 or 5 rather than some of the other things you see. Just be out there, go for your shots.
I think she's the answer at the top of the order, Andrea. I think she can handle the faster bowling. I think that she obviously will know her role. But anyway, she jumps off. I'm going to tell you the story about Andrea as well, and thanks to Corey for just reminding me. There's a little bit of a wave to the crowd. But you know that Andrea is actually, she's produced by the chat. Do you know what I mean? You don't, but let me tell you, Liam Day.
What do you mean?
Liam Day in the chat scouted for people with Spanish passports, and Andrea was in the UK, and so basically discovered her and that she's eligible to play for Spain.
Is that right?
And also,
what a story.
Her older brother Alec is playing, and how's this? And her older brother Alec is coached by Andy Rishton of the England 11. So what a small world it is, and I know their dad Russell is watching from home and very, very proud. And so he should be. I mean, she's a real player to watch.
Should be very proud.
Well done, chat.
Yeah, well done to the chat.
Liam should be on the payroll for Corey, though. I mean, Corey doesn't like giving away
Liam
the
the scout, eh?
Good luck with that, Liam. Anyway, Chilungia comes in with 8 balls to go. And they're going to run here. I think it'll be a leg play, maybe not. No, given off the glove, I think. So that'll be a run. First up for Chilungia.
Chilungia, well, wouldn't mind that at all. That's a perfect strike rate. Gets off the mark straight away. Ellis looking to finish well. 1 for 10 so far. Once again, all the English bowlers bowled very well. They'll still be a little disappointed that they didn't hold on to those earlier catches. Naomi dropped on 0 off the very first ball. Could have been a royal duck. This one could be out. She goes for the throw and does not miss. So, unfortunately, Naomi will go. Chilungia set off to get to the other end. But brilliant bit of work this from Ellis. Sensational. Well, how about this? Could this be your HCL software play of the day? This is outstanding.
Yeah.
Just have a look at this.
Identifies it really quickly and then actually gets in a pretty balanced position despite being on her knees in the middle of the Carter Oval. And they enjoyed that, and so they should. They're enjoying their time here on the Costa del Sol. England 11 yet to drop a game. Naomi is going to get run out for 24, but again, played some nice shots in there, 3 boundaries. Let's not forget, had a bit of luck earlier on as well. Yeah, she seemed to put a hex on the English fielders, but she'll go for pretty much a runner ball 24.
Yeah, I suppose in a way, I mean, she's expecting this to get past Ellis, wants to take the single and to go back on strike for the start of the last over. So you can understand what she was trying to do, but Ellis had other ideas. Great bit of work from her. Great stop, great throw, great highlight, great moment. Some more very good bit of cricket action you've seen here from the Carter Oval. You're watching the Euros of Cricket, the first ever 5 nations taking part. This is the battle between England and Spain. It looks like England 11 going to be victorious by, once again, another comfortable margin. Here's the Gibb coming back for the last. We'll start with a wide.
I can't take my eyes off Gibb. In particular, when she bowls, whether she'll stay on her feet or not. Time she did stay up, we'll have to re-bowl it.
Well, there we go. A little bit of work being done at the far side of the ground. Getting ready to get the old sprinklers going again. A bit of irrigation done, get that grass growing.
Dutch team getting set in the foreground for their big clash against Italy, which is the last game of the day.
One's going for it, and if this hits, it would have been out.
Good shot, though, and run. So why not? What's the worst that could happen? You get run out. So Saeed says that's a shot that's good enough to get a run.
Well, Green with the underarm throw. Maybe she's thought she was playing a bit of lawn bowls there.
Probably another way to do that. You could probably quickly flick it to the bowler. I mean, she was out by a long way.
I thought we were going to see one of those where you start off with a run and then you get your composure and then go for the throw. We've seen that a lot of times. Yeah. There's no bowler or you get it to the bowler and get the bowler to run and get it out. But
cheat an extra 5 or 6 metres then throwing this.
Chilungia, that's a nice little pull shot. And is she going to get the boundary? No, good pick up. And once the second.
Probably would have got it too, you know.
She was ready to go. Fair play.
By the way, Andy Richardson, we just mentioned, he's the MVP of the men's Euros back in 2022. Apparently he got married last weekend. So, Andy, I'm sure you're watching. Hello to you. And look forward to seeing you hopefully again here at the Carter Oval.
Congratulations, yeah. Andy Richardson, lovely guy, of course. Very popular guy as well. He's a teacher as well. Always has his kids tuning in when he's playing.
Corey popped into the chat. He was just asking about the TPL Cricket Show, which stands for the Premier League Cricket Show, produced by Ian. And it's good to have him following along. He's got a particular interest, of course, in this English 11.
Gibb. It's a good, quick, fast delivery, isn't it? And this is Saeed being beaten by pace. With Saeed, I refer to as like the Spanish Rambo.
I like
in the field with
everyone
the
likes
headband
Saeed.
and
Ask the other players, the other teams. Iris mentioned her. She's great. Yeah, she's a competitor. But she almost gets her head knocked off there, but she doesn't worry about it. I love everything she does. Let's see if she can get another run here.
Well, she goes for the shot. I like that, though. Yeah, have a go at it. Yeah. Swing it hard. You get a little nick on it. It flies away to the boundary. Fair play. Yeah, of course, cricket runs well in a family. There's another shoelace tie that we see. Cricket runs in the family. Your brother is a very good player.
Sister of Hashim Mir Ali.
Yeah.
Who we've seen playing for Paco Care, for example, in the ECL earlier this year. So yeah, she's a player we saw for the first time on the network in March, and yeah, good to see she's still doing some good things.
Shot. And gets past one, but not quite past the outfield, but yeah, nice, good comeback.
Cricket's not fair sometimes. That shot deserves so much more than one. She absolutely crunched that. So, yeah, maybe she's the answer at the top. I don't know. I just still feel like they haven't quite. I thought Fowler was the answer at the top. She kind of showed it towards the end. I still think they need to keep shuffling that spot. Credit to Naomi as well, by the way. I know that her preference when she's playing in the UK is to kind of bat the middle order. And now she's kind of taking that responsibility to go up there, bat number one consistently. 2 to come.
Good delivery. Nice, sharp delivery to the left-hander. Doesn't give her any room at all. Chilungia, I really liked her in this match. Didn't play the first one. I just liked the way she was so vocal, very much a team player, supportive out there, bowled tidily as well. And she looks like she's more than capable of handling herself with the bat as well. And elects to leave this one. That's fair play. That's smart play.
Really smart play. Yeah, so you look at this. What are they? They're 20 short of what they needed. I reckon they could have found another 2 and over somewhere.
I agree with you.
And it took too long to get up. I'm not saying that it's easy against type of bowling that a lot of these Spanish batters may not face very often, but still, just a bit of a frustrating one. So I feel like Spain played well enough to get something out of this game. In the end, they'll get halfway there. 50. It will be their final score for the loss of 3 wickets. And so England 11 ending up fairly comfortable winners by 49 runs, but doesn't tell the whole story. I think there were plenty of positives out of that Spanish performance, particularly, I think, with the ball in the field.
Yeah, they're going to go back very, very proud of this performance. I think after the first match, under difficult conditions early this morning when it was very cold and icy, they were beaten comprehensively by 118 runs by the Netherlands. But the way they played in this one, in the field, they were outstanding. They looked a different team. They did all the important things right. They did all the basic things right. They bowled well, bowled a good length. They held their catches. They were, throwing hard from the boundary. They were stopping balls. They were throwing themselves around. They got a bit unlucky sometimes, but I like what they did. And with the bat, look, you said it. They got halfway there. To get halfway there against a very good English side, I think you'd be satisfied with that. They know they can do better, and I think the man you see out there, Neil Brook and also Shabbat, they will also know that these girls can do better, but they're young and they're learning, and this is all about learning, and they will learn and take so much out of this contest, because at the end of the day, there'll be those that will be saying to them, this is the team that you restricted to under 100. Not too many teams have done that when they're batting first, so well done. You bowled really well, you fielded really well, and with the batting, we will get stronger, we will get better, we'll sort some things out, we'll work a few things out, we'll run better, we'll get those important runs, we'll get better power plays, but, it's the making of a good team there. As we have a look at the next match that will be coming up, that's going to be the final one today. Netherlands will take on Italy. That could be an absolute high-scoring run feast, I reckon, as we have a look at these highlights.
It was like there's some sort of curse on the England field, as Naomi Hillman-Bermejo, 3 opportunities. That one was probably the easiest of the lot. And they're saying, well, that was lucky. And you're right about that. It was lucky. And
they all know it.
I said, well, is that really the English team we're playing? But, well, that was the 3rd one, wasn't it? They say things come in 3s. But, yeah, I like one thing about Naomi, that she's proactive at the crease. It doesn't let the bowler dictate terms all the time. You can see the teammates enjoying what they saw there. But, credit to England as well. I mean, they just forced a lot of dot balls in the first half, particularly on Fowler, who took forever to get going. And then, I suppose, even the bonus point was a little bit out of reach in the end. But look, yeah, it's an interesting one for me. Who they pair with Naomi at the top. You see Fowler was eventually run out for 5, but she did look a lot better. So I don't know whether it's worth another try, but just hoping that she can get going a bit quicker. But yeah, in the end, all that really slow start really cost Spain any chance to keep a point.
Yeah, this was in the end how she would fall to a bit of brilliant work on the HCL Software Player of the Day from Ellis. Great stop, great turnaround, gets her gets a radar tuned in, and then fires in the throw, gets the wicket to Naomi. Not before Naomi, once again, though, got into the 20s, 24 or 25 deliveries. So, yeah, it's a good win for England. They win by 49 runs. It was a good, brave battle, though, from Spain. One thing I'm going to say is I'd just probably say, maybe something like, I don't know, Nasib, maybe Zamorano. If they can swing the bat, and if they're capable of finding the boundary, put them right up there along with Naomi. Go with the few hitters who, okay, if they don't get going, they don't get going. If they come back with 0 of 1, doesn't matter. They haven't chewed up any deliveries. Just try something that gives you the acceleration at the top of the order.
Yeah, I mean, you got to try things. I mean, good team effort from the English 11. In the end, they do what they have to do. They take 4 points out of the game. 99-50, your final score in match 11. Hey, Rico, I haven't mentioned this to you yet, but you're going to love me for this. Listen, the last game of the day is a bit of history because I will have 2 female on-field officials for the first time. Yeah. You can have an early shower.
Am I?
I got you covered last game.
Ah.
So you better be quick because you have to jump on the bus with those teams. So, Rick, I want to say thank you for your company.
Thank you very much.
It's been great to have you again. You'll be back tomorrow, and I'm sure we'll be
indeed
watching this Netherlands-Italy one with interest.
Yeah, well, thank you, everybody. Thank you for your support, of course. Hey, listen, I want to say before I go, thank you for all your messages. All the messages we're getting at the moment on the social media have been absolutely great, and a lot of support for the Euros of cricket. So, yeah, keep it going, and I'll certainly keep going. You keep going as well, and maybe I'll bring something for the tree for
never
tomorrow
stop.
as well.
Yeah, if you like, do your Christmas shopping. We'll be back in 20 minutes. I'll be here. A couple of special guests on the way as well. Big Finish Day 3 planned. Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo, on behalf of Rico Full as well. We'll see you very shortly for more European Cricket Championship W.
Women's European Cricket Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream 11, Paramatch, HCL Software, and La Junta de Andalucía, and the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Ven conmigo a cruzar su calle, a vivir su ambiente. Ven conmigo a vivir la vida intensamente.
Hello, welcome back. Time for the last game of the day. Day 3 certainly has thrown up a few surprises. And we're going to have the Netherlands taking on Italy in match number 12. Now, I'm here in front of the ECN studio. Hello, guys. Not to interrupt them or anything, but some great content there. And that's on our other stream, ECN+. So you can get all the stories from behind the scenes. Right now, let's see what happens at the coin toss. Got Ian Ramage out in the middle with captains for the coin toss. Netherlands and Italy going head-to-head in match 12.
Netherlands, you're the home team, you will toss the coin. Italy, you're the away team, you will call. That's the coin.
Thank you very much. Head.
Heads has been called. It's come down tails, so you've won the toss.
Yeah, we will have a bat first.
Okay, a toss from the Netherlands, who will bat first.
So the news from the toss is that the Dutch skipper Iris Zwilling, well, she's out of the commentary box, she's out into the middle, and I think first up we'll see her because Netherlands batting first. Although I wonder maybe if they use this opportunity to maybe mix up that order and give a few more opportunities to batters that haven't had a lot of cricket so far, a lot of batting I suppose this week. But Iris Zwilling has been outstanding. Got to say I really liked Riker up the top as well, but I suppose Netherlands have the opportunity to shuffle the deck. Let's not forget that when these two met in match 2, Italy took a point off the Netherlands. That was a good performance. I think their batting is going places as well, but they'll have to chase. How many they're chasing? Well, it's kind of up to them. Let's see if they can put together a good bowling and fielding performance. Let's get ready for the start of the last game. I'm going to go up to the commentary box now, and I've got a special guest waiting for you. Let's get ready for the start of match 12. That's right. We're getting ready for the last innings of the day. And this should be a bit of a blockbuster, I think, between the Azzurri and the Netherlands. Last time these two teams met in match number 2, it was a bit of a tight contest, to be honest. Italy able to take a point off the Dutch. But, yeah, match number 12, not too far away. Iris Zwilling, she was in the commentary box a little bit earlier. And now she's out there to open the batting once again. Robin Riker will be her partner at the top. Have a look at those fantasy points for Iris. She's been absolutely gunned so far. For Italy, though, with Nara Ratnaka, she's been in some pretty good form herself, and Delisha, her opening partner in this series so far. I imagine that would stay the same. Netherlands, big favourites, but Italy, for sure, they're a team on the rise, and looking forward to seeing what they provide. Also think they've been pretty good with the ball and in the field. Italy, one of the most improved teams, I think, in European cricket. And the other thing is, don't forget, when these two teams met back in the first ever ECIW match 9, it was Italy that beat the Dutch off the very last ball. A 6 from Amelia Bartram got them the win. Good to see the fan zone filling up. And I know that they really enjoyed the efforts of the Spanish side in the last game. You know, with the bat, found it tough going. Still maybe don't have all the answers there. But as far as the bowling and fielding went, I thought it was by far the best 10 overs we've ever seen from Team Spain. Zwilling, though, she is a bit of a unit in this series. And it was great to hear her talking about her thoughts about this tournament, obviously representing the Netherlands. And something that I learned during that interview is that it's her very first 100 that she scored. All right, here's Sudeze to get us going. And it's going to start with a single. So Sudeze going to spin straight away. It was a bit of a surprise tactic. And you can see there, Iris pretty confident getting off the mark. So like it. She impresses me a lot. Regina comes in again. Loses this one though down the leg side, and that's going to be costly. Will it get to the rope? Maybe, maybe not. It does. That's a great effort down there from Sonia Toffoletto. Well, if it's not 4, they'll probably run 4. They won't run 5, but I can tell you this ball has hit the rope. And yeah, it's a tough one. She doesn't lose many that way, Regina. But yeah, it's going to be an easy call. You see it there, despite the flying Italian. Sorry, I'm not able to do it. And yeah, Shachi, I'm glad I got introduced to you. I said, well, Rico's popped out. That isn't Rico's voice. I'm very, very happy to have Shachi Pyatt from the England 11. We weren't in the 11 today, which disappointed me a little bit. Well, welcome to the commentary box.
No, thank you for having me. Again, pleasure to be out here, the sunny Malaga.
It's beautiful, isn't it? And I know that you weren't here first up. I'm sure they've finally worked out that that's 4. And took a bit longer than it had to. But yeah, obviously pretty good performance from the side, 99 to 50. I'll get your thoughts on that in a second. First, here's Regina Sudazay. Again loses this one leg side. Very good sweep shot. Riker gets off the mark first ball.
Yeah, again, a fantastic sweep shot there. She really just used the pace of the ball. Really got down on that one knee and played a fabulous sweep behind square.
Yeah, so I was going to ask you, the Spain bowling and fielding effort to restrict you guys to under 100. I mean, I know you haven't seen too much of Team Spain, but I thought it was a pretty good effort.
Yeah, and that is something that we actually spoke about prior to the game, that, you know, that they are a little bit inexperienced side, but they're fearless in the way they go about their fielding as a fielding unit. So, yeah, I think they bowled really well. They bowled tight and good lengths.
Tossed up, hit hard. They go on the hit. A clean pick up there, although it was a difficult one. I think he had the opportunity for a run out, but Riker will get to the other end safely. Yeah, and there's certain things that, I mean, must blow your mind here, actually, Shachi, as well. For example, Maria Zamorano, who was bowling for Spain today. It's actually the first time she's ever bowled in a match.
Yeah.
In a match.
Yeah,
Any match.
Again, like crazy. And
Crazy.
for her to, I'll just explain a little bit more.
Let's have a look at this next ball then. Zwilling gets jammed a little bit, but oh well, forces a fumble. There's 2 there now. The Dutch are very good and they're very quick between the wickets. They'll get a couple.
Yeah, I think for her, I suppose you know, she's coming up against some really good quality players that I know that we've definitely got. So I think for her to go out and play that first game, I think is fantastic, and again, really fantastic for like anyone in Spain who's watching.
Yeah, definitely. And yeah, the crowd really getting behind the home side, no doubt about it. It's a better ball. I think that's kind of where she wants to be. It was a tempter, wasn't it? Really didn't fall for it.
Yeah, definitely. I think, you know, we can totally see that Italy's have a little bit of a plan against Zwilling here after watching about a few times.
Well, just a few issues trying to get the flag pin down, I think, at the moment. This time on the walk. There's 2 fielders out there, but they won't be able to do anything about it. Perfect placement. Zwilling threads the needle and takes us to the end of the first over. So it is 17 without loss after 1. It was a good effort out there, but also a bit of an awkward bounce to finish the over. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, and I've got Shachi Pyatt with me from the England 11. And yeah, Shachi, welcome to the commentary box. And I don't know if you realise this, there's history out there because we have an all-female on-field umpiring crew for the first time. So that's a bit of history in ECN as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, you know, we always talk about female players and us being professional and everything like this tournament here. But I think, again, you know, that's another aspect that we sometimes kind of forget about and it's not often talked about. So something like this is, again, really amazing for women's cricket in general. And I hope it inspires people who, you know, have genuine interest in cricket to take this opportunity as well. Yeah,
so we've got Meeta out there who's part of our blue crew. And she's a bit of an all-rounder, but she's a very good decision-maker. We've seen her in the domestic game here doing a fair few games. We've got Snehal as well, who's living in the Netherlands. And she has quite a big history of playing high-level cricket, playing first-class cricket in India. So she takes all that knowledge with her. They both still play actively. They're great role models. And we're excited to have you in the box. We will also probably have another guest in the box. And I'm very hopeful at some point during this game that we'll not just make history out there, but in here, because I think we might even have 2 female commentators for the first time. So a bit of a watershed day. Rico did a great job, but he's on the way back to Sunset Beach for an early dinner, an early shower. So we sent him packing.
Look, I think it's a tournament full of histories, isn't it? First 50, first 100 we saw. First 2 female commentators, that's going to hopefully happen, and first 2 umpires. So what a tournament.
I think it's great and it's inspiring. I'm inspired by it. I know that so many girls around Europe and around the world are inspired to do the same as we get ready for the second over. And Daluata, who's your archetypal wild thing really with her slingy action. I love watching her bowl. The first one gets away from her there.
Do you reckon it's Malinga's might be a hero though?
Definitely. And you know what? It's very hard to practice against bowlers that have that X factor. So I'm talking about guys like Malinga, for example. There used to be Paul Adams, the frog in the blender, the original frog in the blender from South Africa. Better ball this time. It's a very good shot from Riker, who is kind of like a flat bat drive through mid-on, but all the way along the carpet. She gets 4.
Yeah, again, that's a brilliant shot by Riker here. I think she kind of assessed it that, it kind of skids on, so sort of just held her shape and just really trusted with her hands, and almost like a flat bat tennis shot.
Yeah.
Back past the bowler.
It was like a forehand, wasn't it? Like a cross-court forehand. It's a really good observation. You can trust the bounce on this pitch. Daluata, it goes Yorker. Could be gone straight through the hands of Mahamalagi. And that was an opportunity. Wasn't an easy one, but it goes down.
Yeah, again, I think, with that slingy action, you can see that it gets a little bit of the dip as she's coming in and just slips out. It's a bit of in and out.
Sometimes they stick, sometimes they don't. I know you know that one pretty well.
Thanks for reminding me. Can happen to the best of us,
not to bring up any flashbacks. Hey, look, it is true, though. I mean, the volume of cricket, like I said, I've commentated 1,000 matches this year alone. And even the best players will drop catches. Even the best players make mistakes. Okay, generally they don't make them as frequently, but also how you react, that's quite an important mental skill. Just got to let that one slide and get on with it. Anyway, little leg glance this time. Very fine leg in place. It comes into action here. They'll get a single.
I think that's quite a little bit of a clever field setting because of Daluata's action. You actually know that the ball's going to dip a little bit as it's coming to the batter, so the ball might be going a little bit more finer than wider, because it's harder to pick up in that sort of that low full toss region. Yeah,
true. A little bit of in-tail, and it's a good example actually. This is pretty straight, played carefully to the leg side, and I'll get another single. Yeah, so she's an interesting bowler. Yeah, I mean, Murali is another example. Muralidharan with his bowling. I was a net bowler with the Sri Lankan team in the late 90s. This is one thing. Going back a long time, but I actually got to, basically, they said, do you want to go down the other end? This guy's going to bowl a few at you and just throw them back. And it was Murali. I'm like, what is this? Anyway, this is up and it's over the leg side. Maximo Zwilling is on, and we saw her making a mountain of runs earlier on in the day, and of course coming off that century last night. And this is kind of using that little tail to her advantage. She goes over the leg side and gets 6.
I think she's been waiting on that one, hasn't she? She's been waiting on the one that sort of lands in her arc. And it's that length that she always searches for, Zwilling, and she's got such a clean striker of the ball. She really uses her levers, as we say, and just really lets her hands go.
She's got the natural attributes, doesn't she? One thing I was amazed to find out is that it was her first 100 ever in any sort of cricket, club level, junior level, whatever. She scored her first 100, and you could just see how much it meant to her. What a great moment. This is pretty well bowled by Daluata. We'll get out of the over with a single, but it's probably a bit more expensive than she would have liked. It's the end of the second over. It's 32 without loss.
Yeah, it's a good stop in the diving stop in the cover as well. I think that's fantastic. For Zwilling, I think any batter, any cricketer knows that confidence is everything. But for her to go out and do that in a tournament like this, with I know she was saying up here that a lot of eyes would be on this tournament as well.
Of course.
But you all just know that what it means to her, to be able to come out here, to be able to play in this tournament, and just give herself this opportunity and to be seen and to make a statement. So it's been brilliant.
Looking at that table, I'm sure you're pretty happy to see England 11 on the top. And of course, whoever is top, they automatically get through to the final with the 3-match finals Friday format that we've got. And there's a bit of a polarisation, if you like. I mean, Italy taking all the points earlier in the day against Austria gives them a pretty handy buffer of 5 points at the moment. And then you've kind of got Austria and Spain at the moment fighting for 4th. A lot can still happen. We're only just past the halfway stage of the qualifying stages. So it's a fascinating kind of format. Amelia Bartram is going to come on to bowl the third over. She'd ordinarily bowl the first, but they went with spin straight away. Regina, by the way, she went off the field. I think she might still be off. Maybe picked up a slight injury during that first over. But here's Bartram, and I like to see coming over the wicket here. Let's see how she goes to Iris Thrilling. But she loses it badly. It's great keeping down there. Got to say, Ratnayaka, she's really impressed me with the gloves and also her ball striking, which we'll probably see when she opens the second innings.
Yeah, I think she's been such a key player for Italy, and you know, and often sort of, you know, you don't really expect it, but her keeping goes unnoticed because of her ball striking. But she's often kept really well in the game so far.
Comfortable keeping up, you know. Very much. She wouldn't get a lot of match practice. Plays a handful a year, probably. And once again, this is a tough one for her to deal with. She does well to at least partially knock it down. But the Dutch, they are speedy. They're going to come back for 2. Riker this time steals the strike back, and 3 more to the total. This is the thing with Bartram. She's an outswing bowler, but she tends to like coming around the wicket in quite an unusual angle, and it's like an extreme across. I call her sometimes like a fake left armour. But yeah, in theory, she should be better over the wicket, but she seems to just be losing that swing at the moment.
Yeah, I think she almost tries to push it a little bit too much to create that angle coming in.
Let's see, she's going to persist with it. Better ball lifted up in the air, and this time it will be taken. And second time lucky for Mahamalagi, and we have our first wicket of the contest.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that was actually a really good catch because, you know, we thought the ball was coming a lot more than it actually was. And it kind of just dips on her. So if we literally look at it, she thinks it's coming, and then she realises actually she needs to go a little bit forward to take a good diving catch there. So yeah, it's a fantastic breakthrough. I think, you know, it looked like she was striking the ball really well. So I think, you know, Robin Riker, 11 off 6. Pretty handy innings, gave the Dutch, you know, that quick flying start.
Yeah.
That they wanted.
Something that we say sometimes, you're not going to always be able to whack 50 plus. So, you know, that's actually a pretty good contribution
unless
from
you're
an
Irish
opener.
willing.
Yeah, I guess. So, yeah, you take that. I've got to say, I talked about the fact that everyone drops catches sometimes, and I judge people a lot on how they can come back from it. And Chaturika Mahamalagi did really well there to judge it. Had to make that late adjustment. I think you're right. I think she thought it was coming a bit quicker than it was. Holds on to it. Bartram, the beneficiary. And now we're going to get Robin Schmidt in the number 3 position. So I think the Dutch might see a slightly different looking order for them, including Schmidt at 3. That's one issue sometimes, apart from the game yesterday, I think, against you guys. They haven't lost a lot of wickets, so we certainly think that a lot of their batting is yet to be seen. Here's Bartram. Turned around the corner nicely, and Schmidt gets off the mark.
Yeah, and I think that's a really good opportunity for Schmidt right here, because I think this is just time at the crease for her to build her confidence up. Obviously, we know the Dutch have barely lost any wickets in their previous games, so I think it's great for her, and also great for her to sort of bat with Zwilling and sort of learn from her as well.
Yeah, for sure. Feeling ready for action. Good contest this. Yeah, respect it. I think decision making is 9/10 of the law as well in batting. You have all the shots, but you need to kind of choose the right one and choose your moment. I think his Zwilling is very comfortable, just kind of respecting a good ball, maybe even taking a dot, taking a 1, and that's been a feature of her batting so far.
Yeah, I think she just knows, you know, when the ball lands in her area, she can cash in on that.
Little glance to the left, then a flat bat, and well handled. Throws completely blindly, pinned the tail on the donkey style, but keeps it to 1. Yeah,
it's a great stop. She definitely saved three runs for her team right there. I think she feels a bit more confident after taking that wonderful catch. But yeah, I think, you know, this should be a really interesting contest here. I wonder what sort of length and line Bartram's going to look to bowl here at Zwilling.
Yeah, true. Zwilling rarely premeditates, just plays the right shot to the right ball, and that is the right ball, and that's the right shot. Cracking cover drive, 4 carreras. That is just a pure cricketing stroke.
Yeah, I think that's a beautiful shot. She just waited on it and just really trusted her hands and really flashed hard at him. Mid-off had no chance to stop that one.
Yeah, you can see they enjoyed that one. Good reception in the dugout. Now, Shachi, I'm going to get you back, but I do have another special guest. So after this ball, I'm gonna get you to hit the bench for a little bit. We'll get you back towards the end of this innings as Bartram comes in. And that's a knee-high full toss, worked away beautifully. So that's one that does get away from Bartram. So her over goes for 16, but she does get a breakthrough. End of 3, 48 for 1. So Shachi, you cool with that?
Yeah, of course. Thanks for having me, Alcides. I'll speak to you soon.
Shachi, wouldn't say her workload's been huge today, sitting out, but she's very, very disciplined. I saw her putting in some work behind the scenes, so it's not like she's been slacking off. And, well, I am going to get another special guest commentator in now, and it's my pleasure to welcome to the microphone none other than Priya Sabu from Team Austria. Priya, welcome into the box.
Thank you very much, Rooney.
Yeah, and
great to be here.
I'm so excited to have you in the box, actually, because I know, Priya, that we met earlier in the year at the ECIW here, where you played very well. You're still playing very well for Team Austria. But I know you follow the network, right? So you'll watch the games. You can admit it.
Yeah.
You enjoy ECN, right?
You see my comments and then you say, yeah, shout out to Priya. I love it.
Well, I'm always happy to give shout outs. And I will also kind of put it on the chat. We've got Priya in the box. If you have any questions for Priya or about Austrian cricket or the setup or her background in cricket, please put them in the chat. ECN European Cricket Network. It is last game of the day as well, Priya, and normally that means random questions. So people can ask us anything. I should have warned Shachi about that as well. Anyway, we're going to get Delisha getting a bowl here in the 4th over. This is Delisha Naniakara. Delisha is a pretty handy all-round cricketer. Off spinner. That's swept away for 1. So firstly, Priya, I'll ask you the standard first question. How are you enjoying the week so far?
Yeah, really great. In Austria it's currently winter and super cold, but yeah, coming back to Spain in the middle of December is really great. And just before Christmas and getting some sunlight and vitamin D.
Yeah, well, the sun's out now. This is pretty well bowled. Hit and run, slight miscommunication there. Schmidt was slow to go, but with the fumble, they get there easily in the end. So tell me a little bit about your history in cricket. When did you start playing, and where did your passion for the game come from?
Well, I actually only started in 2019 when a friend actually asked me whether I would like to play some cricket.
Is that right? Only in 2019?
Yeah, actually quite late.
It's a good sweep shot there from Schmidt. Yeah, the sweep from Schmidt. And what about that? As we see, Regina's still off the field, but that's a cracking shot. 50's come up as well for the Netherlands. Okay, so that's very recent, isn't it?
Yeah, quite recent, yeah. Not like I've been playing since I was 8 or something. Yeah.
And who was it that got you involved in cricket in the first place? How did that kind of happen?
Just a friend, actually. Shruti is her name. She asked me whether I'd like to play some cricket. And
before that, were you like a cricket lover? Did you like to watch cricket, or you kind of knew of it? Or?
I knew of it because of my origin. My parents are Indian, so cricket is there, basically.
But where were you born then?
I wasn't born in Austria, in Vienna, though.
Yeah, so you're Austrian-born, Austria-bred.
Exactly.
But I do believe you've got a bit of a connection with the Netherlands as well, is that right?
Yeah, that's right. I've been studying in the Netherlands, doing my master's there. And yeah, I know a few of the players, been playing with them, Caroline van Koolwijk, as well as Donna Bullet.
Yeah.
Yeah, and yeah, Iris Twilling was in a different team.
So it must be nice to reconnect in this way. And so there's a slight delay here, but it gives us a chance to say hello to you out there. And we've got Priya here. So any questions, please put them in the chat or send me a message on my social media at Mr. Maximo. We've got Priya here for a few overs. And my hope, at least, is that we can't just make history out there. We might make some history in here and get you and Shachi on in the second innings to make an all-female ECN commentary team. So, yeah, I'm really looking forward to that. And obviously, we've enjoyed your performance on the field so far, and I'm enjoying having a bit of a chat with you here. But I found it quite interesting that you only started playing the game, so it's like 4 years ago.
Yeah, exactly.
But you look like you've been playing a long time.
That's great to hear.
You're bowling, you're batting. Honestly, you're obviously just right place, right time. You're a bit of a natural. I think this is going to be hit away for a single, so we do get back underway. So, yeah, what does it look like then in Austria? So obviously you said you've got a bit of experience in the Netherlands, but in Austria for the female side, like how many games you get to play, This is hit hard. Well, could be a chance. Regina, good set of hands. Well, she doesn't use the hands, but she used the arm. It's all good in the end. Villing goes. Big moment in the game, Priya, because Villing is gone. It's 55 for 2.
Yeah, great catch. Might be really a big game changer here. Yeah, picked up the wrong field, I would say.
You did, but I mean, we used to have a rule in our backyard cricket. You couldn't catch it off the roof with your hands. We used to call it a funny catch, and this is a proper funny catch. It kind of lodges in her elbow. Don't think that rule will get tried in too many international games, but Villing takes on the fielder, but comes up short. She goes for 25. The score is 55 for 2. Yeah, so tell us a bit more about where cricket's at in Austria as far as a women's cricket perspective.
Currently, female cricket, well, men, there's enough, as you've seen.
Probably 14, 15 teams in Austria,
exactly.
maybe a few more.
Yeah, but unfortunately with the women it's not going so well. We have around 16 ladies.
Yeah.
Good thing again is that we're all more centrally in Vienna.
Sure.
So we get to train a lot together. We know each other, and yeah.
And I've been there, when we had the ECS in Austria earlier in the year at the Savan Cricket Ground. I've met a lot of you and watched you go about your work. This is in the air. It's going to be in the gap though. But yeah, that's got to be challenging. This will just be a single end of 4. It's 56 for 2. Yeah, because with that amount of players, so 16, it's very hard to get a game situation. I mean, yeah, you can probably, and also getting everyone there at once.
Yeah.
Sometimes it'll be tough because people have got other lives. Shachi, who's with us here, I mean, she's lucky enough to now be playing professional cricket and be able to put the time in. But, if you can only get 10 people there or whatever, it is tough. So I think it says a lot about you guys to see how well you're doing here, despite not being able to prepare the way some of the other teams can.
Yeah, definitely. So we only have 16 ladies, as I already said, and we mostly don't practice even together because everyone's busy.
Yeah.
With work, studies, whatever. Yeah.
But you must love the opportunity then to come here, Field of Dreams. In fact, you've come for the second time. You guys are super lucky because you were here earlier in the year in that series against Spain and Malta, which was our first ever ECIW at the Cardimer Oval. Just coming back to the game here, Anna Thompson is back in the lineup, comes in at 4. She was listed at 11. I thought that was a bit low. And it's going to start with a kind of edgy stroke where they won't get a run. Yeah, so this is like the Field of Dreams. It doesn't matter if you're playing men's cricket, women's cricket, whatever, club cricket, international cricket, whatever. Anytime you get to play here, it's pretty special, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is. Yeah, like you said, since we don't have a league, really, we don't get to play so many matches. And this year we tried to change that, get the women more involved, organize it better. But unfortunately,
it's
didn't
tough.
work out so well.
It is tough, but I will say it's heading the right direction. And this kind of exposure is only good for that.
Yeah.
Because wait for this ball from Mahamalagi, who's come in here in the 5th. Hit straight, hit pretty well. Maximo! Straight as you like. Anna Thompson been sitting on the pine the whole day. Couldn't wait to get an opportunity. That's a cracking shot down the ground.
Yeah. Beautiful shot, straight over the bowler.
Good, yeah. Mixed up the length there, didn't she? She got it at a comfortable length to get it up and out of here. Now, this is going to be cracked away, but straight to the fielder. Yeah, so I suppose in some of these countries, like when you talk about your player group, well, that means actually one of the big selling points is especially if you can attract more players to say, look, if you've got potential, there's opportunities here to play for your country.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so it's quite easy, let's say, to get into the women's national team as there's not so much competition.
Yeah, so easy is probably not the word you want to use, but the leap is shorter than, okay, if I want to go play for Australia,
definitely.
You can't just kind of rock up to a few training sessions and chat. So I think that is a big selling point. Also, I suppose the younger the better. So it is a challenge, I know, in these countries where the infrastructure isn't necessarily there to get it into schools and get people excited. This is going to be a wide outside the off stump. But obviously, there's a lot of comments in the chat right now. Priya says, people can't believe you just started playing cricket in 2019. That's absolutely crazy. That's actually when we had our first ECN tournament. So the fact that that's the first time you picked up a cricket bat is quite insane. Oh, this is going to be a little thin edge, and it's going to get past the keeper. Not much that Ratnaka could have done about that. They'll come back for 2. And so Yeah, some people might look at this and think it's a stunning opportunity, but I can tell you there's a big nick on this. Maybe this will show it. And so, yeah, humanly, you're not able to make that adjustment as it takes us to the end of the 5th over. And the score is 67 for 2. Once again, I want to welcome you into the commentary box. My special guest in this first innings is Priya Sabu of Austria. And I just realised how old I was when you first picked up a cricket bat. That is insane to me. I love what you're doing. Tell me a little bit about your team. So we watch them on the field. For example, like who's like the joker of the team? Like who's a funny one?
Ooh.
Let's go. Come on, spill the tea.
Well.
Are you the funny one?
I would say Bushra is quite a funny one. She's
Bushra,
very
yeah.
cheeky.
Yeah.
Always teases the managers that we had so far.
That's a risky strategy. But that's quite interesting.
Yeah.
I do like to know. Obviously, your captain, Joanne Stiglitz, she's a bundle of energy as well. I love watching her in the field, in particular the way she kind of is always running after the ball, and she's quite an important component, obviously. This is driven, and it's going to get past the infield. A long chase, but I think they should get there. They will. Did well to close the gap. They'll get a couple. Yeah, Joanne's an interesting one for me. What's she like as captain?
Yeah, she's great. She has a very calming attitude. She like a very calming atmosphere actually. She always tells you, yeah, be calm and don't worry too much.
This is a nice shot. Don't think anyone's stopping this. Just getting it slightly wrong there. Delisha with a full toss, and Thompson catches in 4 runs.
Yeah, slightly went too full, unfortunately, but good for the Dutch.
So comeback ball now. Just grabs a little something. I think it might have been pad down the leg side. I'm waiting the signal. Maybe. No, it was off the glove. So Thompson will get a run. That's Mita Gooch, who is umpiring at the bowler's end right now. Mita into the fray today. And a bit of history, if you didn't realise, maybe you just joined us. This is the first time we've had an all on-field female crew. An all-female on-field crew. So we've got Snehal there as well, who's residing in the Netherlands, and she's currently in the, I'll say the square leg position, but at this time of the day, it's actually a point umpire because of the sun. Snehal has played a lot of first-class cricket, a lot of high-level cricket. She brings a lot of experience to the table. She's been a great addition to the panel.
In fact, I played with her. She was in the same team as me.
Is that right?
Yeah, and she.
And what club was that in the Netherlands?
The Voorburg Cricket Club.
Oh, so VCC.
Yeah, exactly.
Very famous.
Yeah.
Very famous.
Yeah, quite some national team players there.
There's Kate and Dan, who are having a bit of a chat in the fan zone right now. We're having a bit of a chat as well. Netherlands are walking sticks, 77 for 2 after 6. Okay, I didn't know that. Small world.
Yeah, indeed, yeah.
But, one thing I'm happy to say is, although it's the first time we've had 2 female umpires on field together, we actually have a bit of a history of having female umpires on the network. Probably top of my head, I think there'd be kind of 8 to 10 that we've had around the traps. I know in Sweden, in Germany, in Italy. We talked about this earlier because Mita is married to Stefan, who's also on the umpiring panel. And I was curious to see if they might umpire a game together, and that sparked a little bit of a conversation about how that could get awkward. For example, if they weren't talking to each other, someone didn't do the dishes, if they had to come to have a conference, they would probably have to go through the third umpire to work out, to ask each other questions. We've actually had a married couple umpire before in Rome, so it's just a great story. And I think like we said, like you, like Shachi, like Mita, Snehal out there, all the players, it's great role models for younger players. This is lifted up in the air, and it's going to carry, and it's going to get spilt. I mean, it was a pretty tough one out there. It came pretty quickly, but she did get there on the full, didn't she? That's Nimesha Ekanaka out there. Tough catch. How did you see this one, Priya?
Yeah, she really made an effort. I thought she had it, but now I see it that it actually slipped off her hands, unfortunately. But yeah, good effort.
Yeah, 10 points for effort. Mahamlagi could have had a wicket, but she probably can't say too much because she spilt one herself earlier in the innings, remember? But look, that's the way it goes. Interesting kind of point of the game. They're going at about 120 pace here in the Netherlands. And that would be a tall order considering their bowling. And they do have a lot of bowlers. We saw them use, in fact, even 8 bowlers earlier on in the day, the Dutch. Oh, is there a nick on this? I think there is. And so she doesn't have to wait too long to get that wicket. Mahamalage, well, she's been gifted a couple of second chances today as the little edge from Schmidt lands in the safe hands of Ratnaika behind the stumps. Good keeping, good bowling, good result for the Azuri. Netherlands 79 for 3.
Yeah, Meda had no doubt there. Straight away went for, the finger went up.
Yeah, and you can kind of hear the little edge as well. Couldn't have been anything else. Again, that's good hands by Methnara. So yeah, Zishan was asking about the boundaries here. The ground looks fantastic. Now, one thing about this Cardimer Oval, the boundaries are pretty short anyway. Even when we play the men's ECC and ECL, they're 50-metre boundaries, and you kind of have to be that way because you've got the jungle on one side, you've got the fan zone on the other in the path. But they're 45 metres from the centre. And I think it's given a really good balance between bat and ball here. Now, ECN cricket, it is about kind of boundaries, it's about action. And yeah, I've enjoyed it. It's a bit different, I suppose. Sometimes you play on bigger grounds, but how have you enjoyed playing out here?
Yeah, I'll wait for the ball.
I mean, you must like it, because is it true you hit your first ever 6?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also the first ball of the game, actually. The first
that was
league ball.
such a cracker of a shot, honestly.
Thank you very much, yeah. And then...
no one expected it as well. That's what I loved about it. Well, this won't be a 6. Matt Bartram.
It was also my first international 6.
How about, like, in any game? You hit any 6s in the Netherlands?
Yeah, in the league. Not in the Netherlands. I wasn't that great then, but I started improving with our coach Advent, actually.
Yeah.
And I also play for in the German league, actually.
Yeah.
And since we don't have games in Austria at the moment, I joined.
That's a pretty good shot. Yeah, Thompson. She kind of has been a bit off the ball on occasion. But when she's good, she's been really good. And it's a good shot selection, slightly inside out here. Just kind of opens the face, gets it away from the fielder and gets 4. Yeah, German setup is pretty good. I know, for example, the Czech national team play in that German competition as well. Yes. And provides a lot of opportunities. That's the end of the 7th over. The score is 85 for 3. This is what's coming up tomorrow. And I do have Priya from Austria here. You'll have a tough one in the morning, but I'm sure you're keen to take on the English again. So we do have Shachi and Priya here. We'll try and keep it civil between them. But it's Austria and England head-to-head in the first game of the day. Spain-Italy return bout as well. We're into kind of the round 2, if you like, now, where you're meeting teams for a second time. Same time tomorrow, 8:45 a.m. GMT, which is 9:45 in Central Europe, and 2:15 in India. Now, Priya, thank you so much for joining us. Would you like to stick around for the second innings?
Yeah, sure. Sounds
okay.
Good, yeah.
Awesome, because I think we can make some history here as well. Priya's going to step aside. We'll get Shachi Pai back for the conclusion of this innings. It's really interesting to hear, Priya. And one thing about getting these interviews and these guest commentators, you end up finding out things that you just do not expect. Finding out that Zvilling hits a first century in the series, and finding out that Priya only started playing cricket 4 years ago, as Shachi Pai does join me back in the box. Pedrick back into the attack to have a bowl here. First time in a while for Kamudu. But I'm interested to get Shachi's thoughts on what Priya was saying here. It's just worked away for a single. Can you believe that Priya only started picking up cricket 4 years ago?
Yeah, like I find that crazy, but I kind of find that really inspiring at the same time. That I think it's not often spoken about, and I'm pretty sure. Myself coming from an Indian background as well, we are a bit cricket crazy. And, I bet you've always had the passion for the game as well.
Well, you can ask her yourself, I think, in the second innings. And anyway, this one is up. Is it going to carry? It is. Maximo! Well, this is a player I've really liked as well, Caroline van Koolwijk, who he comes out, maybe hasn't had that many chances with the bat because they haven't often needed her. But she's a player, no matter what she does. And this is pretty much off middle stump, and she horns it over the leg side.
Yeah, she wasn't afraid to take it on. And again, that's what we've seen from the Dutch so far, which has been incredible.
This is hit pretty well as well, but should be handled. It's tough to field this time of the day out there, but Bartram's got it covered. Yeah, Alan said it's great to have an all-female umpiring crew, and it's great for, to hear more women commentators in the game. It's certainly something that's becoming the mainstream. I think it's fantastic to get that perspective. A lot of people count Isha Guha as maybe the best cricket commentator in the world. It's hard to disagree. So that must be great. I mean, you're living it, aren't you? Playing professional cricket, something that maybe growing up you thought wasn't realistic.
Yeah, no, I never once imagined I'd be in this position really to be able to do this as a living, and I don't know, call it my job. It's really crazy because I never thought I'd be here. But I think, like, you know, for someone like yourself, Priya, I think, you know, for you to come and start only playing cricket 4 years ago and still do the full-time job and do this for you because it's your passion, it's amazing.
Last ball of the 8th over coming up. Just beats the bat, hits the pad. They're going to run. Leg by signalled, I think. Kamudu Pedrick. Good to see her back at the bowling crease. They've had lots of options, so she's sometimes taken a back seat. End of the 8th over, it's 96 for 3. So that is going to be something that hits your ears funny, to say that in the whole country they've got 16 women cricketers.
Yeah.
So you know, they can't have a practice game. They can't have like a league. So she plays in the German league so that she can play more regularly. And the English situation, which is great, by the way, that there's been such a boom in participation and interest. But it could be more different.
Yeah, no, exactly. And like I said, like, we're all really grateful to be in this position. But I think, you know, I probably would say to you is just keep going. I think never stop doing what you love doing. And, you know, in tournaments like this and moments like this is where you sort of get found. So I think you just got to keep the work ticking along. It's never an easy road, but yeah, I think it's just really fantastic for, you know, just any female cricketer in Europe especially to watch this league and sort of aspire to be part of their country that are in this league.
Yeah, well, I'm looking forward to hearing you two together actually in the second half of this game. Still 2 overs to go on this one. Monica Loveday, well, she is actually one of the female umpires we've had umpiring in Germany, and she's watching right now. And yeah, she's saying actually ran into Snell, I'm guessing, after the World Cup match in India, in Bangalore, when India took on the Netherlands. So there you go. What a way to run into each other. But yeah, I think I've been exposed to it now, you know, being in Europe for a while. But if you come from a cricket-playing country, I grew up in Australia, you don't have any idea of these kind of challenges. This is hit leg side, and Bartram, again, she's a gun in the field. She makes sure it's only one. So the idea of, you know, nets. They might not have nets in the whole country.
Yeah.
You know, things that you just wouldn't even think. And it's only through the hard work, and a lot of volunteer work, actually, in a lot of these countries that cricket happens at all. So, yeah, it just kind of makes you think, doesn't it?
It makes you think why you play the game, hey?
That's right. Here's Kanankigi getting a bowl. That's a good one. Just beats the edge. Yeah, but yeah, I love it that you're kind of hearing this and getting a greater appreciation. And I know that Iris, when she was in earlier, she was saying this is a great platform, you know, or just to be seen. You know, a lot of people watch because the quality of the coverage. You know, obviously on ECN now we've got literally millions of people watching every day, all around the world. Oh well, takes a chance. Pretty big risk to take for one though, because it's not quite fine enough to beat the fielder who does well to keep it to a single. So. And I know it's difficult also if you're working and all that, you know, but, you know, you might play here and you might get an offer from a club in England. Say, hey, come and play with us, develop your game with us. And if you're able to do that, it's a big opportunity for some of these players.
Yeah, exactly. And I think, you know, Iris was talking about that earlier. Oh, that's gone straight up in the air. Long off is running in and, oh, she almost gets to it.
Yeah, she does, I think, get two hands to it.
She did all the hard yards. I think she genuinely just got a hand to it as well. And you could tell by the disappointment in her.
Yeah, the thing with Regina, she went off the field earlier, and I think she might have a little bit of a back issue. So this isn't going to help. Brace for impact. Great effort. And we know she's such a good fielder. She basically creates a chance out of thin air there, but can't quite hold on. Hope she's all right.
She's still not afraid to put her body on the line, which is great to see. So I just dropped short.
We have a bit of an expression on ECN. Rico actually, I think, came up with it, saying it all happens in the 9th. And it is kind of all happening in the 9th here. We've had kind of funky shots. We've had a skied catch. We've had a spine-shattering impact on the ground, but it's still going as well. Hundreds come up as well during this 9th over. Nicely played, but won't get it past the bowler. A little bit of in-tail there. I mean, Kanankigi is a player that I think's come a long way as well. She took 2 brilliant catches earlier. Well, there's Iris. We're just talking about some of her comments. She's probably saying, camera's close enough. You don't really need to zoom in anymore. I've got a question for you in a second then as well. As funky shot becomes a reverse, funky shot becomes a nothing. That's the end of the 9th over, 100 for 3. So you've got the camera in the players area today. How have you been enjoying that? And can I also answer the question for you? You've loved it because you've been pretty cheeky over there, right?
I don't know what you're on about.
You've been,
I don't know. I don't know what anyone's on about, really.
you've been a pest.
Yeah,
That's the kind of mail I've got. We saw you doing an ear flick. Who was that? You? Just everyone?
Rhea Fackrell's not going to be happy about that, but I think, you just got to keep it a bit light-hearted in the tent. Sort of, I know, nerves are always flying about when people are about to go into bat. So I reckon when I knew I sort of wasn't going to play today was just to make sure that everyone's feeling a bit relaxed and got what they need and sort of make them laugh.
You've made me realise something actually, because I wouldn't be a good sub. I wouldn't be a good, but because I was a wicketkeeper, I realised I've never been 12th in my whole life. No, but either that or I'm not there.
Yeah.
So I don't know how. It seems like pretty annoying having to be like a servant for everyone. You have to run out the drinks. Probably not too often here.
I do think they
it?
are quite important people. In terms of team morale, but also if you're 12th and you're 13th are sulking for not playing or whatever the reason is, I feel like it sort of brings it on into the team, and you don't want that at all.
Need to create the vibe. Here's
Absolutely.
Bartram to bowl the 10th. That's the round the wicket strategy.
I think that was a tough call right there.
Yeah, I think this
By
one.
the umpire. It's good. Again, that strategy we spoke about, that's worked for Bartram. I still think she was within the line, so it was a little bit of a tough call, but you can see what she's trying to do here.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a bad spot to miss if she did miss. I mean, that's the thing. I think at the point past the crease, probably okay, but getting that swing back at least. This one definitely is a wide. No chance of a square up. But, yeah, it's come into the game, this kind of squad mentality now in lots of cricket. You look at the World Cup, we have 16, 17 players there. And I do think they have an important role to play because they're not really, I say suffering, dealing with the kind of emotional kind of anxiety, maybe some of the nervousness that some of the players in the 11 would be experiencing. So they're kind of a good circuit breaker, I think, to kind of bring that positive energy. But yeah, I'd be a useless sub. Doesn't have the ball here, so that won't be out. It'll be a run to Vancouver.
Yeah, I think it's sort of different emotions that these players sort of have to go through. I think, like you said, anxiety for the ones who are a little bit playing, which is so natural, but also there is a little bit of frustration for the ones not playing, and sometimes it's just the combination of the teams or who's in better form of that, and you can't help those things.
There's two types of 12th. I'm going to come into that in a second. Oh, that's going to fly away. This will be a good solve if she can get there. Does. Yeah, Sonia Toffoletto down there. That does very well. Taking that to her left. Speaking of the Italians being out there, we've got Leandro Jayaraja, who plays for Roma Capanelli. He said it's great stuff to help improve and grow women's cricket. He's enjoying the tournament. We've got Cosmic Nano watching from Texas, I think. So we've got people watching from all over the world. Eyeballs everywhere. But I was going to say, this is my Australian background, but there's two types of 12th player. The Shane Warne style, which is the sulker. He dropped once and he was proper sulker. May
I
rest
can
in peace,
imagine
but I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Right? McGill was preferred to him. And then the Andy Bickle, I think he was 12th for 26 tests or something. And he just, he was a gun. And he just, he's unlucky not to play more. But he was
He was livid.
He
was livid. Yeah.
No, but he was a positive one. So he was no, it's fine, guys. But so now we know what kind of you're kind of more of a pest 12th.
I'm a pest, just because
those ears aren't going to flick themselves.
I think they might still be ringing.
I'd be sitting as far away from you as possible. Right, through to come here. Thompson misses. No, she doesn't miss. She gets a little edge on it. And Bartram, well, she sticks to that strategy, and it's been pretty effective. So I wonder if they're learning something from this. Maybe you can bowl Bartram 8 and 10 if you want to go spin up front. She certainly has done a good job here as Netherlands lose a fourth wicket, 107 for 4.
Again, that's a brilliant tactic from Bartram. And we spoke earlier about her coming around the wicket and how that's been so effective for her. But I think the key here is the length that she's bowling, with having that field. I think the length is really, really crucial along with the angle. And I feel that's just the perfect length, and she's executed that quite a few times in this over, so that's actually a smart piece of bowling from Amelia Bartram.
Thompson, pretty good contribution from her though, and she just kind of finds her touch back a little bit. 3 4s and a 6 in her 30 as she goes. It's 107 for 4. But the other thing about that tactic is you can set a field to it, and if you have a look at where the 5 outfielders are, 4 of them are on the offside. So you've you've plugged up that kind of top left quarter. You've got the third up in the circle. You've got kind of a deep third and then deep backward point. Kurana gets a hit here with 2 to come. And that's the direction it goes. So it all starts with the ball. The plans are only as good as you can execute them. And I think that Bartram's done a very good job here in the 10th over.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, like not every time she's going to hit that perfect length, but, you know, just so she does put a fuller one in or a little bit of a shorter one in, she does have protection out there, you know, to hopefully who would back up her great plan.
I'd go super ramp here. No fine leg at all. Conrad Kolvik just hits more regulation and it will be back at Bartram. They won't be able to steal a run. So the Netherlands are going to finish 108 for 4 off the 10 overs. Italy chasing 109 for the victory. And look, it's kind of an interesting innings because it seemed to have a few momentum shifts in there. The other thing is Italy 76 will get them a point out of the game. And remember, they did take a point away from the game before. But I think with some of their batting that they've got, they'll feel that they can take the win here.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, with the start that the Netherlands had, you know, they had a very fiery start here. And, you know, I thought Italy actually did really, really well to pull it back. And I think, you know, that catch of Iri's winning and that wicket really was crucial, and it was the turning point there. And I felt since then like Italy really haven't looked back. They've been amazing in the field with their catches and again stops on the boundary and definitely saved a lot of runs there. So I think actually been quite a clinical finish from them.
Yeah, and I think what you said is true. At the moment that they were trying to accelerate, they just weren't able to. 67 in the first half and only 41 in the second. Well, the Dutch, they're here. Isabel, she got the message late that they were on the camera, but that's all right. We'll probably see her, I think, opening the bowling second half of this game. Proud moment. Sehal Amida, the first all-female on-field umpiring crew in an ECN match. So it really has been a ladies' affair here in match 12. Regina just kind of lost that one, and it was a good effort. Again, you can't fault the effort. The Italians didn't all go their way, but they certainly were trying to go at everything that came their way. But you mentioned it, Iris Willing, she's having a very, very good series, and it looked like she could put another big score on the board here.
Yeah, she definitely looked dangerous, definitely looked threatening because she was quite selective with her choices of shot selection, I would say. But I think, you know, again, like Italians had that plan against her and they sort of stuck to it. Yeah. And I feel it was executed well and backed up in the field like really well as well. And they sort of knew the importance of that wicket as well. So again, like, you've got to give credit to the bowlers where it was due. Again, that was a great catch again.
I think it was a really good example of, you know, if at first you don't succeed, try again. Because there were a couple of little mistakes, but it didn't really cost the Italians too much in the end. And they were able to kind of make up for it and take opportunities down the line. So I think, you know, the fielding's always super important. It gets highlighted. With this dimension field, I mean, there's a lot of players to cover a small area. So, you know, balls are going to fielders, catches are going to fielders. Regina caught that one in her elbow, probably couldn't do that again in 100 years. But yeah, Mahamalagi, again, she came on and she got banged over her head. Okay, that was a good shot, but also she created some opportunities there as well. But I think the Dutch, they're pretty comfortable where they're at. I think with their bowling and their fielding, they'll feel they've got enough. But I think Italy, they're a bit of a renegade team, I think, the way that they go about their batting. That would have been a sensational catch. And that was another one that went down. But again, before too long, there was another opportunity, and that one was taken.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think Radanaika is going to be the key for the chase for Italy here. I know we've seen some really good ball striking from her, but it will just be the case of, like, can someone bat with her? Can, you know, Amelia Bartram step up and bat with her? And, you know, it's
a bit cold in there in the shade, I think, even at this time of the day. But in the end, I think, you know, a few blows, they do get past the 100 in the end. But I go back to that, you know, second last over, only 4 coming off it. Cindy Cunningham did a really good job there, and then only 8 off the last. And it might have even been a couple less. Well, Lara there, the physio, well, she was also getting a bit of camera time in there. But this 10th over from Bartram, which included that wicket, who knows, it might be the difference, because at the moment that the Netherlands wanted to launch, they weren't able to, and they finish on 108 for 4. Looking at the scorecard, 30 for Annemiek Thompson. She was the top scorer, batting at 4 in this game, back into the side after she sat out this morning. Willing went to a good catch from Regina Citizay. Well, a catch at least. 25 of 12. Probably extras, a few too many, although I will say they were pretty harsh on them during that innings. Take us through the bowling. Again, pretty consistent across the board for Team Italy.
Yeah, with Regina Citizay was going for a bit of an expensive over, but I felt that Daluata also, she bowled well. She got, again, that length was a little bit full to someone like a as winning as well. And I felt this is, quite a respectable total for sure from the Netherlands team, and I think they will be a little bit confident going into the second innings. I do feel like Italy will give them a good fight here.
Yeah, and let's hope so. I think power play is super important for me, kind of getting over some of those Dutch bowling options. Also curious to see whether maybe they throw De Lange in early with a wrist spin, or whether they hold it back for the middle overs. Shout out to Bartram as well, 2 wickets in there, including a very good last over, as Delisha Nadiakara and Chatarikat Mahamalagi also picked up wickets. We'll take a break, and we'll be back in just a few minutes. And a bit of history being made in the second innings as well. I'll start you off, but we're not far away from having our all-female commentating crew for the first time. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo with Chachi Pai, and Priya Sabu not far away as well. We'll see you after this break with more ECCW.
The Women's European Cricket Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream 11, Paramatch, HCL Software, and La Junta de Andalucía, and the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Hello, welcome back. Great to have your company. Well, no rest for the wicket as we get ready for the last innings of the 12th match of this inaugural European Cricket Championship W. We've got Netherlands versus Italy coming your way, and this should be a pretty interesting one. 108 was the total, which basically means that 75 is the target for the Netherlands to defend if they are going to take all the points. Of course, Italy, if they had a real heater, they could chase down the target of 109 in 7 overs and take all the points themselves. So that's the bonus point situation. Right now, let's get out to the middle, and it will be the fairly predictable opening combination, I think, of Methnala Ratnayaka out there with Delisha Nadiakara. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network on pretty sunny Tuesday afternoon here on the Costa del Sol. And joining me once again, Chachi Pai. Chachi, pretty interesting first half of this game. Bit of toing and froing. But yeah, we talked about it before the break. This power play, I think, is crucial as far as the result of this game.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's crucial. And I think this matchup is going to be absolutely great, with the pace and the bounce that we're going to see here, and how Ratnayaka's going to take that on, because she's going to be really crucial in this game. I think this innings for Italy, and see if she can provide herself another brilliant knock.
Yeah, for sure. Isabel van der Woning is going to open up for Team Netherlands. And she certainly has. She has a bit of pace about her, doesn't she? And she's the kind of player also just makes it look easy. She's got a good flow, good rhythm through the crease. Here we go, 109 for the Azzurri. Starts with a pretty cracking shot, but hit too well. It'll only be a dot to get us started.
Yeah, that was an absolutely cracking drive from Radhanika. First up, she absolutely slashed it, but unfortunately for her, she could not find that gap. Again, Isabel to continue. And drops short of a length, and that is skyrocketed high, and it's still got the distance. That is 6 runs for Radhanika. Straight over extra cover, and what a shot that was.
That's a cracking shot. It's kind of like that tennis shot. The difference with this, it's not really in the court, it's out of the court, isn't it? She's just thrown the hands at it. Mid-off was up, kind of everyone in that region was up in the circle. But that's what she's been providing at the top. Just aggression. And sometimes we haven't always seen aggression in the first couple of overs.
And that is white ball. Just sort of, I think you could sort of see what Isabel's trying to do here, but I think she's angled it down a little bit too hard and signalled wide by the umpire here. I could probably see she's a little bit under the pump here as well, and she'll be looking for that wicket. That's searching for that early wicket. She steams into bowl. Oh, and a swing and a miss, and a signal wide by the umpire. And do we feel that that's a bit of a harsh decision maybe by the looks of it? But I suppose, you know, for Italy, 8 off 2 balls.
Yeah, but I mean, still, I think we're going to see that intent continue. Bit of fire meeting fire here.
Just a bit short of the lane. That is pulled away behind square. Has it got the legs to go? Big chase, but makes itself to the boundary. That's another 4 runs to Radhanika. It brings the score to 12 off 3 balls.
Yeah, I mean,
what a cracking start.
Really is, isn't it? So, can they keep it up? That's the thing. They're not thinking just grab a point out of this. They're thinking, you know, let's take the whole kit and caboodle.
Yeah, she's definitely not holding back here at all. And, you know, we expected this sort of attack from Italy, but what a great start this has been. It's about to continue. Short of the land, that is crunched off the back foot all the way to the boundary, and Radhanika, that is another 4.
Cracking batting at the moment. It is crazy stuff, really. Again, okay, it's a little bit short, a little bit wide, maybe a bit of a waist seam there, but kind of all over it. And another 4 to the total. So Radhanika, she's been heating up in this first over. Tries again now.
Bit fuller. Oh, just missed the stumps. And she's literally looking around like, how's that a miss? But you can see it been attacking her pads there as a brilliant piece of bowling. Just tailed in. Just missed everything there, hasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the bit of luck you need. That's the luck factor. That could easily clean you up. And you don't typically see the ball going between the batter and the leg stump. But it was good York at Van der Voning. I think that's the length that she needs to focus on. Last ball.
It's a bit short of the length again. That is slashed hard and no run. And I think that's a smart decision right there by Radhanika. And it is 16 off the first over for Italy. And what a start. Exactly the start that they're probably looking for.
Yeah, you're exactly right. Now, one thing that you maybe have never seen, certainly not live, is a golden ball. And we have a golden ball on the tree. Golden ball is our ECN tiebreaker. So if the game is tied, then the batting team continues to bat. Anyone can face it as long as you're not out. Okay, so typically it's one of the batters at the crease they choose. And you need 2 to win the game off 1 extra delivery. If you don't get 2, you don't win the game. Simple as that. We've had 49 of them, so we're waiting for golden ball 50. But do you know, so this was kind of, it was an innovation I came up with a few years ago. Do you know what inspired me though? The 2019 World Cup final at the end of the super over, right? Here's DeLange over 2. Interesting there. They're going to spin. We wondered whether they'd go all pace or pace and spin. But yeah, that was the exact situation off the last ball. New Zealand needed 2 to win. If they didn't get 2, they don't win. And they got about, what, a metre away, didn't they?
Yeah, it was talk about close finishes. And that is swung away, and it just misjudged. She came in too early, and that'd be 4 more runs to Italy.
Yeah, I mean, put this one in the little score sheet I've got for misjudged catches where running in when just had to stay still. That's another big luck factor there, and Delisha, she'll be delighted to get off the mark that way. Rucker really could have had her there.
Caroline De Gonga tosses this one up and she sweeps this behind square, and that is another boundary. Little low full toss angling it into her pads, and she just helps it on its way, but another fantastic shot, and you know, great placement as well to split that gap between 45 and square leg. And Caroline De Lange needs to do something about her lengths right here.
Good placement, wasn't it there?
Brilliant, and just tapped there. But yeah, it was brilliant placement again. I think, you know, again we speak about this decision-making element here, and you know, you can see that Delisha was again very careful with that one. She knows where she wants to attack De Lange. Bit short of the length, and that is hit hard, but it will just be one run. Down to Zwilling, just keeps it to one.
Key position that one, isn't it? Long on. Lot tends to go there. You need someone with a good set of hands, and certainly Iris falls into that category. Last ball, the second coming up from De Lange.
And that is tossed up, and that is clean bowled. And this is the big wicket that the Netherlands were looking for. That was Redden-Eicher, and she just plays all across that one.
Yeah, well, she's there for a good time, not a long time in the end, isn't she? And she just misjudged this in the flight. I think she was through the shot a little bit too early. De Lange's a clever bowler. She'll mix up her pace. And that one was definitely a bit slower through the air. I mean, it's just a genuine full toss, really, in the end. But that's a big moment in the game. Redden-Eicher gets them off to a good start, but it's only a start in the end. She is the first to go, 25 for one. Well, you know, Shachi, you're doing a great job. I'm going to get you to stay on, but we're going to have a bit of history coming up because I'm going to take a back seat for a while. I'm going to get Priya Sabu in here. So we're about to have our first ever all-female ECN commentary combination. So good luck, even though I don't think you need it.
Thank you so much for that, Vinny. And yeah, it'll be great to have her on as well. And I think we're having Robin Jack come in and bowl here again. Gonna be interesting. Hi, hello, welcome. How are you?
Hello, yeah, I'm doing good. Good to be back.
Yeah, good. I think, you know, what do you take of the start so far? It's been quite good counter-attack from Italy, I would say.
Yeah, very strong from Italy. Now they got the wicket that they needed. Yeah, game is very exciting.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, again, interesting that they've gone for a pace option here, because it was actually spin that has brought them the wicket, but they must have some sort of a plan here. Again, there's a little bit of a chat between, you know, the bowler and where she wants to place her field, but yeah, it's going to be quite interesting.
Yeah, quite an interesting change. Normally spinning would open up, and yeah.
She's still nowhere to be seen, is she?
Yeah, try something different now.
That's just short of a length and just signalled wide by the umpire. I think, you know, I think this is sort of like the tricky part here is, you know, do they go, you know, do they bowl out their best bowlers? I think that's why they're almost like savings willing, because that might be their wicket taking option.
Yeah, that might be a reason. Yeah.
So Vijaka to continue. It's a bit full of a land, and she's playing missed. Oh no, just got a little edge. The keeper just missed it, and I'd like to say she might have tried to place that one, but I think that was a genuine edge from her.
Yeah, good effort by the keeper, nevertheless. Yeah, good dive, but unfortunately not in her reach.
Yeah, looks like a good little glance down there, but I think again valuable runs, a little bit of that luck factor that we spoke about to Italy, and they're, you know, really counter-attacking well here. It's been fantastic to see their comeback. Oh, it's a great shot down the ground, but no run straight to mid-off. So tell me a little bit. Obviously, I heard a little bit about your journey in cricket. So what? I'm guessing you obviously work on the side as well as a full-time doctor. What do you do? Tell me a little bit about that.
I am a project manager at a company that certifies medical devices.
Very nice.
So basically we put...
I was just a swing and a miss. Good bowling here from Robin. Would you like? Yes.
Yeah, and it was basically we just put the CE mark on medical devices, simply said. Yeah, and I'm managing those audits that they're checking.
Yeah.
yeah,
Big,
the
big,
devices.
yeah, big job here, big important job, unlike what we do. Just hop at length. Oh, swing and a miss. The keeper also misses it, but has it got the legs? Oh, just a good little stop by there. I think I'm trying to see who that was out there, but that was a good little stop. Definitely saved 2 runs for her team. And that was Isabel Devonging again.
Yeah, fortunately with the long legs for Rosalie.
Yeah,
16-year-old
definitely.
went through. But yeah, this time not as expensive as before.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's been, again, like, you know, those sort of the runs that are saved in the field are so invaluable. And, you know, it becomes really crucial in sort of tight games or big scoring games when they're on the counter-attack.
Yeah, indeed.
Oh, that's well played. So, yeah, I think you must have been really busy during COVID times, I suppose, with...
Yeah, during COVID times I was actually partially in the Netherlands.
Okay.
And fortunately they allowed to play cricket at some point. We had to take tests before that.
Yeah, yeah.
So we had to get the stick poked into our nose
Yeah.
before, but still.
They were not enjoyable times, were they? But I'm glad to be that we're out of it and we're here in sunny Malaga. And that is swung across, and she's looking for that one, but you know, good fielding again at 45 to keep that to no run.
Yeah, straight to the fielder, but the intent is there, definitely.
Yeah, I think that's actually quite a tricky fielding position at this time of the day because, you know, with the sun being that low and sort of, you know, coming right in our eyes like we saw earlier, you know, it was already becoming a bit of a challenge, wasn't it? So yeah, I think that those are actually become quite crucial spots.
Yeah, indeed.
So I think now the score is 31 for 1 after 3 overs. Italy still quite on target for chasing that total down, but again, I think, you know, this phase is going to be quite crucial. Obviously, with Redenaika being out, he's going to be scoring those big runs.
Yeah, indeed, and the Dutch protecting the boundaries very well.
That's tossed up, and that is a good-looking shot. Oh, it's just missed long off, and would they come back for that second? Yes, then they eventually do. I think it was all happening there, wasn't it? It was a good-looking shot, but didn't quite have the legs to carry.
Yeah.
And I just felt like it just dropped a little bit short, almost. And yeah, they come back for 2 there. Again, tossed up again, similar-looking shot, and again, and that is Maximal. That is absolutely great striking. Really let her hands go. And really, you know, backed herself and trusted with her to clear that ropes, and that was fantastic.
Yeah, a really great bang, straight over the bowler, all the way. Great piece of batting.
Again, tossed up. Again, didn't quite get hold of this one, so it will just be a single.
Yeah, Donna seems not to quite get the length there, quite. But...
Yeah, I think Atlantic seems to be a little bit fuller than what it has been previously.
Yeah.
And again, it's tossed up, and you know, she's looking for that one, Regina, but sent back. And
yeah, thinking about running again, but then yeah, seeing that the Dutch fielders are on the toes, so but good decision to just go back.
Yeah, definitely. We'll come back to you in a little bit after this ball. It's much better length there by Donna. I think, you know, she was almost going a bit too full, but that is that hard length on the surface that is really, really effective. And how are your girls enjoying their time out here, and you know how their experience has been? So give us a little bit about that after this ball. Again, tossed up, and again that is another Maximal, and another fantastic shot by Delisha here. She's been waiting on that ball, and again, you know, Donapula missing that length once again, which brings Italy's score. I want to say it's 46, but wait for that confirmation.
47 after 1.
Oh, I was close there, wasn't I? Yeah, 47 for 1. Yeah, after 4 overs again, well on target, and you know, to be chasing this total down. So. But yes, tell us a little bit about, you know, how have your girls found it, like sort of their experiences here, and yeah, just talk me through a little bit.
Yeah, great to have a few matches here, because we unfortunately don't have match times. So yeah, this is the match experience that we get basically. So always great to be here.
So Hanneland here to continue, and that is swept across the line, but it will just be a 1. It's a good looking shot there, a bit risky, but
Good
quite
backup there.
effective. Yeah, and sort of like have they found like sort of playing in the cold? Have you played it in the morning match yet?
We played at 10:45, so the middle one.
The middle one, oh, you've not had the experience of the cold one yet, though.
We had that on the first day actually.
And just drop short.
On the first day we played against Spain in the cold. Oh.
Oh, and that's a bit of an overthrow, and they come back for the second. Is she going to make it? She just about makes it.
Good
It's
running.
all happening out here, isn't it? And was it a run? Was it a not run? But you know, eventually she makes the ground, but she really had to put that dive in. And they always do say, you know, you should never run on a misfield here. But oh, she was miles out if that had hit.
Yeah, definitely.
But again, the luck really going Italy's way this inning so far. It's been fantastic to see. A bit short of the length. This is a chance. And she just misses it. Caroline de Lange, how crucial is this moment going to be? And she knows it. She's got her head in her hands. Went straight up in the air. That was completely mistimed by Delisha, and she just fumbles it a little bit in her hands, and she didn't look quite steady underneath that ball. And the reactions by the Italian team, we know how much this means to them. Bit short of the length there, but again, well played. And you know, these singles, you know, need to keep that scoreboard ticking along, but going to be so crucial in this game.
Yeah, Carolina is actually a really good catcher, but I guess the pressure is getting onto the Dutch.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, she's a great fielder as well, and you could tell in sort of nervous moments, like, this can happen to the best, can't it?
Yeah.
Oh, swing and a miss and a big appeal, and she has nicked that one. And how important is that blow? Delisha was looking amazing out there. Really crucial here. She was the batter that got in. That was a great tactic from a really good length, just wide off the off stump. Swings, and she knew as soon as she had hit that one.
Yeah.
She started walking off, didn't she? She knew as soon as she had done that, but that was a very well made. I think it was 31 of 16 balls there for Delisha, but this is going to be another crucial moment in the game and in the big chase. You know, with that considered 3 4s and 2 6s. Brilliant striking, really.
Yeah, it was a clear nick. I could hear it till the commentary box actually. The umpires had no hesitation to take that decision.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it was a clean decision there. But again, you know, she gets a pat on the back there from her teammates. Just truly been fabulous. But unfortunately, you know, we'll be on there. Yep. So I think final ball of the over here, and you know, Amelia Bartram is going to be on here. So again, a very crucial time for her to step in. It's full off the length, and she just gets off the mark of the first ball, and that is the end of the 5th over, and Italy are 53 for 2, and we're on the camera again. So
Yeah.
I feel like I need to ask you so many questions out here, and I've got so many. And you know, with your conversation with Rico, Vinny, and you got to tell me again. You know, he called me a pest, so you got to tell me who's the pest of your team. who's the one flicking the ears in your team?
Oh, that's a hard
Go on.
question,
You got to
actually.
drop someone in there. Go on, give me some dirt.
I don't want to offend anyone, but I'm gonna say the coach.
Oh, okay. That'll be you not playing the next game then, hey? If you say the coach one more time, I hope he's not listening to this for your sake. Oh, is he? Why is he just tries to be funny? Is that what it is?
Yeah,
Bit of a mischief.
One of the players is actually his daughter, so he's always teasing her.
I bet she's hating it. I bet she's hating it out there. And we're going to see Caroline de Lange to continue. But that is so interesting. That is very interesting there, because you would have never thought that.
Yeah.
And that is tossed up, and that is skies in the air. And she completely misses it, completely goes through her hands there.
Yeah, like
For
you
Donna
said.
Pulley, I think we spoke about that sun, didn't we?
Yeah,
And it seems to be a
exactly.
factor again.
Yeah, exactly. Seem to, no, even though she's wearing sunglasses, the low sun.
I think
probably
it's,
gotten-
yeah, absolutely. You can see people are completely misjudging it.
Yeah,
It's a bit short of the length. That is crunched off the back foot by Bartram, but it'll only be a single. Zwilling just keeping it to the one. So the coach's daughter. You gotta tell me, how is she finding her dad being the coach?
she's 14 years old,
Oh.
so she finds it actually good. Can also practice at home and all.
Yeah.
Um,
The toss nicely played.
she's also a bit of the test bunny for our drills. Yeah.
That's good to know. I feel like she's probably tried half of them at home, and she comes in here and she's like, oh my god, here I go again. I can't get rid of him, but a good experience for her at this age, definitely. Bit tossed up, and that's just a play, and completely missed the keeper. Completely misses it. So got the legs and a diving stop, and that's a great stop
Yeah.
there by Isabel Devongi. I think that's a great. It's definitely saved 2 runs for her side there. Seemed to have
Yeah,
missed everything. We've
question is
seen
if
that
she's
replay. Big swing, and
touch the rope.
yeah,
Save that.
I think she might have the dive.
Oh,
She
looks good.
dived a bit early, but I think she saved.
Oh.
Bit short of the lens. Swung. Big appeal. Oh, is there going to be a bit of a mix-up? Bartram really short of the crease, and she just makes it in.
Oh, a better throw would have done it, but
Yeah, absolutely. I think better throw definitely, would have done it, but she really just wasn't looking at Regina there, and it was just all a little bit chaotic.
yeah, always difficult to throw with the gloves and pick up the ball, and it's a lot happening at once all the time. So
Yeah, absolutely.
especially when you're a 16-year-old keeper there.
Yeah. Okay, nicely played onto the leg side, but will only be a single, I think.
Have you ever seen such a bowling action? Actually,
Yeah, no. No, I think it's quite unique, but she does get a little bit of a turn and bounce, doesn't she? Like, I feel,
Yeah.
don't know what you felt like, but I genuinely felt that when I was facing her, that she definitely was getting a good bit of bounce on her, and I think that is her action coming through.
Yeah. It's so weird. It comes quite in front of you, but then it suddenly bounces up, and I find it quite difficult to play actually.
And like, especially on this surface and
Yeah.
not being in an actual, wicket being an Astro, it is way more bouncier than usual, I feel.
Yeah, indeed.
Yeah, definitely. So I think
Yeah.
we have
Caroline coming back to bowl.
yeah, she is, I think.
I used to play with that, so I know.
All right, yeah.
Yeah, I was 16 years old.
Bit down the leg side, got a little bit of pad on there, I want to say. We'll wait for the signal, and a little bit of a fumble, but still keep it to just 1. Yeah, signal leg by the umpire, and the score is now 61 for 2, just after 6 over. So they're still, on target sort of with their run rate. They're not too far off, but do need to get a little bit of move on here, looking for that. Need to look for a little boundary. I feel like it's been a while since they lost that second wicket.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah.
So what was it like to play with Karen here, Coulterwick?
She's quite a talent actually. She also plays hockey, and at the time just time for both, but
Bit short of the length, and that is coming towards the common box, and that is just 1 bounce for, but a great strike from here from Bartram. I think it's that length that we speak about, probably dropped a little bit too short there from Coulterwick, but again, well struck by Bartram. And now, she makes that field change, and she just makes sure that Robin Rajic, I think, drops back to long off. Oh, it's a big swing and a miss, and they come through for that single. Really needed that boundary that they were looking for, I suppose, to keep that run rate ticking along. So yeah, tell me a little bit more about what it was like to sort of play with Culling here, and what was your experience like with her, and yeah.
Yeah, it quite improved my game actually, especially in fielding. I was in a team with like 4 national team players: Babette Delede, who's now playing in South Africa; Eva Lynch, who also plays in South Africa, I've heard recently. Yeah, just as well as Julia Korda. I'm not sure if she's still in the team, but or Anneman van Boyge. I don't know if you know her. It's been a
I know
yeah.
Babette Delede because she actually came over for a couple of games. So I've actually played a couple of games with her, but yeah, we'll see how this goes. And that is struck beautifully straight over her head. Does it have the legs? And that is a great diving stop by Iris, but I feel like, has it just touched the rope there? They do run a 2, but I think the umpire would like to check that one. Again, I think that was, Robin Rajic. That's a great full length stretch dive, and just we see here, like, does it touch that rope? And this is going to be crucial here because it's make or break. But I think she could be. Can't really tell here whether her foot is touching the rope or not.
Yeah.
What do you make of this one?
I guess I think it's safe.
Safe.
Yeah.
It's a great stop. Again, that is struck beautifully, and that is 6 runs, and that is a massive hit.
Over the fences, over everything.
It has cleared any boundary, hasn't that?
Indeed, really great strike.
That is a great strike by Bartram, and this is the over that Italy were looking for. We said they were a little bit drying up a little bit on boundaries, and I think that is an absolute monstrous hit by Bartram. And for tomorrow, again, you can see the first match is going to be Austria versus England, so I hope you're really excited for that, followed by Spain versus Italy. And then we have the Netherlands versus Austria, and then the last match of the day being England versus Italy, and all kicks off at 8:45 GMT, 9:45 local time, and 2:15 Indian Standard Time. So, again, all exciting day of cricket, action, passion, like Vinny was saying earlier, almost a second round. So I think this is Hannah Litter here to continue. I think they're a bit afraid to sort of not really using their spin options here again with 3 overs to go.
Bringing in the feelers a little bit.
Yeah, I think want to keep Regina on strike. And she strucks that beautifully, and then is that going to have the legs to go? It's a big chase, and they're going to keep that to 2. I think, like you said, it's a bit of a risky field setting here. What do you think? I think with the pace of the ball,
yeah,
to have both mid on and mid off up in the ring,
yeah,
and we've got covers out, we've got third and fine out, so she really has to bowl a little bit wider of that stump.
Yeah, if Cara didn't have a hand to that one, it would have.
It's a bit shorter, and they come through for that one. They know Bartram really wants to strike here, but yeah, I think definitely have a bit of a field change to Bartram here, definitely, as you can see.
Yeah.
But I do feel like they're still keeping mid on and mid off up, and after that striking, I'll almost be tempted to sort of stick them 2 back because I feel like she has skied a couple.
Yeah, indeed.
As well. So yeah, really interesting, really crucial moment of the game here. Bit full of the length, and Bartram strikes that one hard and comes through for the and she just makes a ground and direct. It would have really been interesting here, and Italy now need 29 of 15 balls. Anything can happen.
Yeah, quite interesting matchup. Yeah, trying to keep Bartram off strike would help the Dutch. Yeah, let's see.
Yeah, I think Regina would look to sort of get a bit of a move on here. Short off the length, and that is struck beautifully. But again, almost went through her legs there. Can't quite find the gap. I think she's been striking the one, but unfortunately been finding the fielders, has Regina, but it does bring Bartram back on strike with 2 balls to go. She's pushing that field a little bit square. I think she's looking to bowl a little bit short of the length here, given the field that she's trying to set here. Bartram. Again, that is struck really well. Comes through. and eventually makes it quite comfortably. I want to say eventually,
Yeah.
but again, singles. You know, Netherlands wouldn't mind the singles at this stage of the game.
Yeah, look at our win predictor. 37 for Italy and 63 for the Netherlands.
Well, definitely final ball of this over. And tossed up, and again that's flicked, but again that will just be the one. And more importantly for Netherlands, Bartram will not be on strike for the next over, which brings their score for 83 for 2 after 8 overs.
Tell me a bit about professional cricket. How does your daily life look like?
I think, you know, like I feel like there's still. I know exactly. Look at him. I was doing all the hard work. I'm off the comms now. What I'll do is I'll just cut some horrible shapes.
Yeah, dancing like a.
I think he's a great commentator, but he's not much of a dancer, is he? I don't think he'll like that. Yep. Feeling. I don't know what songs he's singing there. Maybe All I Want for Christmas Is You. It's getting a bit excited. But yeah, I think it provides different challenges. Being a professional cricketer as well. I'll come back to that just after this. Bit of spin on, and on the attack, it will just be a one. Yeah, although we're able to, you know, train a lot, and the facilities I have at back home at Lancashire Thunder are absolutely fantastic with sort of the setup there and the facilities. I absolutely cannot complain. A lot of us still have, you know, do sometimes work part-time, given it, but again, it's something we all dreamt of doing. A bit short of the length and struck by Bartram to the leg side, but again, only a one. Yeah, again, like I said, like provides different challenges. But yeah, you know, we sort of train about 25 hours a week, so it's still quite, you know, good strong bit of training, especially in the winter when we don't really have the game. So to work on sort of our technical work-ons right now. Short of the length. And
yeah, we also saw you sprinting up and down, even if you're not while you're not even playing the game.
Yeah, I think it's sort of important. I know with it being a T10 comp, it's a shorter format than what we do. So it's sort of important to keep that aside, sort of ticking over, and keep the discipline sort of going, and whatever makes you more ready, and then, you know, for the games forward, and recovery becomes a huge part in this, because I don't know about you, but I felt a bit sore this morning. Everything misses. She stepped across to make room and hit behind square, but just misses the stumps by a whisker. Would you say that is? Yeah, I think Donna to continue, and she starts hitting that shot again and behind square, and it has the legs, and Bartram finds that gap and has that shot that she's looking for.
Yeah, I think
Amelia Bartram, and you know, she's capable of these. No, she's capable of pulling it out of nowhere. I know earlier in the year that she came in, and you know, when Italy needed 6 off the last ball, and she was able to get that 6 for them. So, you know, again, 19 of 7 balls, anything can happen, but need Bartram to find those boundaries and to really keep as much of the strike as possible. That is going to be absolutely crucial.
Yeah, Netherlands all over the boundaries again, saving those as much as possible.
Oh, that is an absolutely brilliant strike, and that is 6 runs by Bartram, bringing the score to 13 off the last over. And you can see by the joys of the Italians what that 6 and this over meant for them, and Bartram really turning it on here, and that is just absolutely brilliant ball striking.
Incredible how cool she stays in
the score, I think, again, if the ball, we could see it being a tie, and you know the rules for the tie break. If the event of a tie, the match is decided by that golden ball, and not the one on that tree. I mean the golden ball, meaning the batting team will need 2 runs to win, otherwise the fielding team will win. Italy 96 for 2 after 9 overs, needing 13 in their last over. That is who's going to bowl this final over. I'm surprised to see though Swilling did not bowl this game.
Exactly, very surprising. I wonder what's happening there.
Probably
Why
resting her, okay? He's doing a lot. But I think it's going to be, is it Hannah? No, it's going to be Robin Reichwecht for the last over, and here bit of a nerves in the Italian camp here, but you know they're on their feet because anything can happen. But field placements are the Dutch really taking their time. You know, you can see the nerves on their faces in that camp. I feel, but I know what this win is going to mean for them. Here we go. If it was the case like it was before, 6 off the last ball, we know Bartram has experience of doing that against Willing as well, but guess what? It's not her that's going to bowl that last over, so taking a time with the field placement here. Just want to make sure it's absolutely spot on for that final over. It's going to be absolutely crucial here, and see the nerves on the bowler's face as well, and here we go.
Deep breath.
Oh, and that helps her way, and that will be 4 more runs to Italy score, which brings that 100 up as well. And Regina it's got a lot of relief right now, hasn't she? She needed to either get Bartram on strike, but that is a lovely little sweep shot, just almost like a paddle that just helped on its way. And reactions in the Italian camp, they're absolutely jumping with delight, which brings them 9 of 5 balls, and that is 100 up again for Italy. A little bit of a chat here between Swilling and Robin Reichwecht, and now the win percentage is 50-50. Earlier we saw 37-63.
Yeah, might really come down to a golden ball.
Oh, it keeps switching, doesn't it? It keeps switching. And this is going to be interesting. So now they've pushed back fine. Square leg comes up here, so a sweep could be on here. Be interesting to see what tactics they go for.
Yeah, I thought Italy is going to try to get Bartram back on strike, but you can see Regina can also make the boundaries. So.
Absolutely. Oh, and a swing and a big miss and a dot ball, more importantly, and big cheer from the fielders in the Netherlands team. And these two know what it's like to bat together in that nervous time, and like I said, they've done it before, but can they do it again, or are we going to see our first ever tie? Oh, it's another swing and a miss and another dot ball. Regina really needs to try to at least get Bartram on strike here.
3 balls left.
Yeah, 9 needed. This is crucial. She either needs to find that boundary with this ball or needs to get Bartram on strike. She cannot afford to have another dot ball. Good little comeback here from Robin Reichwecht. Steps across, just keeps it to 1.
Gets Bartram back on strike.
Yes, more importantly, gets Bartram back on strike. So we've never had a tie in the women's match on ECN before, and this could, I know, 7 runs and a tie, and then 8 runs to win.
Yeah, it would be great if we make a triple history with 2 female umpires on the field.
And Bartram, can she do it again? 2 runs and a 6 to win.
Yeah.
Can she do that again? It's a little pause here. It's getting a bit chilly as well, isn't it? It's all happening out here. You cannot have a dot here. Cannot have a dot. You can see the nerves in the Italian camp. Pressure is on Bartram, but no, we know she can do this. But interesting, square leg is in the ring. So does she take her on? Do they know they've got 6 fielders out? Who are they going to bring up? Or do they not know about this? This is going to be interesting.
Yeah, pulled one fielder in.
Oh,
Just in time.
she's brought it in, I think. Just brought it in. I feel like that could have been a mistake. And here we go. And tossed up, and that misses everything, and it comes through for the single. Oh.
Throw misses the stumps as well.
Almost misses. So 7 needed of the last ball. 6 to tie the match. Can Regina do it? Can she pull off? The impossible? And Vinny's on his knees, praying. Can she do it? We want her to do it, don't we? We want this exciting finish to the game.
Getting closer and closer to this goal.
Yeah, what a game this has been. Absolutely fantastic. But again, it was a great comeback here after being, after 4 off the first ball. But here we go. Can she clear it? Oh, and has gone straight up in the air. And it goes behind, it goes for 4, but that is not enough. And Netherlands, just by the skin of their teeth, win this game by 2 runs. And Italy finish on 106 for 2 after their 10. And you got to really commend them for their effort, because this was an absolutely thriller of a game and a fantastic run chase. But those 2 dot balls in the end, proved to be the game changer. But again, what a fantastic game. Really good comeback by the Netherlands here, but what a fantastic chase by Italy. And it's all happening here at the third day, of the comp here at the ECN.
Oh, what a close match, and smiles all over.
And almost
really giving the best.
Yeah, definitely, and history being made all over. And as they sort of get off that field, and commiserations to the Italians, but another fantastic display by the Netherlands.
Guess we gotta wait again for the golden ball.
We have to wait again for the golden ball, and got another day to come. But yeah, it's been absolutely fantastic. So it's been great chatting to you on this comp, and it's been great having you as well. And I'm really looking forward to having you playing against you tomorrow.
Oh, I've just jumped back in and just to finish things off, but what a game. And I want to say great job. I mean, Priya, wonderful. Sharchi, top class. Honestly, what a game as well. I thought that maybe it would be history repeating. Let's get all of us in here at once. This is a fantastic experience. Certainly, I think the first time we've ever had 2 female commentators in a game. We had 2 female umpires as well, and what a game to do it. It was so exciting. You guys called it very, very well. So look, we're about to go see the highlights, and I honestly was on the edge of my seat. In fact, I didn't even have a seat. We got tomorrow coming up, of course, if you want to catch more of this action, starting with match number 13, Austria versus England 11. So you guys actually, hopefully you have a good relationship on the field now. You certainly got a good relationship off the field. I think that's going to kick us off. I will say, bring your mittens tomorrow morning as well. And then England will play later in the day against Italy. Austria will play against the Netherlands a little bit later on. All starting at tomorrow, 8:45 GMT, which is 9:45 in Central Europe and 2:15 in India. Wow. Shake, rattle and roll. I mean, Italy, they threw the proverbial kitchen sink at the Dutch here, just coming up short. But what a gripping 10 overs.
Yeah, absolutely. And we spoke about the crucial start, and I felt like Radanaika really provided that with, 16 coming off the first over with some blistering ball striking, I definitely would say. And, I feel like they were never shy to hit their shots there. And I feel that another crucial innings there was from Delisha as well. And I think, another see that one. It was just great placement, just great batting.
Delisha really came into her own in this game, I think. That was the wicket. Delanga just kind of fooling the batter in strike there. Look, they had the occasional bit of luck as well. There's nothing lucky about the performance here in Lima. They get 106 against a pretty strong Netherlands bowling lineup. But I think credit to both teams. Netherlands, I think, when the pressure was on, remember, they kind of failed in a similar situation earlier in the year against Italy, but they just kind of held held their nerve. I think Riker bowled a pretty good last over, even though the first ball went to the boundary, then a couple of dot balls kind of sewing it up. But I think credit to Italy, it shows you that they've really come together as a group. I think they're really well coached and well managed. They're all on the same page. And, they spend a lot of time in each other's company, they spend a lot of time talking about the game and the plans, and it just must be really exciting for the coaching staff and all the spectators as well to see those plans put into action, and they get within this of causing a huge upset here in match 12.
Yeah, absolutely, and you could tell by the camp what it meant to them, and someone like Bartram I felt like was absolutely exceptional today. Obviously couldn't quite get them over the line, but I felt like again her innings was again so crucial. I felt like it was brilliant from her as well, and I felt like a little bit of a contribution there from Regina as well, and I thought the Dutch were missed their chances a little bit in the field, which could have they could have killed that game a lot earlier.
A little bit off from the Dutch, and you look at that boundary stop, for example. That could have two that could have been a 4.
Oh, there you are. We said.
Yeah, don't worry.
It's all right. Don't worry.
As well, I mean, tried to get everyone around it. It was a bit of a tough sell, but yeah, there's certainly a lot of that in the highlights. But yeah, you look at that 2 that might have been a 4. I mean, that could have been the difference in the end. I mean, Bartram, it was like she was trying to lift a bar, and there was always a bit more weight being put on it, I think, in the end. But she came up with that one last ball of the 9th, which set up a blockbuster finish. You could see the Italians. I mean, I don't think we've got enough tissues to deal with the tears that would have come had they gone over the line. We've been there before. And that was the first ball of the 10th. Tension was on the faces of everyone around the ground, but that was the last one. Had to go the distance. Ends up going for 4. It means just 2 runs the margin. And Regina saying, if only I'd got a little bit more of that, we would have had our first ever women's golden ball. Regardless, I think it was a contest befitting of the occasion. And history was made here in match 12. Italy, a brave record, but falling just 2 runs short of the first innings total.
Yeah, it's been absolutely fantastic. And, we saw there Regina scoring 21 off 21 in the end, and Amelia Bartram getting 32 off 16. Just couldn't quite get it on the bowlers again. A little bit expensive from Esmeralda Wong in here. First over going for 16, but Caroline De Lange pulled it back quite well with only going for 17 in her 2 overs. And then again, I feel like Robin Rajka was so crucial with that final over, and we know how important that was as well.
It's like ice in her veins, wasn't it, at the end for Robin Riker, as she would end up just doing enough to defend the game. And in the end, 108-106, Italy, of course, they get close enough to take the point out of the game. And that could be really important as they've built a little bit of a buffer in the kind of race, I suppose, for that kind of 3rd spot compared to Austria and Spain. Well, I got to say thank you to Priya, thank you to Shachi so much. I know I've been going through a lot of the comments. The feedback was outstanding. Everyone loved it. I think it was a great game. Did you get a little bit of the heebie-jeebies? Did you get the tingle?
I felt a bit jumpy when I was, doing it. I was like, I want them to win. Come on.
Today's the day we put the golden ball on the tree as well, and we talk about it as the golden ball tingle. When it comes in your veins, you think, hold on, could this be a
Is it
time?
possible? Can it happen?
And that was actually, my dancing was actually a reaction to the tingle, and it was just causing me to do some pretty crazy things. But you had fun. Priya, I know I've got your microphone right now, but I thought you did a great job. You had a good time in the box? Yeah? That's no problem. You know what? And I think that you two, when you meet on the field tomorrow, I really love that you're going to have such a great understanding of where you've come from. And I hope you have a great game. And I hope that you both play your best cricket. And I'm looking forward to that one first up in the morning. Now, we'll say that we will start tomorrow, and that you can see actually on the fixtures tomorrow that we will start with that Australia versus England 11. And then, you guys, you're going to be busy. Get a good night's sleep tonight because you've got 2 games tomorrow, 2 big games. And of course, it's normally a bit of a frosty one. Spain elected to field first this morning. I wasn't so sure that I would be doing that. I think it was 4 degrees when we started. But yeah, hopefully you can join us for that. We're running a bit over tonight, but I do want to thank everyone in the chat for their live contributions as well. If you are watching on YouTube, please like the video and subscribe to the channel. In fact, we hit 380,000 YouTube subscribers in the last 24 hours as well. So that's a great thing. And of course, we have millions watching on FanCode in the subcontinent as well. Don't forget our social media at European Cricket. HCL Software Player of the Day. I'm wondering who it might be. It might be Naomi Hillman-Bermejo's wicket and the celebration that came after it. That was pretty good. Don't forget also the home of European Cricket, europeancricket.com. But it's goodbye from me on behalf of Priya and Shachi. Thank you so much. Good luck tomorrow, but I'll be here and I'll be watching. Rico will be back Once again, thanks to him for his contributions. Stay happy, stay safe. Here's some of the best bits of day 3, and we'll see you tomorrow for more ECCW. Hasta mañana.